Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Silverstone for round one of the Club 100 Senior North Championship for 2026. I am Reeve Taylor, and at some point will be Jacob Harris joining us alongside in the comms box. But we are here on the 1st of March. Happy March, everyone, here at this fantastic new venue. What a pleasure it is to be back. As I say, I am Reeve Taylor. Alongside me, hopefully, will be Jacob Harris. I promise I haven't disposed of him. He is somewhere. But very excited to be back here once again at Silverstone. We had the pleasure of commentating on the Cadet and Juniors Championship here yesterday. Big thank you to all of you for tuning in yesterday to watch the action here at Silverstone. 1,300 metres in length, 18 turns, the freshest international karting venue in the UK. As I say, absolute pleasure to be here yesterday. The Cadet and Juniors put on a fantastic show for us, despite some inclement weather. And inclement weather is what we've had this morning as well. Some slight drizzle overnight has meant that we've got a greasy track during testing today. We're going to head into practice quali in just a moment, but for now the rain does look to be holding off. Here we go then. We will wait for a few moments for our car to set out on track, but what a pleasure it was to jump in on the action yesterday. We just had a few moments to chat with some of our competitors today, and I think they have similar feelings to what everyone else has had so far, and that this is going to be a very exciting track, a great venue to navigate a Club 100 kart around, and should make some fantastic racing today. Here we get a great shot of the pit lane. In fact, drivers getting ready to go out for their practice qualifying sessions. Now, this is the first time, and I'm excited for this, that we are going to be commentating and broadcasting on the SP40 running. Slight change in format to perhaps what you're used to, unless you are familiar with the goings-on in the BUKC Championship, in which case that might be a little bit more familiar to you. Practice qualifying is going to be a combined session, split between a 5 and 10 minute stint there. You get a few minutes of practice/testing to get your cars up to speed, followed immediately by 10 minutes of qualifying. Once that is all said and done, you'll have a bit of a break before you jump out into the racing action once again. And I promised folks that I hadn't kept Jacob Harris locked in a cupboard somewhere. He is here, and he's, I think, quite as excited as I am to go racing here once again today, Jacob.
I was, apologies for my brief absence there. I got talking to Molly about some guy who raced BKC in 2018 and wants be sent a copy of his license. Yeah, we didn't have licenses back then, and we don't even have them on the system for some reason, which is really strange. But anyway, yes, really looking forward to some racing today. We've got qualifying and practice first, and the Sprint 40 format, which is qualifying and then 2 20-minute races, which we've never streamed before. I assume you've already mentioned that, Reeve. But I'm really excited to. I've not actually witnessed the Sprint 40. I've been at Sprint 60 events, which is the precursor of Sprint 40, and Sprint 60 went so well, Club 100 decided to do a Sprint 40 as well. It replaced the old endurance race, which is a 2-hour team event that we used to run on Saturdays. But yeah, Sprint 40 has been so popular that these North rounds are now Sprint 40 in the morning, sprints in the afternoon, which is a classic Sprint format.
They are indeed. So a bit of a change up to perhaps what we are used to, but really excited to be bringing more fresh Club 100 action at a new track as well. You'll hear, I think, those thoughts being echoed by some of our drivers in the paddock show in between running in SP40 and the seniors this afternoon. As I say, pretty much wall-to-wall action here at Silverstone this weekend. Our cadets and juniors certainly impressed yesterday, as I've already mentioned. That we'll take a look at the broadcast chat in just a moment to see who is tuning in as well. But big thank you, as I say, for all your support yesterday. Great to see you all tuning in, showing your support for your drivers, for the new circuit, and maybe a little bit for us as well. That was very nice indeed. So a big thank you to all of you new holders of the Slipstream Pass. I can see a few of you jumping in on there. Thank you for showing that extra support. A quick reminder that all Club 100 events will be free to air in their entirety this season, but a big thank you if you want to show that extra support anyway. And it looks like we're about to get underway with some action out on track, because the whistle has blown. The karts start and they make their way past the first corner in just a moment. That first corner being called Wellington, but I'm sure we'll get more into that as the time comes.
Yeah, just a little run through of the state of play for you. Phil Jackson is at the top of the timings from the test session earlier. but I'm under good authority to say that that was actually James Small who we spoke to in the paddock show, so you'll see that later. Who we also spoke to Oliver Wilde actually dropped down to 4th in the practice session, but he was quickest for the vast majority of that, so keep an eye out for Oliver Wilde as well. Tommy Lee, second fastest in practice, and Charlie Walmsley ride was third. Keith Ford is another member of the top 5 from this morning's practice that we haven't mentioned. We're seeing lightweights go out first. Indeed, Tommy Lee, we just mentioned, won the lightweight sprint 40 North last year. So Tommy Lee number 69 last year, presumably the number 1 plate this season. His closest challenger was Chris Powell and Jack Fisher in third. I haven't seen Jack looking around today. Former lead BKC driver Jack Fisher, and also a member of CLUB100 staff on and off. Jack is. I've not seen him around today, so I'm not sure he'll be here. James Britton, Jonathan Wilson I have seen around today, who were in the mix last year. So yeah, a couple of returning lightweights from last year's North Sprint 40, and they should be on track for this qualifying session. If they are, let's have a go over to the timing screens. It's not yet refreshed, they've not yet completed. Let's refresh it. Go. So yes, we've got a couple of our current BUKC drivers racing in this one actually. Ryan Harrison, Peter Harrison of the University of Surrey. We also have Jake Wilkins, who's a graduate from our junior classes. We've got, who else do I recognise here that I can have a quick scan over the name? Douglas Smith returns from last year. I want to say Doug finished 13th last year's championship. So a few returning faces, a few names familiar to those who've watched CLUB100 streams before. They have 15 minutes now in this session, which acts as both a practice and a qualifying session. And yeah, there's Doug Smith there on your screen in his distinctive purple cosmic suit, chasing down Ryan Harris in his equally distinctive red helmet and Surrey University custom suit. So we're about to start putting some lap times in. We're still greasy out there, Reeve, to say the least, aren't we?
We are indeed. That was a perfect segue. You read my mind, Jacob. Lap times, let's talk about them while we've got some time in practice and qualifying. This is actually a fairly similar story to what we saw yesterday in the running, where similar fleets of Kart and the heavier out of the cadets and juniors drivers were starting off in the low 130s as the track was greasy. Actually very similar conditions to what we had this morning. Yesterday morning as well, but eventually, providing the weather holds off, we should see those times dropping down, and the track did ramp up quite quickly once a bit of sun started to pop up. The quickest times that we ended up seeing, as I say, in these greasy conditions were about the 1 minute 30s, but as it dried up we were starting to see 1 minute 11s at some point, so they really were beginning to come down at those times. There was some testing done on the Friday, some slightly greasy conditions for some cadet drivers, so a bit less power, so it might not be completely relevant, but it was around about a 1:22.23. These drivers are a couple minutes into this session now. I've only got one quick lap in, so to speak, but there are 27 of them out on track and they're all bunched up together. They're going to need to find a bit of clean air to get some more representative times in, but it's a 1:31.2 so far. That is the benchmark time. I imagine we might be dipping into the 29s potentially in this session. That's where I'm going to put my money on after we get towards the end of the running. We're going to go for a 1:29 from the likes of Edward Slater and Tom Saunders, who currently leads this session now, going 1 minute 30.9.
Yeah, we will see the lap times come down and down as the sessions progress throughout the day. No blue skies to report as yet. They started to appear around about 11, 12 o'clock yesterday, didn't they? So that's we'll see the same thing this morning. We've got a kart tester spun out on the exit of Siemens.
Not every day you see that.
Going again now, but Sam Taylor, shame on you.
Certainly doing a better job than I could have. We were just chatting to a Fraser then before we had a quick few words with him in our paddock show, which you'll see coming up later on. And he was asking me, "Oh, are you going to get on track there? Are you going to have a look at it out from the cart?" And I was like, "That's probably not for the best, if I'm honest, because it would just be a broadcast full of." Maybe we should. It'd be great viewing. We just see me struggle to complete a lap here. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, and we'll do a little featurette on that later on, shall we? There's another spinner there at Priory. So a few drivers struggling to get to grips with these conditions. A few hands in the air. This is the entry to Priory we're looking at on this camera angle, so just off the left-hand side of the shot. This is a static camera, unfortunately, so we can't pan around. It's Ryan Harris, actually, who's gone out on that corner. Someone there making the most of the human straight mode, as it's now known, not DRS.
Of course, yeah.
Thing of the past.
Yeah.
It starts sounding old if you say DRS. Shortly enough. Straight mode now, isn't it?
Yeah, they were going to be calling it X, Y, and Z mode or something along those lines, but I think we're just going with fast or not fast.
So the disappearing of the timing tower means that we are now in qualifying. So 6 minutes of practice, 9 minutes of qualifying in these sessions. And every lap from now on counts towards your result in this session. The previous ones were just for fun. So now these laps that start to come up on the left-hand side will be the actual order of which they go into the race. So the qualifying session we have here determines the order for race 1. The order that they finish in race 1 is the order that they start race 2 in.
It is indeed. And I've actually had an interesting comment coming in on the broadcast from Sam Pooley Karting, and he asks, "Jacob, can you please give us one word to describe the track?"
Nice.
Nice. That's a good one.
Yeah, nice to have Sam Pooley, one of our heavyweight sprint drivers in the south, watching, former UKC driver as well from Nottingham-Trent University. But yeah, nice is the one I'd go for, to be honest. Lots of people have said how exciting it is.
I was going to use the word exciting.
People have said how many overtaking opportunities there has been highlighted. But yeah, just everything is really nice here. The facilities are nice. The track looks nice. It's not flashy, which, you know, when you spend a lot of money on something, as rumour has it has been spent on this, you get a bit of a kind of glossy feel to things. And I'm not saying it doesn't look absolutely brand new and fantastic, but yeah, everything's just nice. It feels like a proper race circuit. It feels like it should. You know, sometimes you turn up to these things and you're like, oh, it's not really a kart track yet, or needs a bit of work doing. Everything here just feels nice.
It does, and I think it's what a great home for it as well, to be right here, one of the most loved parts of a very well loved Grand Prix circuit, to be just literally meters away from that. It's a really nice home for what will be, I'm sure, plenty of international and British karting action. Yeah, I'd use the word exciting just because of what could be going on here in the future, and I think it's already there's a buzz around the paddock.
Yeah, well, we've spoken over the weekend, over the course of yesterday's racing, particularly in the downtimes we had yesterday, of what we've got coming up here. We've got BKC Drivers Champs, we've got a South round towards the end of the year for sprints, where presumably we'll see Mr. Pooley in action, and we've got the World Finals, the Rotax World Finals coming here in May, just 1 week after I get tied down for the rest of my life in Barcelona. And
that's a wedding, just in case you're wondering, folks.
Two monumental events in the world of British motorsport, I would say. And we're going to have all number of talented drivers come here over the next few months in Club 100 karts. The talent on show is going to be absolutely superlative, and I can't wait for it myself.
Yeah, I can't either. It'll be really exciting. Obviously, the plans in place, etc. But I think I'm already just kind of booking those days off work, to be honest, and just making myself present here anyway, regardless. For a second there, I thought you were about to invite lots of talented British drivers to your wedding.
I'm already there myself, so that side of things is covered.
Yeah. But yeah, we got plenty more feedback coming in. Josh Wood says track looks phenomenal, can't wait to drive there. And Yeah, I echo those thoughts. As much as I might say I probably won't complete a lap. I probably won't complete a lap, but I might be having a great time while doing it. So looking forward to that potentially. But 5 minutes left to go in this session. Tom Saunders does still lead us, and this is what I often think is going to be very interesting about these practice and quali sessions. Obviously, practice feeds directly into qualifying. Now, our timing shows Tom Saunders the 1:30.947, but conditions may change on track, or the track might become busier in certain parts, so you have to think really methodically about how you plan that practice and qualifying run, don't you, Jacob? Because you need to make sure that you are putting your best foot forward to get the lap in at the right time.
Yeah, it's a long lap here at Silverstone. As you mentioned, they're doing 1.5-minute laps at the moment, which compared to somewhere like Clay Pigeon, for example, where you're doing half that time, you really do have to make sure that you're making the most of every corner. Any mistakes are going to cost you because you're getting half the number of laps you'd normally get. And yeah, you're setting yourself up for your day here. Poor qualifying means you have to make up for it in race 1. If you don't make up for it in race 1, you compromise your race 2 as well. It's an interesting format, the Sprint 40. And it's the same format for Sprint 60, but 60, as the name implies, you get 60 minutes of racing. Sprint 40, you get 40 minutes of racing, so 2 20 minutes here, 2 30 minutes in Sprint 60. Just the 40 for us today, and then our classic sprint format in the afternoon. Who's at the top of the times, Reeve? Who's looking hot so far?
Tom Saunders has impressed so far in this one, although I think, you know what, I believe my timing might not have updated. Apologies, folks, we've already had our first commentary blunder of the day. There we go. I'll bring it up in just a moment. Hold that thought, Jacob. Here we go. Live timing. Tom Saunders still impressed. I was right anyway. It's a 1:29.990, so there we go. We're in the 1:29s I thought we might be, and he's the only driver to actually get close to those 1:29 second regions. 4 laps into the stint. We're just watching Barry Lakes cross the line there. 1:30.0 and only 200th of a second clear of Dylan Edwards. Lewis Blench puts in a very nice lap there to go 4th. That's the number 23 kart. We watch as the number 17 kart navigates around the end of the lap. As Jamie Crampton we're following along with now. There's a huge pack of karts now coming across the line, but it's all looking rather close, it must be said, at the top end of this SB40 lightweight session, and still plenty of lap time to be found out there by the looks of things. Tom Saunders still leads us, but does have some fierce competition directly behind.
Yeah, it's good running so far from the guys who featured quite heavily in this championship last year. Tom Saunders 9th overall last season. Barry Lakes was 6th. Dylan Edwards was 8th, and Lewis Belch was 7th. So those guys all looking to improve on last year's result. I think it's the top 5 of each championship getting an invite to the end of the season Club 100 awards. So those 4 all narrowly missing out, but starting this year very much with the intention of going to that event in Birmingham next January. Excellent stuff from them. And penalty though coming in, Reeve, for Tom Saunders, so he will not be on pole position for the race. That's an ABC takeout. ABC stands for advantage by contact, so that driver's gained an advantage by contact, and in this specific instance has taken someone out. I believe the rule is causing another driver to come to a complete stop is the definition of a takeout. So unfortunately Tom Saunders will receive a 4-place penalty, if I remember correctly, meaning whichever position he finishes in at the end of this session, which is currently now 2nd, because John Boulter has charged to the top of the timesheets. Yes, Tom Saunders will drop 4 places at the end of the session.
Not an ideal lap there for Tom Saunders, but John Boulter, as you say, Jacob, all of a sudden coming to life really in this one, navigates through Mags Beckett's at the moment, and we will delve into the track, I imagine, in the next couple of sessions in a bit more detail for those of you who maybe were watching along yesterday or might not be familiar with this new venue. There's some fantastic corner names. Well, Charlie Walmsley Ride now jumps up into 1st place, provisional pole there, 1:29.1. We're watching as the number 31 of Barry Lakes navigates up towards Brooklands. So I think this one's still completely wide open. We've got 34 seconds left. Drivers are going to have to try and cross the line to get the last couple of attempts in. For some, this will be all they can do, but there's still plenty of change afoot. Hello to Turbo XJP, who says, how's the commentary booth? It's very good, and you mentioned the makeup suite. It's not actually in use today because I think they've decided I have too much of a face for radio. So
I just use my trailer.
Yeah, you've got the trailer. There's no point putting makeup on this, it doesn't really help anything. So here we go then, we watch as the number 31 of Barry Lakes crosses the line, does improve to go 3rd place overall. The checkered flag is waved to 1 minute 29.8. A few drivers now crossing into that 129 region. Let's see what else we can do. Can Charlie Walmsley Ride stay on provisional pole and turn it into a complete pole? We're going to find out in just a few minutes, folks. Neil Halliwell crosses the line there, 1 minute 30.0. Alfie Slater up into 3rd. Christian Hill takes that 3rd place though with a 129.7. Up next, we've got some big hitters in this session so far. Charlie Walmsley Ride, Barry Lakes, Tom Saunders. Tom Saunders and Barry Lakes look to have actually completed their running so far. It's going to be Charlie Walmsley Ride, 129.1 to beat, and actually improves on their own time. A 1 minute 28.6, finds half a second at the very end of this session, cementing that pole position.
Yeah, great stuff there from Charlie. I've been corrected in the chat, Reeve. ABC takeout is actually 6th position. Ben Robertson, clearly more experienced in advantage by contacts than I am. But yes, you are correct, Ben. ABC is 6 and a bump and pass is 4, as is forcing a driver wide. So the standard ABC is 4, but the most severe of ABCs is indeed 6 positions. So it was Tom Saunders, wasn't it, who's currently 6th. That will be translated into a 12th at the end of the session. We will soon be seeing our next qualifying session coming out of the pits once all of these from this session have filed back in. There'll be a quick switch over because it is the same set of karts being used as opposed to yesterday's live stream, which was alternating between cadets and juniors, 2 different fleets of karts. So we'll be having a little pause.
But I really enjoyed that session, I must say. Clearly, I think the track's getting a little bit more drivable. I think the drivers are perhaps maybe getting a little bit more familiar as well, which means that we were starting to see right at the end there, the time tumbling down. Could be another exciting one towards the very last moments of the session.
Yeah, we were speaking a little bit about the pre-event testing that runs on days such as this earlier, myself and some of the other Alpha Live crew. And they questioned whether or not you do see much of a benefit given the track's drying up and therefore conditions are going to be different between practice and the racing. I think certainly these drivers will have seen the benefit of going out in that practice session, given that conditions are very, very similar. And yeah, what we've seen at the end of the session is the conditions improving, but I think you'll have a better grasp on how much they are improving and how you can utilise that for yourself if you've been out there for the prior 30 minutes. So I think there is some benefit to it. Certainly I know a lot of the top drivers like to get themselves out there to get their eye in those practice sessions. Yeah, absolutely. If you did the half an hour test session this morning and then went into sprints this afternoon, you might not see as much benefit, but certainly worth doing. As we look down, Reeve, on Willie Chew preparing to go out in a kart. Viewers will not have seen that race suit and helmet combo for a long, long time, knocking about in a Club 100 event. But
what a privilege.
Yeah, you can see as he's just run off as I'm talking about him, almost as if you can hear me discussing him. But yeah, distinctive gold BUKC logo on the back of his helmet. And there he is, back with a seat insert. And he'll be going out in the next test session. He's not competing, he's just making the most of his privilege, positional privilege, to have a quick look around this circuit. He's doing a lot of work with Silverstone naturally for the setup of the Grand Finals event on the BUKC Drivers' Championship, and there is a benefit to experiencing it from a driver's perspective. So there's an argument that this is perfectly valid use of his time, but it's good to see him back out on a kart track regardless. Will loves his karting, as I'm sure almost everyone, if not absolutely everyone watching this will know. And it'll be interesting to see if he's got a transponder on this.
Yeah, no, I'm hoping he does. I'd love to see what his times are looking like.
Pretty handy driver. Well, back in the day, I seem to remember I think it was 2018 Drivers' Champs. Would it be at the start of 2018 or it might have been 2017 Drivers' Champs? He's right in the mix. There's Sam Taylor there at a standstill, not for the first time today, but certainly the first time on stream. Unfortunately, we missed his little mishap on the exit of Siemens in that last practice session. There's a Brunel jacket there. That's my friend Oshan from Brunel University. Lots of BKC drivers getting involved today then.
Yeah, absolutely. I imagine a bit of almost like a pre-event test perhaps for the Drivers' Champs later on this year. Maybe just getting a quick sight of things. Shame to say that might not be present for all that much BUKC action this year. Well, we'll see if there's a bit of free time, and maybe it might pop down with anyone else from the old Liverpool squad that might be showing up potentially. But
only if you're invited, Reeve.
Yeah.
If you show up uninvited, you know exactly what I'm going to do.
Oh,
and we won't say it on the stream because there could be children watching. But
I'll try.
I'll probably extend the invite, Reeve.
Oh, nice.
Started to like you over the last day or so.
Yeah. We can sit in the same room as each other, and we're both still breathing, so it's gone quite well so far.
Yeah, absolutely. We won't talk about what happened, but yeah. Yeah, so heavyweights will be going out next. You can see those guys getting their gloves on, adjusting the pedals, strapping their helmets up. A couple of familiar faces from the sprint series. We've got Adam Wright, Alex Pritchard, Jonathan Wilson, Steve Lindley, all of whom will be hoping to set as quick a lap time as possible. I think I saw some of them out in the test. I know Steve Lindley's name was on the list of people testing earlier. I think Jonathan Wilson was out there as well. Alex Pritchard we spoke to in the paddock show didn't go out in the practice, but he's doing both events today, the Sprint 40 and the sprints this afternoon. And yeah, it'd be interesting to see who can get a grasp of this track the quickest.
It will indeed. Now, when we had some brief moments of downtime in yesterday's ring, what we don't have this time around is some filming action going on the main course. Those of you who might have watched the broadcast yesterday will have seen me basically lose my marbles every time some classic cars came past with some filming. We have been given that privilege today by the looks of things. We'll certainly be able to hear if we do. But all the action here today is on the karting circuit. And what we did see yesterday as well was people coming along to watch what was going on the main course and then quite quickly turning around and looking far more at what was going on towards the end of the evening with the cadets and juniors action, because that was some brilliant stuff towards the end of the racing yesterday, wasn't it? Those finals really delivered, particularly the penultimate race, the cadet final, brought us a 3 or 4 kart battle for the race lead, which went down to the last lap, which is a story that became quite familiar yesterday. So some really good running there. Well done to all those cadets and juniors. Do let us know in the broadcast if anyone was racing yesterday and might just be tuning in today as well.
Yeah, it was a great day's race, and yesterday was a great stream in general. We had plenty of viewers throughout the day, lots of interaction in the chat, which we love. Do keep your comments coming in. We've got Elaine Gibson, who's wishing the very best of luck to Ty Gibson, LB62 Racing. Shout out for you and for the number 62. You'll have to let me know who that is, because I can't quite see anyone at the moment, although if there was 62 in the last session I might be able to pick it out. That was Bradley Tomlinson. Hopefully I've correctly given you the shout out that you're after there. And Harry Eden says, let's go Christian Hill, who did pretty well in the last session as well, finishing 4th overall with no penalties to their names. So yeah, looking good for Christian Hill. I think we're nearly ready to go. Most people seem to be clearing the pit lane.
Interesting.
It's started to rain the Reeve.
Yeah, we
can hear a little bit of crackling in my ear. I'm not sure if that's just feedback or whether that's...
I think that's the camera. I think that's
the sound of the rain on the camera,
Yeah, that's the sound of the rain dropping off the... I imagine there's some type of waterproof... I hope there's some type of waterproof protection on that camera, because it's going to need it now.
Well, you can see just out there, Reeve, on the balcony, there's plastic bag type things strapped around them to protect them from the elements.
Yeah, because that rain is beginning to come down now, so that prediction of times improving might be starting to become rather untrue. And this could be very interesting for drivers heading out there on track now, because it's one thing to have changeable conditions with a track getting drier, but when you're heading into a corner where the grip might have vanished compared to the previous lap, that is going to be even more interesting. You can see, folks, just look at how much water has already sort of fell onto the circuit. It's being kicked up by these karts as they head out for the next session. Now, a reminder, 5 minutes of practice feeding directly into qualifying, so I imagine drivers might be hoping that this they can get those qualifying laps in quite early in this one, because if the rain continues to pour down, the track's going to be quickest right at the start of that 10 minutes after practice.
Yeah, let's see how that impacts as we go on. You got two unnumber plated karts there at the front. That's our tester, Sam Taylor, and the aforementioned Willie Chew. But everyone else with the blue plates on is a heavyweights this afternoon, or rather this morning. We'll be racing, qualifying, and this afternoon we'll be racing. And then we'll have different classes, weight classes in the sprints to contend with. So yeah, a couple of familiar faces to CLUB100 live streams on stream. Steve Linley there, and Jonathan Wilson. I can't quite tell who that other driver is, but they do look familiar. I'll let you know who they are as and when they come over the timing beacon to start their first timed lap around Silverstone. Silverstone. Any? What would you go for?
I'm from the north, so we abbreviate it. No, Silverstone.
Yeah, fair. I never really think about it before I say it, along with everything else that comes out of my mouth. Willie has got a transponder on.
Fantastic.
If those of you following live timing, he comes up as number 999, and Willie. I've personally gone for 666. It was Alex Westmoreland, I did recognise him, that was racing with Linley and Wilson there in the middle of the pack. I knew I recognised him from somewhere. Let's have a little look. Aidan Lynn is in this one. Last year's heavyweight sprints 40 Northern champion. So our champion of 2 race wins last year is out in this one.
Good opportunity to look at the track here today. Just for those who, I say the uninitiated, but it's a new venue. Very few people are going to know it so far, apart from those who were aptly watching yesterday. So we've got 12 minutes. Let's have a quick gander at this circuit then. As you'll see me mentioned in the Paddock Show, it takes quite a bit of inspiration from the main course, as we have a few cars all navigating their way around about the same. I'm also waiting for my timing system to hopefully kick into life. We might wait until we get towards the start of the lap just to call it once again. Here we are. We run through the farm curve now. So onto the start-finish straight we go. You can see the tram lines where the drivers will be starting their races, and into that first corner, named Wellington, long sweeping left-hander, fairly high speed. In fact, the whole course is very high speed. All things considered, 1,300 metres were being completed in about 1 minute 10, 1 minute 11 when all was said and done. So that runs you through turn 2 and up to here. Brooklands, turn 4. Turn 3 is not really much of a corner. Brooklands feeds directly into Maggot and Beckett, which is very slight kick to left, followed by a right chicane, and then you come out down towards the bridge corner, which we're looking at here now. Tighter left-hander, hairpin there, a bit banked apparently. We were hearing from Benji Hamilton some fantastic insight from the Paddock Show, which you'll see coming up later on. From bridge we run it down through turn 9, the express curve, and into Priory, a prime overtaking opportunity was the Priory in the end, although drivers need to be wary over that big painted white patch there. Very easy to upset the kart and then find yourself off the course. But you run from turn 10 down to 11 and 12 here, which is Club and Ireland, and then you have some switchback hairpins coming up. First will be Seagrave, followed by Seaman, turn 15, the left-hander. Again, another great overtaking opportunity, providing there was a kart's width. Just need to be wary of the curve. You run through turn 16, then the wing curve, and then a bit of a stop at the museum before you get the kart out of the left-hander as quickly as possible, down the tram lines once again for the farm curve, and you complete the lap. Much easier said than done, particularly in these conditions. Currently in practice still, and it's a 1 minute 31.0, the lead time in this session. 7/10 of a second is what Jonathan Wilson leads this running by. Then Saul Gregory currently runs along in P2, Aidan Line in P3, and then Will Chew in P4, 1 minute 31.8 to round off practice, and we head straight into qualifying.
Yep, so these are the laps that count then, as useful as the previous ones were. But these are the ones that will determine the running order for race number 1. The finishing order of race number 1 will then determine the starting order for race number 2. It's that simple for the sprint 40s. Same format for sprint 60s as well. But as mentioned, 60, you get 60 minutes of racing, that's 2.5 hours. 40, you get 40 minutes of racing, 20 minutes. There's our reigning champion with the number 1 plate. Aidan Lynn returning for another year of heavyweight sprint 40 in the north. Other returning drivers, Steve Linley, we've mentioned, is out there. He finished 4th last year. Kai Crawford is out there. He finished 6th. We are missing a couple of drivers from last year's lineup, but plenty of returning faces from various other Club 100 championships. And I'm sure we'll see a few more familiar faces this afternoon as well. That is Benji Hamilton, I believe, there, sliding into turn 1. We've got a chat with him coming up in the paddock show later, the banked turn 1, which you can't quite see from that angle, Reeve.
Yeah.
I did think, as he was talking to me about it being banked, I'm going to have another look at that, because it doesn't look too banked from our camera angle. But yes, turn 1 is banked, and you saw him sliding in there, making the most of that banking to grip it up. You can absolutely see this section is Maggotts and Beckett's, but it leads into bridge, and from the camera angle we've got, you can certainly tell that there's banking on this one as we follow as Alex Pritchard at the lead of these 3 karts. You can see the banking there. Becomes even more apparent when you can switch to this angle as well, and you can certainly see the incline on that corner. So yeah, not too flat here, which is always good for a kart circuit, I feel. A bit of change in elevation never did anyone any harm. Certainly not the likes of Buckmore Park or GYG or even Clay Pigeon for that matter.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's great to see another element, another challenge added in to the circuit. I'd be curious to know actually if that was just a feature of the landscape anyway. On the, I've never really investigated the outside of this of the track boundaries here all that much, but I wonder if that was artificially added or whether it was just a feature of the geography anyway. Although I'm sure the drivers aren't really thinking about that right now. They're just thinking, how can I go even quicker still? And I think the answer is they just keep their heads down and put some decent laps in, because the rain has abated for the time being and the times are coming back towards. Aidan Lynn now leads with 1 minute 29.9, a couple of tenths ahead of Lee Crowther. Then we have Steve Linley running along in P3. That's only about 0.6 of a second down. So I think we could be on for, in the last 5 minutes of this session, another close end to qualifying. I am keeping one eye on Will Chu. He's currently running along in 1 minute 33, so 14th overall, sorry. But might be on for some improvements. Let's just see. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? Dennis Lazensky is currently running in 9th. Nice improvement there. I think a few drivers are still just getting their first kind of truly fast laps in. They're building up to the entry into qualifying now. Might still have had a bit of traffic around them or not quite had the clear space that they would have wanted. But now in these final 6 minutes, these opportunities should arise. We've got plenty of track where drivers can make up some clean running, some space to occupy. So we should start to see the driver's best coming in. I think they'll certainly want to, given that the conditions are looking rather questionable at the moment.
Yeah, so here is our current session leader and our reigning champion, Aidan Lynn, diving into Seagraves there. Set the fastest lap time of a 1:29.9 so far. The only person to break under 1.5 minutes of lap time. It feels strange saying 1.5 minutes at a kart circuit. That is a long lap, isn't it? It's only really PFI that could come close to that on the calendar. But yeah, back with Aidan now as he comes over the start-finish line and into that banked turn 1. You kind of see it from that reverse angle here, this front on. You don't get the full appreciation of the curvature of Wellington, as it's officially known.
Yeah, it looks to be one of those where I think the tight inside towards the apex is actually quite banked, but because of the horizon here, you just see the outer edge of the corner and it looks quite flat from our point of view. I think it's one of those, until you're physically on it and you can feel it, it probably doesn't look it. So,
new fastest lap from Steve Linley and Alex Pritchard, who's the second kart that we're following here. The number 7 there is up into second place, so he's obviously learned a thing or two from following our previous pole man Aidan Lynn around, and maybe fancies even going past him and setting an even better lap time than that. But yes, Linley, Pritchard and Lee Crowther is in 3rd at the minute. Kai Crawford, as I said, a returning driver from last year up into 4th. Lee Crowther's done Club 100 before. Did he do this session last year? Let me double check on that for you. He did indeed. He finished 21st overall last year. So a much improved showing from Lee for the moment. Willie Chew setting a decent enough lap time up in 6th as well. I don't think he'll be out for the racing this afternoon. I don't think he will be. You'd have to have a number plate on if you want to go out for the racing. I think he is just having a little jaunt in the qualifying session. Keep your support coming in on the chat. Plenty of fans of Benjamin Hamilton. Just to be clear, Benji's not racing. He is working. There he is, working his way around the track out the window. I've just seen him. Apologies, I just realised that as I said that you won't be able to see him on the stream.
Are you watching the delay?
I was watching him out on track. It's just above my laptop screen there. Yes, someone said, isn't it weird to think that he's in seniors now?
Yes.
Isn't it weird to think he's got a job now? Working for Club 100. But yes, back to the action then. Aidan Line and Alex Pritchard here. Alex Pritchard now at the top of the timings, so perhaps benefiting a little bit from the slipstream. Benji mentioned that to me in his interview earlier, and we talked about it yesterday. I've got to say, we didn't see too much slipstreaming down the back straight yesterday, or at least anyone getting a significant advantage from it, although that could just be us missing that from the comms box. Maybe that's the nature of cadet and junior racing. Expect to see a bit more of it this afternoon, though. It does tend to be a strong feature in senior racing, as Lee Crowther now makes his way to the top of the timings, closely followed by Willie Chew, who's not too far off him either. Alex Pritchard is about to set another lap time, but doesn't manage to go faster than his previous, still consistently lapping under a minute and a half, though. So yes, Lee Crowther will be on provisional pole position. Alex will be second, Stephen Lilly third, should it finish as it is right now.
Yeah, I think you mentioned the not seeing the slipstreaming all that much yesterday. I think it's a very fine balance that, particularly in the drivers today enjoying the longer races, are going to have to try and find. I think a lot of the reason why we weren't seeing much slipstreaming, but we're seeing overtakes running down the start-finish straight, for example, is it's right after that run through Museum and the farm curve. Museum was one of the primary overtaking spots, so drivers were using the opportunity to not get lap time. They were going for track position. So it does mean that, thinking about the longer race formats that we have today, drivers going to have to think big picture about their races, and do they think, let's not have this battle right now, let's just go for some quick laps and try not to compromise themselves and go for a clean run out of that Museum corner, because you don't want the kart to bog down with a slightly iffy line through the left-hander. 90 seconds left to go on the clock then. Lee Crowther with a 1 minute 29.1, and Will Chew flying along with a 1:29.2. Will, we need to see more of you out on track, clearly.
I told you he's pretty handy back in the day. It's yeah, he's always been a decent enough driver. Clearly, Aidan Line gets a bit was that out of shape, or he's just moving to one side to try and find a little bit of space for a quick lap. He'll have one more chance to set a quick lap after this, as Alex Pritchard gets a contact warning. We saw him following Aidan around earlier. But yes, this will be the last chance for these guys to set their lap times as they come across the finish line now. That will be it, I think. Expect to see the checkered flag in just a few moments' time. There's Benji Hamilton again, diving into the other banked corner, which is Bridge. And a little bit squirrely on the exit for that driver by there. Who is the 14? No, it's the 18. That is Lee Crowther. Crowther. There's a few surnames like that, isn't it? It really depends how you enunciate the vowel.
If anyone does know, and I'm going to say this tentatively based off how we ended up being directed to pronounce some names yesterday, which turns out was fine, and you know, we're going to see some banana stickers on some helmets in the cadets and juniors for the rest of the season. But if anyone does know that we happen to be pronouncing someone's surname, say you're a supporter or a fan or whatever, do let us know in the broadcast comments. We will do our best to correct ourselves on that. But the checkered flag is waved now. Damien Smith with a late charge there, 1 minute 28.8, 3/10. He's found over Lee Crowther there.
That's from absolutely nowhere, Reeve. He's just jumped up 29 positions. His previous lap time was only good enough for 30th overall, which is 4.5 seconds currently off the top time. he's found something from somewhere as Damien Smith. That's an incredible lap. Lee Crowther can't improve, so he stays second for now. Alex Pritchard can't improve, he stays third. Steve Lindley will be fourth, Kai Crawford fifth, Aidan Line seventh. Dennis Lazensky and Jonathan Wilson are still to complete their laps, I think, so we might see improvements from them, but unless we see another Damien Smith, I think that's pretty much your top 10 covered. Wow, that's I'm just going to dive on into Damien Smith. His next best lap time was indeed a 1:34.0, so he has gone over 5 seconds quicker than his previous time, I think. Yeah, he was 31st in the standings, and yeah, it's gone 5 seconds quicker. That is a huge amount of time to find right at the end of a test session. Congratulations.
Yeah, very impressive stuff though. We are going to head into our first bit of racing action though, so let's get ready.
We've got a few moments. They've got to bring these karts in, haven't they?
Oh, okay.
So we will follow this until all checker flags have appeared on time. Dennis Ladinsky and Jonathan Wilson didn't improve at the end of that one. So yeah, Damien Smith. He'll be chuffed with that, I imagine, when he watches this stream back later on.
Yeah, we often wonder whether drivers know that they've done so well in certain sessions. That's going to be one of those where it's such a vast improvement. You're going to know that that's a good one, aren't you? You're going to feel confident coming off, but perhaps maybe won't believe it himself that is actually a really impressive 1:28. I'll be interested to see if the track itself is beginning to come to life as well. But Kart's heading back into the track now. One thing I would love to do as well is, he's obviously very busy and actually doing some important stuff behind the scenes today. Wouldn't it be great if we can get a few words from Will Shue during the day to see what he thought of his running on track today, because he's done very well out there.
I'm sure I can entice him in here.
I'll leave your charming skills.
We will try and get him in between the two Sprint 40 races. So as I said, we'll have to change over the karts now as the lightweights go back out and change number plates, transponders and lead, etc. Will get changed and make his way back up to race control, which is just 2 rooms down from us. And I'll try and get him in here for a quick chat in between the lightweight and the heavyweight races. And in fact, there'll be a couple of breaks because there's 2 races for each of them.
There is indeed. We hear the engines die down though, which I think means that we are now good to kind of move over into race chat and into our race mode. Here we go then, it's the SP40 Lightweight North Race 1 coming up in just a moment. Let's take a look and see what the grid is going to shape up to be. Front row of the grid then, Charlie Walmsley Ride and Barry Lakes. Impressive qualifying earlier on. Then we have John Bolter and Christian Hill on row 2, followed by Alfie Slater and Neil Halliwell on the 3rd row of the grid. Dylan Edwards and Lewis Blench on row 4, followed by Joe Jennings and Ryan Harris on row 5. It's Zachary Melrose, Tom Saunders completing row 6 before row 7, which features Caden Graham and Larry Tyndall. Row 8, it will be Hugo Eriksson and Oliver Malinowski, and then we have Blake Hutton and Christian Lehner on row 8 and row 9. Row 10, it will be Emma Rabbage and Kane Ward, followed by Sebastian Banks and Jamie Crampton on row 11. Douglas Smith and Russell Cooper complete row 12, followed by row 13, which will have Luke Thompson and Ellis Metcalf, Lewis Cook and Bradley Tomlinson complete row 14, and Aaron Stillwell and Jacob Rattray on row 15. Following the final few drivers now, we have Joshua Cope and Patrick Nichols on row 16, Tim Parsons and Kaylan Nikolov on row 17, and then we have Jake Wilkins running along in row 18. 35 karts on the grid for this Lightweight North SP40 Race 1. Packed grid here in the SP40 today. We've got plenty of track for that running though, so I think we're in for a real treat with the racing today.
Big thank you to Trace T69 in the chat who says it's Crow as in Crouch for Crowther.
Thank you.
So we will make sure we are correctly pronouncing that surname once our heavyweights are back out on track. Much appreciated for the tip-off. But yes, first up are the lightweights. Charlie Walmsley Ride storming to the top of the timings late on in that qualifying session earlier. Got Barry Lakes and John Bolter up there with them as well. They'll be getting themselves in these front few karts that you can see on your screens now once the refueling has been completed. I think they're weighing all of the heavyweight drivers as well, which is why you haven't immediately seen the drivers come out to get their stuff on the karts. And
it's good though, it gives the crew a good chance to have a quick look over all the karts before they head out for the slightly longer format races. So you can see crew there checking with the chain lube, checking to make sure that everything is all good, and there are some of our drivers with you actually get a fantastic view of the start-finish straight in this paddock, and that run down to turn 1 you can see a little bit of that banking that we mentioned earlier on. And if you can't look from here, I mean, you've got the at this paddock building, you've got a nice big balcony where you can see the entire circuit. Our comms box, we can see the entire circuit from as well, and no doubt there's other points dotted around where you'll be able to get a good look at the track.
Yeah, it really is a spectacular venue for a round of motorsport, as you would expect from Silverstone in any capacity. So we're just waiting for the lightweight drivers to make their way out into the karts. Karts are being fueled up. Those big red things you can see there are full of petrol.
Might need to pinch some before I head home tonight.
Stevie Warwick cranking the handle.
Well, these are 2-stroke actually, it's probably a terrible idea.
Yes. Ill-advised. Got Jacob Underhill there, giving us some chain lube. Featured heavily in yesterday's cadet lightweight races. Second overall, I believe, in the A final, if I remember correctly, Reeve. That was a very tightly contested A final as well. Well, probably our race of the day yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it all came down to we had a couple of photo finishes yesterday, but that was one of those where it was so close across the line, and it did, I was mentioning it in practice and quality, then it all came down to that run out of Museum through the farm curve to the start-finish straight, where we were seeing these battles containing sometimes 5, maybe 6 karts, where the driver who was running along in P6 at the start of that last lap would end up being at least on the podium, if not within a shout for the race win as they cross the line. Just goes to show, certainly don't give up, because there's all to play for in these races, and I'm sure we're going to see that over our slightly longer formats coming up in just a moment. But a quick thank you to all of you tuning in. We've got some really good numbers watching along today as well. But as ever, I'm always going to say, do make sure if you've got any friends or family who might be interested in the world of karting, tell them to tune in and give us a quick watch along as well. It is much appreciated. There will be a nice bit of entertainment for your Sunday day.
Yeah, we've got a good mix of drivers in this lightweight race. I think it'll be quite feisty for the opening couple of laps. And a 20-minute race, I feel, is the perfect length for the kind of racing that we put on here at Club 100. It's not so long that everyone just spaces out and you kind of lose track of who's where, but it's not too short in that you don't get anyone trying a bit too hard, shall we say. And it's one of the reasons why we do 25-minute races in BUKC. It's one of the reasons why a lot of drivers prefer these Sprint 40 and Sprint 60 sessions, and indeed the Club 100 experience, to our standard sprint weekends. And it's one of the reasons why the Sprint 40 replaced the Endurance is super popular with the vast majority of the drivers. You can see plenty of them on shot now, all of these keen racers. Looking forward to 20 minutes worth of racing.
They are indeed.
So,
and
yeah, there'll be 4 races then, 2 lightweights, 2 heavyweights before our lunch break, which when you'll get to see that paddock walk that we've mentioned, where we talk to various drivers about the circuit and their hopes and dreams for this season of North racing. And then after, we will get into our sprints, which is very, very short format racing this afternoon.
yeah, very much a change-up of the order for that one, but looking forward to seeing this SP40 format, as you say. Obviously, the results from race 1 feed into race 2 as well, so all potentially not lost based on how race 1 goes. You can still fight for it in the second a lot of 20 minutes worth of running. That's what we saw for our cadets and juniors. They run a rep charge format where those who maybe run in, say, Group B, for example, but finish first or second, can work their way up into the A final. And it made for some fantastic drives through the order from drivers who maybe didn't qualify where they wanted to, but they had plenty of track running left to do. We have less an opportunity for that today, but we have more track running, so hopefully if qualifying hasn't quite gone your way, you might be able to pick up pieces as long as you get a good couple of stints in.
We should be going very, very shortly. I'm not entirely sure what we're waiting on.
See drivers eager there, ready to, it almost looks a bit like a Le Mans start almost, the way they're queuing up and ready to dash off to their karts.
Promise you that's not the case.
I know.
Got Johnny
Maybe.
P down there on the left-hand side. I'm not sure if Johnny was here yesterday, but Johnny P is a long-time Club 100 photographer and a lovely bloke. Have you met Johnny
Yes,
P?
yeah.
Yeah, top guy. And there'll be a brilliant set of photos. He's really, really good at on and off track photography. It's Johnny, not to mention, well, Jack Dixon.
Was in the kart while he's...
Yeah, absolutely. Jack Dixon's here again today as well, as was here yesterday, and he's great too. Not to take away anything, but yeah, John, who is aiming his camera at our camera right now.
Ooh.
Interesting perspective. Yeah, lovely guy. Great photos. Can't wait to see what he produces. That's Steve Hicks. Looks like he's putting on the fuel caps so these cars can get going. He'll be the voice you can faintly hear over the microphone throughout the course of the day. Presumably he's told everyone else what the hold-up is, and you and I are still oblivious up here in the comms box.
Maybe that's why they're doing it then. It's just to put us on our feet and then get us excited and anticipating the racing coming up.
Maybe they've all got us in like headphones and they're really enjoying us filling this time with our conversational chit chat.
Yeah, or musings about various bits of Silverstone action from the weekend and the likes, but looking forward to getting in. So what else we can see, as Josh Wood says, yeah, really lucky to have JP photographing all of our photographing. Well, you'd think I'd know how to speak.
You can pronounce it both ways.
You think I know how to speak if you're commentating, but it says he's very lucky to have JP doing all of the photography for the racing, and yeah, he does do some immense stuff. I like to do a little bit of dabble in a little bit of photography every now and again, and the high shutter speed stuff of fast moving subjects is not something I've quite nailed just yet, shall we say.
I've seen you do photography.
Have you?
I have, yeah.
When?
I spotted you once. I was like, oh, look, there's Reeve photographing over there.
Did you come up to Liverpool one time, did you?
I've been there. My last time was nearly 2 years ago now, March 15th, 2024, for a Europa League game.
Oh, very nice.
Against Slavia Prague, which Liverpool won 6-1.
So good spirits, then I take it in the centre of Liverpool town.
I missed one of the goals. I was getting a hot chocolate.
Ah.
But otherwise, a thoroughly enjoyable night, and one of Jurgen Klopp's last European nights.
Of course, yeah.
As manager. So glad to say I experienced that while it was available.
Yeah, see, that I know very little about football, but that I do know. People miss it. So there we go. That is my football insight complete.
Don't we just? The lightweights are getting ready then. You can see them there, adjusting pedals, fixing lead to the cart, putting number plates and transponders on, so everyone will have their own number plate and corresponding transponder, which enables the timing system. Some people use seat inserts. You can see one going in 3 or 4 carts back there. That's just to help fill out the seat, because you don't want to be sliding about in these standard sized seats, especially not these lightweights who might be a bit on the thinner side. They won't mind me saying. But yes, number plates and transponders are mandatory. Lead, you'll need to lead up to a minimum weight for this, which I believe is 82 kilos, but it'll be around that. I'll be honest, I've not raced Sprint 40, or this will be the first Sprint 40 I've actually witnessed in the flesh. I say witnessed in the flesh, we've never streamed it before either, so this will be the first experience of Sprint 40 for me officially, and yeah, I can't off the top of my head recall the weight. I'm sure someone in the chat will be able to tell us though what the weight minimum is here. But yeah, lead goes on the little poles just down to the side of the cart, so you'll see people crouching down and fitting those in. transponder goes on the other side, number plate on the front as everyone can see, and the pedals can be adjusted for 3 positions, near, middle and far. And it looks to me like just about everyone has managed to get themselves sorted. People seem to be clearing the grid, and we'll be underway racing in the next couple of minutes.
We should be indeed. So just to give you a quick reminder of some of the names we'll be seeing in this one. Charlie Walmsley Ryde and Barry Lakes will be starting on the front row of the grid. Then it'll be Christian Hill, Alfie Slater, Neil Halliwell, Dylan Edwards and Lewis Blench. That's your top 8. And then we have Joe Jennings and Ryan Harris completing the top 10 to start this one. We Zachary Melrose, Tom Saunders, Caden Graham, Larry Tyndall, Hugo Eriksson, Oliver Manowski, Blake Hutton, Christian Lehner, Emma Rabbage and Caden Ward complete your top 20. Then we have Sebastian Banks, Jamie Crampton, Douglas Smith, Russell Cooper, Luke Thompson, Ellis Metcalf, Lewis Cook, Bradley Tomlinson, Aaron Stillwell and Jacob Rattray completing 30 drivers on the grid. Then we have Joshua Cope, Patrick Nichols, Tim Parsons, Kalen Nikolov and then Jacob Wilkins completing the 36 kart grid that we'll be seeing kicking off very shortly indeed.
The chat did indeed correct me on the weights. We've got 76 kilos is the weight minimum here. Sprint is slightly lower than that as we have now introduced middle weights in sprinting. So yes, 76 kilos is the minimum. If you weigh less than 76 kilos, you have to make it up to 76 kilos with lead. You can get lead on the poles. I think you get up to 14 kilos on the poles, if I remember correctly. Again, I'm sure someone will mention it in the comments if I'm wrong. And you can also attach lead to a seat insert. So you'll see the lighter drivers, like Dante Dillon, carrying around weighted seat inserts as opposed to the rubber ones that CLUB100 provide. And those are the ways in which you can weight up. New rule in CLUB100, I think this year actually, that you can't have anything loose, because some drivers would occasionally bring stuff and stuff it between them and the seats, which was a hazard, safety hazard for flying out mid-racing. So that's been clamped down on now. And so there's Charlie at the front of the queue, ready to go out straight into formation. It'll be as they come out as well. There's the whistle. So no practice lap, they've had their practice and qualifying. I think Benji Hamilton said he would be in the pace kart today, so he should be waiting for them out on track somewhere. Can't see him out the window, but the karts are being directed through the cut through. And yeah, Benji's nowhere to be seen. It's diving off probably, but you can see the karts here already forming up the 2x2 that we are used to for a race start.
They are indeed. It's a big grid to get formed up for this one. Well, I know these guys are experienced and I'm sure we're ready to go imminently. Reminder, the drivers need to run down the tram line, stay in formation before we get to go racing once more. Once we are good to go, you've got up to Brooklands to make sure that everyone's started fairly and safely, at which point that you're past the false start point and the race will not be restarted for any reason and reset to lap 0 in effect. For 20 minutes of running first for our first bit of racing action today. They look like they're ready to go already then. We run down the tram line. Oh, we're going round again, apologies. I missed the gesture from the marshal potentially. There's the pace cart just siding on through, getting to the front end of the pack, making sure everyone is formed up, but they weren't far off. That looks fit. Looks like we were nearly ready to go. Yeah,
sometimes drivers are sensible, Reeve. But you can't rely on it, which is why Benji has now made his way to the front to control the pace as they come round, and I'm pretty sure we will be getting going as soon as they do through the cut through. And a couple of car testers in the background of your shot you might see going out to warm up the cars that aren't in use at the moment. But yeah, thumbs up from Benji in the pace car. That means we get round Seagraves and Siemens, and once we're through Museum, Benji will pull off to the side and we will get this race underway.
Well, indeed, there we go. The indication for drivers to manage their pace, meaning that any moment now the pace cars should dip away for the first time today. We run down the tram lines. Pace cart is away. Walmsley Ryde versus Lakes as they run down towards turn 1 in this one. Who's going to get that good run down the inside line? That seems to be the story to tell in the start of these races, but it's a good start for everyone. In fact, watch out for number 31 of Barry Lakes there, tries to hang it around the outside from pole, obviously, and might just be hanging on to things pretty well. He has to jump in behind and drop down to P2.
I think it's Christian Hill who's made the best start there, the 96 and the orange helmet, as it gets a little bit argy-bargy coming down into Brooklands for the first time. And yeah, through Maggots and Beckett's, Christian Hill from 4th place on the grid got a great launch, didn't he? And just side through the middle. I think that is Barry Lakes still in 2nd place. So Charlie Walmsley Ride losing out from pole position by a couple of positions.
Does have a jump start penalty though, does Barry Lakes. It was a bit too good of a start, unfortunately. So that will be compromising his results towards the end of this race. We see the number 44 there of Alfie Slater under a bit of pressure from Barry Lakes, who goes down the inside and takes back P2.
Interesting to see if there's penalties as well for Christian Hill, starting right behind Barry Lakes and obviously getting a really good start. He's got a fair few kart lengths lead already. Be very happy with that as he crosses the line for the first time. The number 44 of Alfie Slater now up into 2nd place. Solid first lap from that side of the grid is Alfie Slater for 5th, I should say.
And Christian Hill, obviously, fantastic start to the race for himself, now leading the charge. What does pick up a penalty in the end, but it's for a cone.
Oh, okay.
So 1 cone penalty means a reduction in race result after the running is completed. So Christian Hill no longer able to win this one. Barry Lakes in the same boat. Alfie Slater looking good then as it stands. Currently doesn't have track position, and obviously, if you're a racing driver, you want that track position. But so far on paper, it's looking good.
Yeah, through Maggots and Beckett's, and you can see how slidey it is as you go through that normally flat chicane, and full use of the curbs from those drivers going through that fast complex. We've had a couple spin out actually further back down through the order on the exit of that corner. Christian Hill isn't quite getting away with this. Built up a decent gap on lap 1, but slowly being reeled in by Alfie Slater on this one. The 26 of Charlie Walmsley Ride now back up into 3rd after less than ideal first lap, and dives up the inside of Seagraves. Is that going to hold, or is he going to wash out on the exit? He's got a left-hander coming up next, and yes, Charlie Walmsley Ride up into 2nd place and they're leading the charge after Christian Hill in 1st. Gap last time around, the first time around, was 1.1 second. Have they managed to close in any of that, or is it maintained
over the
distance?
shoulder?
It's about the same as it was last time. Up the inside goes Alfie Slater though and takes back 2nd place. It is, and Charlie Walmsley Ride though holds position.
Yeah,
and hangs it on.
We're getting some fantastic sound effects from Brooklands here, but yeah, Walmsley Ride holds on to the outside liner, running through turn 2 very nicely indeed. You could tell he thought that that run was compromised out of the farm curve, because already looking over the shoulder, knowing that Alfie Slater was going to be gunning down towards turn 1. We run through the bridge, bank curve now, and still things are looking good for Walmsley Ride, who is back in control of this, battling Joe, but the question is for how long. They are pretty much attached bumper to bumper at this point, round about a kart length separating them, give or take, based on where we are navigating the track. Now we can see Slater being a little bit braver than some others, perhaps with the curbage on the outside there. We do know that paint is going to be very wet indeed. It'll be low grip and it might cause you to run off wide and into the grass, but so far hasn't really phased Mr. Slater as they close on up on Christian Hill. Last time around, Walmsley Ride with that 128.6, a notable improvement over the previous run for Christian Hill, so we'll see what this lap time looks like, but so far, it has to be said, it looks good for them. They are closing up on the race lead. Yeah,
the chopping and changing positions that they were doing a lap ago wouldn't have done them too many favours. Christian Hill's pace is good, but Charlie Walmsley Ride's pace is even better, as Alfie Slater's slightly slower than both of them, but still very much in touch with them. So keep an eye on that battle for the lead as we drop back down to Dylan Edwards and Ryan Harris in their bright orangey helmets, battling over 7th, 8th, and I'll say 9th as well, because Doug Smith is right on the back of that duo. Ryan Harris through Beckett's and Maggots. Looks to get within touching distance. And then a much shallower line through Bridge. Looks like an overtaking opportunity, but I think it is just purely trying different lines there rather than actively going for an overtake. Just looking out the window at our race leaders, they're about as equally spaced out as these guys we're following here. Someone's off in the background. That's the 67, I think, of Luke Thompson. It's not been Luke's day. He's got a takeout penalty already. Penalty for Alfie Slater. Cone penalty for Alfie Slater. So I think he had a warning earlier, didn't he? And yes, he's had a cone penalty and another cone warning as well. So I think it's one warning and then a penalty, another warning and then another penalty. That's showing on the board now for Alfie as they come round to start lap 5.
Walmsley Ride still holds the fastest lap of this race then, 1 minute 27.3. The time's definitely improving. The track starts to look a little bit more raceable as these karts navigate their way around and begin to kick any of that standing water that might be lying around there off the track as they begin to get a bit of energy and heat into the tarmac via the tyres. Now, there isn't really much of a wet line here or a dry line, per speak. There will be a little bit of some rubber on this tarmac surface now, as we see navigating the banked left-hand corner. There are some differences in those lines being taken. So drivers are going to have to be very careful about how they do some damp running.
Charlie Walmsley Ride is going for the race lead into Priory and takes it. He'll have some work to do to hold on to it because Christian Hill comes back at him into Club, regains the lead. Charlie seemed to gain a lot of confidence under braking there at Bridge and fancies another look. There's a bit of contact there, I think, so he will concede the place. Alfie Slater's about to get involved in this, so if they keep doing that sort of thing. Yeah, it seemed to me like Charlie Walmsley Ride was desperate to get past that back marker. Emma Rabbage has had some mechanical issues in this race and so braked quite late for Bridge and then realised, oh, I can brake that late, and so just dived up the inside of the following corner at Priory. But Alfie Slater seems to have learned that lesson as well because they are now bumper to bumper, this front three.
Yeah, they are indeed. I think we saw running into turn 14, potentially Christian maybe going a little bit too deep, but recovered well because just hung it around the outside and had the inside here. As we see the number 44 of Slater having looked down the inside towards Brooklands here. And it's a big off for Mr. Slater, who goes over the curb and into the grass, is pointing in the right directions back on the tarmac, but all the momentum scrubbed off, losing a huge amount of time down that back straight.
Yeah, it was a great move in the first instance from Alfie Slater, and he just tried to maintain too much of the speed he carried through, I think, and washed out on the exit. Quite unforgiving that. We saw a couple of drivers do that yesterday afternoon in cadets and juniors, and unfortunately for Alfie, he's got some work to do now to catch up. Nevertheless, the number 19 of John Bolter has caught right up to our lead pack. It was briefly a 4-kart battle, but I think it's still going to be a 3-1 if John can keep this level of pace up, consistently lapping around the 1 minute 28. So yes, Charlie Walmsley Ride having a little look around the outside of Siemens and might get the switch back here. Really, they're side by side going into Museum, and yeah, Christian Hill I think kind of gave him the nod almost there, given that he had the inside line. Bolter is right up with them now. You can see these three coming around to start lap number 7. Bolter going slightly wider on entry to Wellington. This is the 31 of Barry Lakes.
Started in second on the grid, of course, in this one. On a bit of recovery at the moment is Barry Lakes. We jump back in, though, with the front end action as they navigate their way around Brooklands. We can see there looks to be that for the time being. Walmsley Ride hangs on to the lead. Hill and Bolter just behind, though. In fact, very much just behind. They are pretty much attached to each other now as we run through Maggots and Beckett. I want to give a quick mention to the likes of Douglas Smith in this one, as we see Walmsley Ride potentially under threat from the inside there through Bridge, but holding off an attack from two fronts there. Side by side go his nearest rivals through Priory and filing in single file. Barry Lake seems to be catching up in this one, as we can see the number 96 of Christian Hill potentially looking at a slightly tighter run through the right handle there. Does think better of it, just hangs back for the time being. We're going to run into turn 14 now. Barry Lakes, as I say, closing up. And I do want to give mention to Douglas Smith, biggest mover in this race. 15 places made up from 23rd and now into 8th. All the action is happening at the front end of the pack here, though, as maybe a little bit too deep into the corner goes Walmsley Ride. Can Christian Hill do anything?
It's John Bolter, Reeve.
Yeah, sorry,
in the run between Bridge and Priory, Bolter just seemed to have a massive overspeed and made his way up into second place. He's now challenging Charlie Walmsley Ride for the lead, down into turn 1, into Wellington. Inside line for Bolter, slides up the inside. We've seen Walmsley Ride cut back though, and he does so again here. Maintains the lead into turn 2 and down into Brooklands. Now they are as you were coming across the start finish line. Yeah, Barry Lakes is very much in touch here. Alfie Slater has recovered from his off as well. Is that him in the background catching up to them once again, so he can still be in the mix here? Like I said, 20-minute races are perfect length really for this sort of thing to happen. And yeah, with the battling going on at the front, I don't think these guys will get away. No significantly better runs out of Bridge this time. Contact warnings come in for Christian Hill as well. A couple more penalties to mention. Forcing a driver wide for Christian Lehner, who's down in 15th at the moment, and a racing under yellows for Caden Graham, and overtaking under yellows for Sebastian Banks. So not the most disciplined of races that we've ever seen in Club 100 ongoing at the minute, but these guys at the front are racing fairly and honestly, I feel.
Yeah, they are indeed. They seem to be giving each other plenty of respect, and they're only taking those opportunities that are actually going to result in a potential overtake. There we see, though, looking over the shoulder, Walmsley Ride there with Bolter now side by side, taking a look down the inside, and nothing he can do from that far back, though. And we jump to the action with Barry Lakes and Alfie Slater just behind these two. They are closing up, but we've just had a few, in fact quite a few penalties coming in for racing under yellows for the likes of Slater. Douglas Smith involved there as well. So I imagine a yellow flag being waved for a second. A few drivers fortunately missing that one, and that is a pretty slam dunk one. So we can see, though, running through towards Bridge down the inside, it goes John Bolter. Nice move there, but might have lost out in terms of exit pace there, and onto the grass at the end of the curve goes Walmsley Ride. He has been able to continue on, but lost a huge amount of pace.
I think his kart might be damaged.
Yeah,
I think that might be a puncture. We'll try and see, but he's going very slowly. Yeah, he's lost out to Barry Lakes as well. Dylan Edwards picks up a penalty. But I think Charlie Walmsley Ride, I'm looking out the window, he's going super slowly. He's pulled up. Yeah, that's an issue, and he's pretty much out of this race, Reeve. Really unfortunate, but the exit of that corner, very unforgiving. He's probably the first person that we've seen that's found that out. I'm just looking now out the window at what's going on there. Christian Hill's back in the lead, but it's going to be side by side with John Bolter. Going with a little bit of mud on the inside by there. Into Wellington, I think Bolter's going to have the inside line and be slightly ahead. Be interesting to see if Christian Hill can get a bit more grip and get the switch back. Doesn't look like he's been able to pull that off. Charlie Walmsley Ride has got going again. Has a very wide line for Bolter there, and Christian Hill's going to tuck up the inside and take the lead back. Lakes and Slater are going to be involved in this. Cone warning for Lakes, just to mention. But yeah, if these two keep battling out as they have been for the last couple of corners, it will soon be a four-kart battle. Where's Charlie Walmsley Ride ended up? He's down in 30th.
He is indeed. What a shame that race coming to a premature end then. As we see, down the inside goes Bolter, though, running through turn 10. Could be a better run potentially for Hill as they go side by side down towards turn 11 in just a moment. Hill takes back the lead of this race. 12 is next, followed by turns 13 and 14, of course. And Hill controls things for the time being. Barry Lakes and Alfie Slater not too far behind Bolter with the new fastest lap of this race. We head through the switchback corners now, with Hill seemingly in control. I think we're going to have a bit more contention as we run through Museum and Farm Curve, if we are going to have any more on this lap.
Yeah, just a reminder then, Barry Lakes in third place has a jump start penalty. Christian Hill in second place has a cone penalty. Alfie Slater in fourth has a cone penalty. In fact, he has 2 cone penalties to his name at the moment. So Alfie Slater's also got a racing under yellows penalty, as does Doug Smith in 6th place. There's quite a few poor discipline under yellow flag penalties, as I like to phrase them, come through in this race. So not the best adherence to the rules in that regard. So John Boulter looking strong. He's in 2nd place at the minute, and little snap of oversteer there through bridge as well, but currently in the net lead and quite comfortable going to the inside of Priory, and it looks to me like he's got that move done. Yeah, excellent stuff. No switchback on offer there. Boulter seemingly gets very good drives out of bridge as the fastest lap comes in for our former race leader Charlie Walmsley Ride. He's down in 30th.
Ooh, great move though from Christian Hill, who saw an opportunity heading into turn 14. Gets a kart out in front, but we do know these switchbacks going side by side. Sorry to interrupt Jacob there, but Christian Hill all of a sudden just saw a gap and absolutely went for it. Boulter's now going to be side by side, gets a good run out of turn 15 into the museum we go. Has the race lead, but might have just scrubbed off a little bit too much speed running through the farm curve. We shall see. Has the lead for the time being. They look over the shoulder because they know that Slater and Lakes are closing up. Now Boulter goes a little bit wide on entry into the first corner. Holds on to the lead, but as I say, Lakes and Slater are joining this mix.
Yeah, some really good racing so far. Boulter defends, and that's a very wide line from Hill into Brooklands. Lakes and Slater not too far off. There's only 3 minutes of this race. It's very much the business end now. A minute and a half lap times they're setting. There is not long left of this one. As that was a dive up the inside from Alfie Slater, I think. And yes, he has progressed up into 3rd place. Side by side coming down is Priory, though I think Barry Lakes might have it back, but no, Slater holds the inside line and overdrives a little bit on the exit. So Barry Lakes does maintain 3rd place. These two can't afford to squabble too much by here if they want to be catching up to the 2 in front of them. It's only going to slow them down, but with 2 minutes left of the race, they might think, you know, this is the best that we can hope for. There's just a couple of kart lengths between them. There's a second, I think, that separates the 2 battling duos, and they might think, we're not going to get it back, we're out of the slipstream, let's just battle it out between ourselves. So Boulter now takes this round. We will get 2 more laps after this one. So the contact warning comes in for Bradley Tomlinson. Hello to everyone watching in the chat, Buddy and Matthias and Treviso, Gethin as well, all joining us on YouTube. Please do like, share and subscribe. Through Maggots and Beckett's, there's a yellow flag out as an observer goes to replace the cone, which has had much more of a battering today than they did yesterday, Reeve.
They have indeed. The contested juniors overall very well behaved, it must be said. We do have a couple of penalties in the front end of the mix here in this one. We're just going to call it as we see it on track, of course. I don't believe any of our top 2, in fact, no, yeah, Christian Hill does have a penalty. Boulter seems to be clear though, but again, the results are effectively provisional until after the fact, after the officials have noted down those results. But let's just enjoy the track action, as we say. Not long to go in this one. Boulter leads us ahead of Hill. They seem to have done quite a good job in this race, Jacob, of having their own scrapping, having their own battling without compromising themselves too much in terms of pace down to Lakes and Slater. I did fear, as we saw plenty in the cadets and juniors yesterday, that when you start squabbling out in front, you bring the rest of the pack involved into the mix. They've done a very good job of having their own fight while still holding on to that lead.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's one of the elements that the wet racing brings in that 2 drivers can take 2 very different lines and still maintain a decent amount of pace.
Yeah.
And often when we see overtakes like that, it comes from drivers taking a drastically different line to pull off the overtake. So it's not like in the dry where they're both going off the racing line due to the side-by-side action. So sometimes you see that in wet racing. We are on the last lap. So if anyone's going to be taking any different lines and doing any overtaking, they need to do it soon-ish. John Boulter has about a kart length between him and Christian Hill. Christian Hill does have a penalty, mind you. So should there be an overtake, I think John Bolter will still be good value for this win. Into Priory for the last time then. Certainly the last time in this race. These guys will be back for another 20 minutes after the next race. Through Ireland and Tower. Approaching Seagraves for the last time. Does Christian Hill fancy a lunge under braking? Reasonably defensive, I think, that from John Bolter. Possibly to his detriment, because Christian Hill gets a fantastic drive out of Seagraves and passes him before we get to Siemens. One last corner to go. That's going to be Museum. Hill has a quick look over his shoulder. There's nothing Bolter can do. Christian Hill's going to win this on the road. John Bolter will get maximum points and may even snatch it. If he can sneak up the inside, he can't. Worth a look, absolutely, from John Bolter, but due to Christian Hill's penalty, he'll inherit the win anyway. Great driving from the both of them throughout. Barry Lakes and Alfie Slater third and fourth on track. Lewis Blench fifth. Doug Smith has made up a fair few positions there from 23rd to finish sixth overall, and unfortunately did pick up a penalty on his way, but great drive from Doug nonetheless. Oliver Malinowski finishes seventh. Ryan Harris eighth. Tom Saunders in ninth. And Neil Halliwell rounds out your top 10. Good first race, Reeve, and looking forward to seeing these guys back out in about 20 minutes' time.
Yeah, absolutely, of course. The grid for the next race will be settled based upon the results from this one, so we'll have a bit more of an idea as to what the results look like. But as you say, Jake, really intriguing race to kick things off here at Silverstone today. The track starting to slightly improve throughout that one, 27s, 26s towards the end there, so starting to see some slightly cleaner running, which might progress further into the afternoon as well, providing that the rain stays away from us. I haven't quite updated myself on the full forecast since yesterday, so I'll endeavour to do that in just a moment. But well done to Hill, Bolter, Lakes, Slater. I'm going to give another shout out as well to the likes of Douglas Smith, making up 17 places. Any other big movers as well? Well, Oliver Malowski making up 9 places immediately behind him. But that is going to bring an end to the SP40 Lightweight North action for just, well, around about 20 or so minutes, maybe half an hour, because we're going to jump in to the heavyweight race one very shortly. Here we go then, folks. It's SP40 Heavyweight North Race 1 getting ready to go out on track very shortly. Let's see then what our names are going to be. Let's take a look at what the grid is shaping up to look like then. So, heading on to row 1 in this one, it's going to be Damien Smith and Lee Crowther, followed by Mr. Will Chu. Will indeed be taking part in this one, which is great to see. Alex Pritchard completing row 2 alongside him there. Steve Lindley and Kai Crawford on row 3, followed by row 4, Aidan Line and Dennis Lezensky. It's then Jonathan Wilson and Joe Wright on the 5th row of the grid. Adam Hadfield and Tom Walwyn on row 6, followed by row 7 with Saul Gregory and Bailey Morgan. It's Tom Edwards and Phil Cooper on row 8, and then we have Ethan Hallett and Garrett O'Connor on the 9th row of the grid. Running on to row 10 then, it's Jonathan Heston and Lewis Ashforth. Then we have Matthew Cockeroom and Clive Morfitt on row 11. It's Luke Burrow and Tom Taylor on the 12th row of the grid in P23 and 24 respectively. And then we have Dominic Kelly and Alex Westmoreland on row 13. Then we have Chris Phillips, Ben Pickard on row 14, with row 15 featuring Stephen Westwood and Jamie Garside. Final few karts then, it's going to be Henry Lamb and Kenneth Lech on row 16. Then we have Oliver Collins and Jonathan McLeod on row 17. Followed by Rowan Horder, completing the 35 cars grid for our SP40 heavyweight action in the racing today. Race 1 coming up here in a moment. Then, of course, drivers jumping out of the cart after the lightweight running and getting ready to get going for the heavyweight in just a moment. Now is the time for karts to be checked in terms of fuel, in terms of getting lead in to make sure that you're all meeting the minimum weight, so we can go racing in a few minutes. But reflecting on that one then, that lightweight race was a very enjoyable one indeed. That fantastic battle towards the front there. A few movers throughout the pack, nice packed grid. It was actually Walmsley Ryder who ended up with that fastest lap of the race overall then, fairly late on. Obviously, unfortunately, his progress somewhat abated by the earlier instance, but still made his way up back to 25th overall. That's the lightweights concluded though, Jacob. Time for some heavyweight action in just a moment.
Yeah, after the lightweights have had a telling off from JV, because you may have caught some of it there. Very muffled chat in the background, but the discipline in that race was awful.
There were a few, certainly.
Something I spent half a day in November building was the new CLUB100 penalty sheet. You might have heard me mention it yesterday, actually. And we now have a running tally that automatically adds up the number of calls on the radios for either warnings or penalties, and the number of penalties themselves. So we are more acutely aware of what's a good race and what's a bad race. We get a better idea of how many calls per minute we get in certain types of formulas and the different races that we run in CLUB100. And I mean, you didn't even need that to know that that was a bad race. There was so many penalties.
Yeah.
And discipline under yellow flags. At one point in that race, we had
just
1, 2,
pouring
3,
in, yeah.
4, 5, 6, 7 forcing a driver wide, racing under yellows, overtaking under yellows, overtaking under yellows, racing under yellows, racing under yellows, racing under yellows. They do tend to come as a group. Typically, if one driver's racing under yellows, the next driver seems to think, oh, it's okay to drive at that speed. You're better off backing off, letting the driver in front getting a penalty, letting the officials do their job.
Because that'll do the overtake for you then.
Absolutely, yeah.
We'd rather no one be racing on the yellows.
Even if that person overtakes a further person in front of you, or two further people in front of you, you're still better off not chasing them down. I fully agree with John.
Yeah.
Feeling that he needs to take action there and have a word with the lightweight drivers before they are released from the grid. Because again, one of the things that we always talk about when officiating these races is, do we have a go at the drivers who've just finished or the drivers who are going back out? And certainly in this format, you need to talk to the drivers offending because they're back out in 20 minutes for another race. It's all well and good saying, it needs to improve in the next race, but all the heavyweight drivers will be there thinking, I didn't do it.
Yeah, they'll be thinking they didn't do it, but also they'll be aware of, hang on, if the officials are having a chat with the guys who've just come off track, then clearly something's being looked down. We need to be on our best behaviour. I mean, from a viewing standpoint and from the action that we got, it was certainly a good race. But come on, drivers, just make sure that we're following those regulations a little bit tighter, please. I think we'll use the old favourite from Andrew Mather, the word re-education is currently taking place for those drivers there.
Yes. I was under the impression that Willie Chu was only doing.
This is what
practice.
I thought, but he was
name
on the grid
is
there.
On the grid, but you'll see Alex Pritchard there affixing his lead and transponder to the third kart in the queue. So it'll just be that he's been mistakenly not yet removed. Because yes, you can see there 2018 and 7 is the order for this one. So yeah, Willie Chu will not be out racing. It was just a purely
got my hopes up.
Get yourself out there and experience a little bit of karting, obviously, but also experience in this track from a driver's perspective. So things with new tracks that you can pick up a lot better when you do that. The positioning of the marshal posts, could they be moved and made more prominent? Are there certain curbs which you could do with being reprofiled potentially? Where is it safe for observers to stand? Is a big one. So we try and stand every observer behind a tyre wall, but they also need to be in optimal position to be able to make judgment calls. So yeah, things like that which don't necessarily become apparent unless you go out. So it wasn't entirely a jolly for Willie Chu, and we will now see Damien Smith, Lee Crowther, and Alex Pritchard as our top 3. Crowther as in crouch.
We will.
Than Crowther as in crow.
We will indeed. But yeah, as you say, it's those little kind of things that need to be ironed out, and the best way to do that is to go racing. So a big thank you for all the work that's gone in from the Silverstone crew to get this track ready to go for the action this year. Big thank you to the CLUB100 crew as well behind the scenes, as I think we all want this to be a really fun and enjoyable venue to visit for plenty of kart racing in the future. Hello to Ben Robertson in the broadcast comment who says we love a good JV lecture. Well, I'm sure he's very insightful and very knowledgeable, but we don't want to make JV have to do lectures like that, because it means that something's gone wrong on track. Maybe JV should just add on his LinkedIn, should just add chief lecturer, and then he can get an honorary doctorate from a university somewhere.
I'm not sure John has LinkedIn. If he does, I don't think I'm connected to him. And I'd put myself in kind of
Maybe blocked.
one of the more likely to be connected to him. He might have blocked me, yeah. I know he's blocked my number. Yes, we'll be getting underway with our heavyweights shortly. First 2 20-minute races, and after this, our lightweights will be back out and hopefully a lot better behaved as well.
JV has just been connected with LinkedIn.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah.
He is on LinkedIn.
Yeah, you're missing out.
Maybe I am connected with him, he just doesn't use it, or I don't use it, to be honest with you. I just play the games every day. And do very little else. More of a make friends in person.
Jacob
kind of
Harris.
guy. You added me as well?
I'm going to connect with Jacob Harris.
Ah, you'll never beat me at the games, Reeve. You'll never beat me. There's a challenge for anyone listening as well. I'm pretty hot on those. Anyway, back to the racing. That's enough about LinkedIn games.
I've never played any of the games, to be honest.
Oh, you've got to get on them, those daily games.
I just thought we'd do all commentary, communication and chat via LinkedIn from henceforward.
They wake me up in the morning, the LinkedIn games. Get your brain in gear. And yeah, if someone connects with me, they know how smart I am because I'm really quick at tapping the screen. Obviously.
Good skill to have.
Measure of a person.
Yeah.
So yeah, just a reminder then of who's coming out in this race, as it's been a couple of minutes since Reeve went through the grid. Damien Smith and Lee Crowther on the front row with Alex Pritchard and Steve Linley behind them. Kai Crawford and Aidan Blinn are on the third row. Dennis Lezensky, Jonathan Wilson, Joe Wright, Adam Hadfield all in this one. Tom Walwyn, Saul Gregory and Bailey Morgan are out too. Tom Edwards will be going out, Phil Cooper, Ethan Hallett and Garrett O'Connor. Jonathan Heston, Lewis Ashforth, Matthew Cockerham, Clive Morford, Luke Burrow, Tom Taylor and Dominic Kelly. Alex Westmoreland, Chris Phillips, Ben Pickard, Stephen Westwood, Jamie Garside, Henry Lamb, Kenneth Lech, Oliver Collins, Jonathan McLeod and Rowan Horder all in this race. Looking forward to seeing them out on track in a few moments' time. Looks like preparations are nearly done. Alex Pritchard just needs to jump into that third car in the row. Steve Linley's clearly pointing him to where he needs to be. Yes, that's... even though it says Damien Smith on our timing, that's Adam Wright in the 20. I think what we're seeing here, Reeve, is two drivers sharing a Sprint 40.
Oh.
I think... I wasn't 100% sure at the start, so I haven't mentioned it yet. But yeah, that's Adam Wright. So it says Damien Smith on the entry, but that's not Damien Smith, and perhaps that's why we saw such a significant change in qualifying. Was Damien switched with Adam, went out and set that lap time.
That would make sense.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure people used to do it in the Sprint 60, which is share race time, 2 races, 1 race each, share the qualifying. That must be what's going on here. Again, like I said, I wasn't 100% sure that it was allowed anymore. Most people do tend to do both races now, especially in this 40, which is a reduced amount of seat time. But yeah, Adam Wright in that familiar helmet to those who've been watching heavyweight sprints over the last couple of years starts this one on pole position. Lee Crowther, excuse me, I've got that wrong. We'll go around once more and I'll have another chance to pronounce Lee's surname. All in this one. I'm trying to look through the field now, drastically scrambling to see if anyone else is sharing their Sprint 40 entry. I think we're pretty much good for the top few positions. Aidan Line, yeah, is fine. Kai Crawford and Dennis Lezensky, Jonathan Wilson there, I can see in the background. Joe Wright and Adam Hadfield are there as well. That distinctive green and black suit that we see also in sprints alongside Jonathan Wilson. There's a couple of kart testers to the left-hand side of your shot. That's Sam Taylor and Freddie Gallagher. But yes, in terms of the front of this one, Adam Wright is the name that won't be showing up on your timing screens. Just one to note.
Yeah, I'll inevitably forget it, by the way, viewers. So if you hear me start talking about Damien Smith, I do mean Adam Wright. But you will see on the timing system as well, it will show up as Damien Smith, as Jacob says. And it looks to be
that's
a bit of an issue with the kart, potentially.
I think someone's out of order. Sam Dimlow's attending. It's a broken transponder. So Sam Dimlow has a spare. As I say broken, it might have fallen off. But yeah, Sam Dimlow is fixing a spare. Oh, Bailey Morgan stands out. That's a great suit. Love that from Bailey. And they'll be hoping to get going. That'll be why they've stopped dead on rather than doing another lap. It looks to me out the window like all karts are away. So yes, we will be starting the race this time round.
Last few tyre warm-ups then as the pace kart reminds the driver to monitor the pace before it dips away, and we are good to go racing yet again.
Very slow pace. That's the slowest pace we've seen all weekend, I think, coming up and around the final bend. That's Farm Curve. Adam Wright, very experienced in these situations, so he'll know exactly what he's doing there, as well Alex Pritchard in behind him. But the lights have gone green. They'll start accelerating now, and away we go. Good start from pole side. Adam Wright and Alex Pritchard get the advantage going into turn one. It's looking quite tight in behind the pole sitter, and in fact, Dennis Leszensky's made up a fair few places there. I think second place man Lee Crowther has managed to hold second place. Adam Wright going very sideways into Brooklands, as are several drivers. The 31 there watching out on the exit, and Adam Wright's dropped right back. Alex Pritchard is in the lead of this one now. He's gone up the inside of Brooklands. He's taken over from Lee Crowther, and that's Dennis Leszensky up into third, I think, Reeve.
That is indeed decent start then for the number 28 kart there, as we have a whole pack of karts heading through. Bridge still obviously right at the start of this one. A few drivers looking pretty out of shape, but somehow clinging on the banking and potentially helping them there, as a lot of oversteer for Alex Pritchard there. Hard on the brakes, and it locks up the rear axle. Does make it through, though. We do have some wave yellows out on track by the looks of things, but Pritchard then controlling things at the front end of this pack. Nice move down the inside into turn 12 there.
Alex Pritchard told me earlier in the paddock show that he's here to win it all, and he's certainly gone about that the right way to start Adam Wright getting to a spot of bother with our reigning champ Aidan Line back there battling over fifth place. Those two, I think Adam's got a much better run out of Siemens and will go around the outside of Museum to claim that fifth place. So four karts broken away at the minute. Bailey Morgan on the inside of Kai Crawford there making up a place. Steve Linley in the mix as well, going up the inside of Phil Cooper into turn one. Bailey Morgan's trying to follow through as well. They have done so. And then side by side with Linley into Brooklands, but Linley holds position. Great battle going on there for 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. Through Maggots and Beckett's they go then, single file. Morgan to the outside of Bridge. Linley holds position up the inside. Comes, I think that's the number 9 of Kai Crawford, but not going to get the best run out of it. So makes up 2 positions and loses 2 positions in the space of one corner, does Crawford. Worth a go though, absolutely worth a go. Adam Wright seems to be catching on up to Joe Wright further ahead, and Dennis Leszensky, who had a great start from 8th. And is currently the closest challenger to Alex Pritchard in the lead. Lee Crowther is going to lose out there, I think, to Joe Wright as they come round to start a new lap.
They will indeed, as we have a kart round there on the entry into turn 15. Slightly aided with some contact there, I will say, as you saw on your screens, folks. Unfortunately, 2 karts just don't go into the space of 1. But we run down through the farm curve once again. this is a battle with the number 25 Kart down for P9. It is going to be Jonathan Wilson taking the position running into that first corner. A couple of penalties coming in there. Tom Edwards picking up an ABC takeout. Steve Lindley and Dennis Lazensky picking up hands-off steering wheel penalties in this one. This is one that the officials will be monitoring throughout their day's racing. It's a new regulation this season. Drivers have been made aware of it. We heard it in the driver's briefing before while we were filming the Paddock Show. So it's one to watch out for. Drivers make sure there is no gestures or gesticulations as we see nice move down the inside there through the bridge.
Yeah, that's Kai Crawford in the blue suit, number 9. Following now Steve Lindley and Bailey Morgan again, who've been battling for the last couple of laps now. The contact warning for Aidan Line is just ahead of these two. Adam Wright's got the fastest lap, so he's not done with this race by any stretches. Up the inside of Seagraves goes Bailey Morgan. Good move that, and holds position into Siemens, the left-hander, afterwards, although slightly tighter line on exit for Steve Lindley doesn't pay off for him in this instance.
Does not indeed. We saw that great move earlier on, that opportunistic run from Morgan running through the bridge. Now Morgan controlling things in P7, gets ahead of Steve Lindley, and as we say, and now is going to do the best to try and break away. The last lap for Morgan was in the 28 in the midst of a battle. We're seeing some of our top-end drivers getting into the mid-127s. David Smith with the fastest lap of the race so far, low 127 to 127.3. As might be a spot of rain potentially falling on the camera there, or maybe just some water being kicked up, but so far we seem to have avoided some rain, although I will say there's a big dark cloud approaching the circuit.
Yeah, not quite improving as it did yesterday, the weather. Alex Pritchard still under pressure from Dennis Lazinski, who has that penalty for hands off steering wheel. Joe Wright and Adam Wright aren't very far behind at all, and they are the quicker on pace last lap duo than the duo you see out in front. Pritchard, though, been fairly comfortable for these opening 3 or 4 laps once he got into the leads at Brooklands on the first lap. Hasn't really looked back. Around Museum now for the 4th time. There's Joe Wright in the number 8, wrestling with that steering wheel. Adam Wright trying to get the slipstream from his namesake, and dives to the inside now for Wellington. Can he take 3rd place? Yes, he can. Can he hold on? We've seen the switchback work here a couple of times. Joe Wright's certainly going for it. He's going to have the inside for Brooklands, and Adam Wright switches from the outside to the inside, and I think he's got the move done. He hasn't, Reeve. It's great driving from the 2 Wrights through Maggots and Beckett's then. Here they come. Will Adam have another look down into bridge? Not this time around. Might get a better run depending on their differing lines through bridge.
Yeah, great stuff from Adam Wright there. You can tell he felt confident in the front end of his car into turn 1. Let's see them as they run through turn 10 in just a moment. All staying in single file for the time being. Joe Wright then controlling things in this duo, but let's see as we head down towards the switchbacks. There's just over a kart length separating them. Heading in to the couple of corners where the entry line can make all the difference there, as we see Adam Wright goes for the inside there, loses grip though, loses pace as a result, and it's going to be Joe Wright who has the upper hand heading into turn 15.
Good battling from those guys, but as we said plenty of times already over the course of this weekend, battling doesn't necessarily do you any favours in catching up to the drivers in front of you. They haven't lost too much ground on Alex Pritchard and Dennis Lazinski. In fact, Joe Wright's just put in the fastest lap, despite jostling for position with Adam on that one. Adam's second fastest man on track as well. So perhaps all that chopping and changing into the first 2 or 3 corners actually improves your lap time around here at Silverstone, which is great news for us who've got a couple more races to cover here across BUKC, Club 100 and the Rotax World Finals this year. Further back we are looking at the battle for, I want to say 15th, is this? That's the 27 I want to say at the front of this trio. These are the two karts in front of them. Tom Taylor and Adam Hadfield, I do recognise. The 62 there. Adam Wright ahead of Joe Wright now, so that's a change for third, and a significant change as well. These guys were bumper to bumper a lap and a half ago. Joe Wright seems to have got a bit of a gap, so perhaps a little mistake from him early in this lap. Dennis Leszczynski is very close now to Alex Pritchard as well. Takes a very different line through Siemens. Can they get alongside? Not quite. Pritchard still maintaining a decent amount of speed. Adam Wright trying to pull up to the back of them. It'll be interesting to see the fast lap times as they come past now. I think Adam Wright might have set a new fastest lap. Indeed, he has, in the Damien Smith labelled kart on the left-hand side there. Damien and Adam sharing a Sprint 40 entry today.
There are indeed 11 minutes to go in this one then. We see Adam Wright jumping into the 26s now, a 126.6, so flying along, has clearly broken away and is now looking to push up towards those final two spots. We've got plenty of race time left to do that. Let's see what else we can see going on elsewhere in the back. Here is Adam Wright closing up on the two front runners in this one then. It's a great shot down towards the bridge. And you see the drivers all going for that outside of the banking there, wanting to carry as much speed as they can. Clearly got confidence in the front end of the karts that they're going to be able to carry that momentum on through. And it's worked very well for them indeed. We run past turn 10 through 11 and 12 now. And I think Adam Wright might be doing well here to just kind of lay in waiting, potentially allow the two front runners to do their own battling as Leszczynski works his way on through into turn 14. This brings Adam Wright into contention. Has a look around the outside, but goes too wide, goes too brave, is too close to the grass, and is off the circuit. Still awaiting to rejoin. He is. That's out of the kart. The kart stopped in to push it back onto the tarmac. Adam Wright out of this one after trying to seize upon an opportunity. The two front runners then continue on. Leszczynski takes the race lead. Pritchard in second, and Joe Wright promoted back up onto the podium. Lee Crowther brought back into the mix in P4, and Adam Lyons in the top 5 once again. What a shame for Adam Wright, who is still not able to get underway. He hasn't got a clear spot where he can safely get that kart rejoined because we have such a big grid here. What a shame for a race that was looking rather good for him in the end. Now, big news from the front end of the order as well. Leszczynski, that overtake considered an ABC bump and pass. He cannot win this race when all is said and done. Looking for Pritchard here on our penalty sheet. Looks good for the time being, which means on paper, if not on track, Pritchard now has the race lead.
ABC bump and pass in for Dennis Leszczynski. That's an advantage by contact. Penalty, presumably, for the overtake on Alex Pritchard. So Pritchard was already in the net lead, given Leszczynski's got a hands off the steering wheel penalty. But unfortunately for Dennis, that move was deemed to be unfair. There was a little bit of contact going through. It wasn't the worst of overtakes we've ever seen. And certainly Alex was still able to keep going. You can see the two of them in your shot now. But rest assured, the officials are very experienced and better at calling than I am. And yeah, Dennis has been adjudged to have taken the lead in this race unfairly. I'd imagine Alex Pritchard will fancy a go at him again later in the race. So for now, he's got a few kart lengths, and Joe Wright's still in the mix as well here. So it'll be interesting to see how this one develops over the last third of the race. Really triggered my PTSD, that one there, when Adam Wright went out wide and washed out. I was in a final with the two of the drivers in question, Alex and Joe, at Ella Park back in 2024. On for my best finish in Club 100 ever. Joe Holmes was the other driver in question, and as I tried to follow one driver past the other, I ended up on the outside of the hairpin myself and suffered a similar fate to Adam. So yeah, I'm a bit emotional right now, but I'll do my best to carry on.
Yeah, commiserations to Adam Wright for that one, because otherwise it was a race that really was playing into his favour. It looked like just one of those cases, as you say, just a tyre on the grass, and the grass, just thought your track wasn't grippy enough. The grass is going to be absolutely sodden. It hasn't had a chance for it to dry out all year, so it is going to be pretty much a no-go zone for any part of a kart today.
It's Damien Smith I feel for. He was looking at the next race thinking, I might be on pole position here. You got a lot of work to do now, Damien, unfortunately. Yeah, great stuff from Adam, as always. And looking for the opportune move around the outside. Unfortunately, just didn't work out for him. I'm sure that won't be the last gap that man goes for in his racing career, though, and it'll be good to see. I think he'll be racing this afternoon in sprints, as he's more of a sprints driver as far as I've known him. So hopefully there'll be a chance to regain his honour this afternoon. Fastest lap for Joe Wright, though. He's caught right up to the back of Alex Pritchard, making it a 3-kart battle for the lead. We are following Lewis Ashforth there in the Racing Point suit. Up the inside, looking for a move is, I think that's Ben Pickard, is it? On Tom Taylor. There's your leading 3, and then 4th, 5th and 6th. Aidan Line has got ahead of Lee Crowther since they last passed the time in Beacon. Bailey Morgan still battling away there as well. Jonathan Wilson's in 7th place, Steve Linley in 8th, Kai Crawford 9th, and Phil Cooper is in 10th. Pritchard's back ahead of Dennis Lazinski. We missed that, Reeve.
Yeah, so Pritchard takes the lead on the road, and all of a sudden Lazinski becomes Alex Pritchard's best friend on track, effectively, because, you know, Joe Wright's on a charge at the moment. 25.6 the last lap, and fastest lap, half a second quicker than what Pritchard could manage last time out. But all of a sudden, that charge of Wright is going to be rather challenged by Lazinski's going to want to fight for P2 on the road to try and abate that penalty as much as he can. So Pritchard is going to be quite comfortable, I am sure, knowing that Lazinski is going to be a bit of a buffer zone, unless, of course, Dennis closes back in and begins to fight for P1 on the road to negate the effect of the penalty as much as possible.
Fastest lap for Alex Pritchard last time out, so he's not only done himself the favour of putting a buffer between him and Joe Wright, but he's storming ahead as well. If you can keep that up over the next few laps, then it's looking good for Alex. First win of the season for him, having told me that he wants to win it all earlier on. So
good way to start.
Yeah, he's gonna look really good in that paddock interview if he wins the round this morning, and even better if he wins the round this afternoon. Imagine that, if there's a paddock show in the middle where he says he's going to win it all, and then he goes and does exactly that. Curb warning for Tom Taylor. These drivers have been slightly better behaved this race. There's an early couple of hands off the steering wheels. There's been one takeout, one bump and pass, a track limits and a cone penalty. So not as many penalties. The calls are still coming in. Lots of touching cones, lots of touching each other out there, and contact warnings coming in. But you do tend to see that in seniors. They're a bit more feisty than our junior drivers. No fastest lap last time round, so Alex Pritchard holds on to that title for now. Lazinski and Wright still within touching distance, but probably 3 kart lengths now back to Lazinski, and 1 between he and Joe Wright. Aidan Line and Bailey Morgan still battling away further back. This is the 33 of Tom Taylor, battling with Adam Hadfield there for 11th place. Hadfield just about holding on to it, I think, coming down into Brooklands. Hadfield's number plate is slightly skewed, but coming into Maggots and Beckett's back now. Excuse me, Tom Taylor has taken the position there. That's Line defending 4th place from Bailey Morgan. Lee Crowth has dropped back a little bit from those two into the clutches of Jonathan Wilson. There's Linley and Crawford a little bit further back as well. And Jonathan Wilson, I think, hasn't made up a place. He's up to 6th there. We caught a glimpse of there. Up the inside goes the 29. That is Kenneth Leach on Jonathan McLeod, is that the number 6?
I do just want to mention this battle between Line and Morgan all of a sudden becomes a battle for P3. Joe Wright has a cone penalty to serve, so that means a position drops when all is said and done. Lazinski, new fastest lap in this one here. We can see Morgan on a bit of a run here.
Well, it's a battle for P2, Reeve.
Of course, yes.
Lazinski's got 2 penalties. Morgan to the outside, Line to the inside. And it's going to be Morgan, I think, coming out ahead as we come down towards Brooklands. Line might fancy a dive to the inside, but doesn't. And Jonathan Wilson's right on the back of these guys now as well. He is Pritchard and Lazinski. Lazinski fastest lap last time round, potentially going to have another run at Alex Pritchard. Obviously, Lazinski with the 2 penalties the higher you can finish, the better, because
you want to negate the effects.
you will drop behind Alex Pritchard, but that's one of your penalty positions. Oh, there's contact again. Alex Pritchard doesn't seem too happy about that as they come down through Club, Island and Tower. Pritchard goes quite defensive now. There's only a minute and a half left this one, Reeve. Pritchard wants to win on the road. We mentioned yesterday at the start of the season, you never know what number your opponents are.
Yeah.
So having seen the 28 on the penalty board will have meant very little to Alex Pritchard so far. He closes off into Museum as well. We're going to see the final lap board come out. I think Pritchard's going to be thoroughly defensive for one more lap of the track. Contact warning for Adam Hadfield comes through. Yeah, Pritchard to the inside of Wellington. Wants to win this one on track. No penalties to his name, so he's pretty set for the race one, especially given Joe Wright behind has a penalty as well. Covers off the inside of Brooklands. And we'll go through Maggots and Beckett's first. Lezenski's trying to find side-by-side through there.
Yeah.
It's not really an overtaking opportunity as they come down. We are looking out onto bridge. Pritchard's got the grip there and we'll have the drive down towards Priory. Quick look over the shoulder to check where Lezenski is. And middle of the track entry for Alex Pritchard. Safe and steady, same thing coming down into Club. Lezenski goes to the outside. Nothing doing there. Island and Tower. Next, Pritchard stays to the inside for Seagraves. Lezenski thinking about the outside. Pritchard will stay to the left-hand side of the track for Siemens as well. Just needs to get the drive out of this corner. Lezenski tries an alternative line. He's got an overspeed, but Pritchard covers off the inside expertly and drives around Museum, closes the door and secures an excellent first victory in Sprint 40 Heavyweights North. Lezenski shakes his head. He's got 2 penalties, so he'll drop further down than second. Joe Wright's got a penalty as well. Jonathan Wilson's made his way up to 4th. That's a great drive from him. And Bailey Morgan in 5th, just beating out Aidan Line. Those guys will all get promoted into better positions, I believe, at the expense of Lezenski and Wright. Steve Lindley's finishing 7th. Kai Crawford 9th. Lee Crowther 10th. And Phil Cooper, Lee Crowther 9th. And Phil Cooper 10th.
Yeah, Wilson actually has a penalty as well, so it looks like it's going to be Morgan and Line who are vying for those podium positions for the next time we see the heavyweights out on track. Yeah, certainly a very interesting one developing at the front end of the pack there between Pritchard and Lezenski. Yeah,
and Aidan Line there, a real good advert for just keep it clean and you'll do well. You know, he was quite high up the grid. I want to say 6th, was he? And he's ended up 6th. Maybe didn't have the pace to challenge for the win today, but he's going to end up with 2nd or 3rd on his record, purely from just running his own race, not making contact with competitors, cones or otherwise. And despite not having the ultimate pace, ultimate pace here today, has scored decent points, and perhaps in the next race we'll see him match up with his go-kart a bit better and really challenge from his decent grid position.
Yeah, exactly. Just goes to show that there's a little bit more of a nuance to these longer format race. Obviously the sprints are fantastic for the short and bursts of energy, but you can't. Why don't we take a look at the results then as we have them on the time system at the moment, just while we wait for our lightweights to get ready to head back in. So, concluding this race here, we don't have a graphic for you unfortunately, but what we can do is give you just a quick rundown. It's Pritchard, Lezenski and Wright, your top 3. We do know that Dennis Lezenski and Joe Wright have penalties to their names. Jonathan Wilson in P4 but also has a penalty, so it'll be Morgan, Line, Lindley, Kai Crawford, Lee Crowther, Phil Cooper, and then we have Adam Hadfield. That's your top 11 actually, not top 10. Followed by Tom Taylor, Ben Picard, Tom Edwards, Saul Gregory, Lewis Ashworth, Chris Phillips, Matthew Cockram, Luke Burrow and Tom Walwyn being your top 20. But yeah, as I say, it's all well and good having pace and going for those bold overtaking moves in these slightly longer format race, and obviously a 20-minute race isn't the longest racing that you're ever going to see, but think of the bigger picture, really, in this one. And as we say, for the likes of Aidan Line or Bailey Morgan, you're going to be rewarded just for keeping the nose clean.
Keep your comments coming in on the chat. Jamie Moore asks, with the hands off steering wheel, can you just work together, or is that a penalty as well? It's open to interpretation. It's something that can sometimes be seen as condescending, sometimes be seen as being angry. It's not a cut and shut penalty, that type of thing. We do typically look for the more aggressive forms of taking your hands off the wheel, but it's up to the discretion of the observers as whether or not it's deemed to be offensive or aggressive. It's that kind of behaviour that we're trying to stamp out in that regards. Nayami asks, how many races are there? These are 35 kart grids, so the biggest grids that we run in Club 100. We've got a lot of drivers out there today in both this session and the next. We'll be back to our lightweights next. The heavyweights are just getting weighed up on the grid, and then we'll be switching over to the second of our lightweight races in this Sprint 40 North series. Back to the lightweights then for the second of two Sprint 40 North races here at Silverstone. The lightweight drivers, you can see there, making their way out to the karts to place their number plates, transponders, lead and seat inserts in, ready to get going. Let's have a look who's on the grid for this one then. Starting on pole position will be Charlie Wormsley Ride. I believe Charlie would have got what we call points for position after running into a bit of trouble with his go-kart in that first one. Christian Hill, who won that race on track, I believe, starts in second. Barry Lakes will be third. John Boulter in fourth. Alfie Slater starts in fifth. Hugo Eriksson will start this one in sixth, with Lewis Blench in seventh. Doug Smith starts in eighth. Sebastian Banks and Oliver Malinowski are row 5. Russell Cooper and Ryan Harris are 11th and 12th on row 6. Row 7 is Caden Ward and Caden Graham. Caden with a C in the first instance, Caden with a K in the second. Tom Saunders is 15th overall. Dylan Edwards 16th. Neil Halliwell starts 17th, with Joe Jennings for company on row 9. Row 10 is Larry Tyndall and Janie Crampton. Christian Lana is on row 11 with Blake Hutton. Kalyan Nikolov is 23rd, and Aaron Stillwell alongside him. Zachary Melrose starts 25th, Bradley Thompson 26th, Luke Thompson 27th, and Lewis Cook 28th. Jake Wilkins will be 29th, and Jacob Rattray 30th. At the back of the grid, we've got Joshua Cope in 31st, Alice Metcalf 32nd, Emma Rabbage, who had some mechanical issues in race number 1, starts 33rd. Tim Parsons, he said Jim Parsons there, very different person. Tim Parsons is 34th, and Patrick Nichols starts 35th in our 35 car grid. Yes, Jim Parsons is the guy from Big Bang Theory, isn't he?
I can't say I've ever watched an episode.
Really?
I know. Oh, maybe
I
I
wouldn't say I'm a fan, but yeah, he is indeed Sheldon Cooper in the Big Bang Theory. Not Tim Parsons, who's racing here in Sprint 40 heavyweights. Right, my microphone's doing that thing where it sometimes cuts out, so I'm going to adjust my seating position.
Speak vicariously through me if you like.
Yeah, I will just...
Hello, I'm very tall.
We'll share one microphone and exchange saliva at the exciting bits.
Great.
So, yes, Charlie Wormsley Ride will be back at the front of this one. So there's a rule in Club 100 that if your kart is... I'm gone. I'm back. There we go. If your kart is damaged throughout the race and it's not your fault, you get what we call points for position, i.e. you get the points for the position you're in when the kart was damaged. We don't take away points from other drivers. But if I go back and look at the result of lightweight race number 1, I can see currently showing at 27 points, so I'm not entirely sure what's been done. Maybe I'm completely wrong and I've been saying something wrong the whole time, but this is based on fastest lap from race number 1. Have I got that wrong, Reeve? Really should have prepared better for this, shouldn't I? I thought I knew the rules and regulations for SP40, but I don't. And yeah, because Charlie Warmsy Ride, after his off, set the fastest lap.
Yeah, he did
which
indeed.
will explain
Yeah.
why he's at the front of this one, and we're not looking at the exact order that they finished the last race in. Christian Hill and Barry Lakes being in 2nd and 3rd explains why they are there when John Bolter won the race. It is indeed off your best lap time. So Christian Hill set at 1:26.4, John Bolter at 1:26.9, despite the fact he finished ahead on the road. Your fastest lap from your first race dictates your starting position for this one. Apologies to everyone I was misinformed over the course of the morning. I was under the impression, I think last time I worked a Saturday for Club 100, it was done based on the position of in which you finished in the first race, and perhaps that still is a rule for the Sprint 60. I'm sure someone is furiously typing in the chat to let us know exactly what the rules and regs are here. Ironically, John did ask me yesterday to do some work on the rules and regs for all Club 100 rounds. Had that come a couple of weeks earlier, perhaps I could have saved us a little bit of bother here this afternoon. Keep your comments coming in. The Patrick Nichols comeback starts now, says Leighton. Niami asks, is this a Masters class? No, it's a Seniors class. Not all of them are Masters though, as I'm sure they'll not mind me saying. Some very experienced Club 100 racers in the mix, but this is open to any seniors who have been deemed fit to race in Club 100 on one of our test days. There's the whistle, so we'll get underway. Shall we have a quick run through of the grid again, Reeve?
Sure thing. Would you like me to take us through?
If you want.
Go for Charlie Walmsley Ride and Christian Hill, which was set on fastest lap, as we've maintained all along. Then we have Barry Lakes and John Bolter completing the second row of the grid. Alfie Slater and Hugo Eriksson on row 3, followed by Lewis Blencher and Douglas Smith on row 4. Sebastian Banks and Oliver Molinowski complete the top 10. Russell Cooper and then Ryan Harris, followed by Caden Ward, Caden Graham, Tom Saunders, Dylan Edwards, Neil Halliwell, Joe Jennings, Larry Tyndall and Jamie Crampton complete your top 20. It's then Christian Lehner, Blake Hutton, Kylan Nikolov, Aaron Stillwell, Zachary Melrose complete your top 25. Then we have Bradley Tomlinson, Luke Thompson, Lewis Cook, Jacob Wilkins, Jacob Bradtray, Joshua Cope, Ellis Metcalf, Emma Rabbich, Tim Parsons and Patrick Nichols completing the order for this, the second and final SP40 lightweight race of the day.
And I think we'll be getting going straight away with this one. Charlie Walmsley Ride looking to make the most of being at the front of this one and not suffering the same kind of fate suffered earlier. Christian Hill, Barry Lakes and John Bolter all quick this morning as well. Alfie Slater 2. Hugo Eriksson's bumped himself up a fair few places. I don't think he was quite battling for the top 6 positions earlier, but obviously set himself a very decent lap time. Doug Smith was quite quick earlier. They're going around again and finds himself in 8th. Lewis Blench as well, starting this one in 7th, having finished. Where did he finish earlier, Lewis Blench? Quite low down the order. Must have suffered some sort of issue. Oh, sorry, he's in 3rd. I completely missed him at the top. He was one of those who benefited from penalties to other drivers. Yeah, Hugo Eriksson was 17th overall, so really benefited from that fastest lap rule. Be interesting to see what he can do from that position. So, should be getting going this time. Slight issue somewhere with the first time round, but I'd imagine there'll be a thumbs up from Benji Hamilton in that pace car as we come around Siemens to roll up. There we go. The slowdown hand gesture implies that we are ready to get racing. Walmsley Ride on the right hand side, Christian Hill on the left of your screen. We've seen quite a few races where drivers on the second and third row of the grid have come out on top after the first couple of corners. Let's see if this one will be any different. Away we go, and they're charging down towards Wellington. Great start from Hill on the outside, and he sweeps around to the inside. That's the 31.
Lakes.
In all sorts of bother of Barry Lakes on the inside, but it looks to me like they've all managed to stay facing the same way. Christian Hill has inherited the lead. Great drive from him in second. There's 38 going very sideways there, and someone going the wrong way entirely. Lots going on down at Brooklands.
Yeah.
I think we're all good though, and all under motive power again. Doug Smith is up into second place, Reeve. That's a fantastic start from 8th.
Is indeed. We knew he was making great progress through the pack in race 1, so certainly had the lap time to make the difference. Has been rewarded with a decent start in this one as well. I believe actually finished the last race 8th and has started in 8th, so it's a nice coincidence there. But, as you say, running very well so far.
There's a false start flag out.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Not
So
too surprised. It was the impact, or the kind of congregation of carts pointing in the wrong direction, if you will, were all running down towards Brooklands, weren't they? So
yeah,
that's the false start point.
Good news if you're Charlie Walmsley Ride, Barry Lakes, John Boulter, Alfie Slater. Bad news if you're Doug Smith, because you're going to have to do it all again, buddy.
Yep. Yeah, and that's not too surprising. I was about to say, it looks to me that in certain parts, at least on the camera, some parts of the track might be looking a little bit more raceable, but then I've just seen a few spots of rain coming down, and it doesn't look to be much change when you actually look out the window itself. So I'm sure drivers aren't thinking about that all that much right now. They're thinking about doing another race start. In effect, that start never happened. We get back into our grid formation as it was before the race start. We're back on lap 0 and getting primed to go racing once more. Looks like we'll only just need a few more carts to get formed up in their correct place before we can go racing once again.
Yep, looks to me like they're all in order. You can see out the window there, no hands in the air. So hopefully good to start this one again. They will look relatively content there as they file through, and indeed the pace car has pulled off. So we'll be trying once more for a race start. Quite slow over the line, and away we go. Perhaps race control team to slow them down a bit more. See if they can calm it down. Walmsley Ride gets a much better start, as does Barry Lakes. No longer sideways going into turn 1 for Barry Lakes. Christian Hill's still in the mix there as well. Some carts have gone a little bit wide, or wider than they would have wanted. And that's a better run through Brooklands as well from the field as a whole. So yes, Lakes up into second place. We then have, I want to say, Alfie Slater up into third ahead of Christian Hill. Slater goes to the inside of Bridge, as does Christian Hill. They're up the inside of Barry Lakes, who's dropped back down to where he started, or even further back actually, because he's down into 4th now. Looks like he's being challenged for another position there as well. And in fact, yeah, Lakes down into 5th or 6th there, as there's a lot of battling going on. That's the 23 of Lewis Blench. He's had a fantastic start this time round from 7th. He's up into 3rd as they come through Island and Tower. Our lead 2 look pretty comfortable. Charlie Walmsley Ride will be a lot happier with that start than he was the last. Hill still battling away there with Lakes, trying to make the most of this first lap.
Yeah, contact warning coming in for Hill. I'm not too surprised by that one, to be honest. We did see a few carts barrelling towards the bridge, but no harm, no foul in the end. Just a bit of a warning, but as you say, great start for Walmsley Ride this time around. He'll be happy with how things have gone. Over the shoulder looks Ryan Harris. Just behind is going to be Tom Saunders there. Barry Lakes, we can see a little bit out of position, currently running in 4th, and a penalty coming in for forcing a driver wide for the number 31 cars.
Yeah, so that's Barry Lakes, currently running in 4th position. Not quite sure where that would have happened, but yeah, 31 is now carrying a penalty. There's battling going on behind. 6 is Hugo Eriksson. Then we got John Boulter, who won the last race on the road, trying to keep up with Hugo. Doug Smith now under pressure from Sebastian Banks for 8th position. And in fact, I think Doug Smith has lost out there to Banks. Yeah, has done so. So Banks will lead into Priory between that pair. Front two not quite pulling away on this lap. Charlie Walmsley-Ride and Alfie Slater. At the front of this one is Ryan Harris, bounce away there, back in the pack. Alongside, that's Tom Saunders, who's quite quick earlier on, Reeve, but hasn't quite featured as prominently as you would have hoped in the race. Hill up the inside there of Lakes. Going through Siemens as Harris and Saunders battle away still. Harris tries to get the cut back coming out of there, and there's Lakes and Hill still battling away. Not sure if there was contact there, if Hill just got a little bit sideways of his own accord. Hugo Eriksson waiting to pounce in behind these two. Lakes is on the inside for Wellington. Hugo Eriksson has a little look as well. Lakes dives into Wellington. Hill's trying to get the switch back quite early on there. Might fancy it into Brooklands. The leaders are quite close together. You can see them coming through the shot there as well. Very sideways from the Lakes. Can Hill get a better drive? Coming up to Maggots and Beckett's. Yes, he can, and leads into that quick chicane. Hugo Eriksson still biding his time there in 6th. Lewis Blench fastest last time around. The front three really are battling now, and in fact there's a change for the lead. Alfie Slater has taken it in bridge from Charlie Walmsley-Ride. There's a contact warning for it's a cone warning for Alfie Slater. I think he picked up a cone penalty in the first one. He's got the inside line for Club though, and will hold the race lead. Blench wants to get involved as well in the 23.
That was indeed a great start then to this one. Already battles shaping up. We're actually already nearly at half race distance, would you believe it? It's absolutely flown by in this one. We go side by side, then run up towards turn 15. Tries to run down the inside. The cone penalty comes in for Alfie Slater. There we go, the number 44 of Alfie Slater there with that penalty, eventually getting ahead. More coming in as well for the likes of Joe Jennings, number 26 of Charlie Walmsley-Ride, then losing out on the race lead through turn 15. What can we do to close back in as we run down towards the final couple of corners now? Certainly seems to be a lot more spray being kicked up at this point. Drivers, you can see, shifting themselves around in the cart to try and put a bit of weight on certain sides of the car to get a bit of heat into those tyres, I suspect.
Yeah, good stuff in this front three. Christian Hill's pulled well away from John Poulter and Sebastian Banks further back. I'm not quite sure what's happened to Hugo Eriksson there. We've missed some sort of incident between him and Barry Lakes, I think, because they've dropped down to 10th and 11th. Christian Hill was battling with those guys. Hugo Eriksson got a contact warning at some point in there, as did Barry Lakes, but both missing out, or losing out rather. There's your contact warning for Hugo Eriksson coming in at the top of the screen. You'll see one for Barry Lakes in a moment as well. But yeah, both disadvantaged from whatever happened between them. Ooh. Christian Hill focusing on catching up with this battle, which is heating up, Reeve.
Walmsley-Ride with a nice opportunistic look down the inside there. Might have compromised himself though, as we see Lewis Blench closing in, taking a look at that inside through turn 15. They stay in single file for the time being. Christian Hill also closing up. We run through the museum left-hander, followed by the farm curve, still staying in that single file, maybe trying to benefit from any possible slipstream that there is to play with. Christian Hill certainly is in the background there, kneeling over or ducking down rather in the cart. Through turn 1 we go, and I think we're going to have to wait for some more switchbacks, for some more opportunistic moves, unless we get anything into Brooklands. And there we go, Walmsley-Ride goes a little bit deep on corner entry, and through goes Blench.
Yeah, and has held, no he hasn't. Back through goes Walmsley-Ride. We see quite a lot of that today, especially in these conditions, of a driver diving up the inside but ultimately carrying too much speed and not getting the drive on the exit of the corner. Looks like it's drying up by there to me, Reeve, over at Bridge, despite suggestions that it might be bits of rain in other parts. Right, it certainly doesn't look dry from this angle, does it?
No, certainly not. But
I think the condensation on the lens is telling the wrong tale there, because there's certain parts of this track that do seem to be drying up. It didn't dry up too quickly yesterday, and there was a lot brighter skies yesterday as well, and there's probably a little bit warmer. So I'm not sure how much of a factor that'll come into play through the course of this race and next, but maybe this afternoon we might start to see a drier line forming for the sprints.
Certainly hope so. So we can see some quick times, but I imagine there was a lot less wind today by the looks of it compared to yesterday. I wonder if that is playing a part. But as we see there, might be slightly compromised there for Alfie Slater. Is able to continue on heading through the farm curve, leading things and keeps the momentum up somehow. I just thought for a second that was going to be a case of a tyre on the grass. Here we go, the Walmsley ride just behind, had to look down the inside through the first corner. Is going to be front axle to rear axle, so thinks better of it, hangs back for the time being. This could allow Blenchon through though as we run down towards Brooklands. There we go, that is going to be Blenchon, maybe Christian Hill on through as well. We stay in single file once again. Walmsley ride does hang on to it on the exit of Brooklands. Maggot and Beckett is up next. It's a very brave attempt if you're going to try and go side by side down there in these conditions. So drivers waiting for Bridge, the next available opportunity, followed by the Priory. But so far, all looking pretty calm after the first couple of corners. Ivia, Alfie, Slater, all the fighting continues on for P2.
Yep, so full kart battle now for the lead as we come up to the last 7 minutes, the last third of this one. Obviously this was a shorter race distance due to the false start, but third of a traditional race distance to go. Yeah, I'm glad you picked up on that one. Reeve, a cone warning in for Hugo Eriksson, who's had a couple of contact warnings as well already this race. Only the Alfie Slater penalty to consider with these front four, if I remember correctly. He's got a cone penalty. Barry Lakes, who was involved, has a force and a driver wide, but Barry Lakes has dropped down the order into 15th as it stands. Really good lap from Alfie Slater. He's taken a second out on the three behind, and Lewis Blench might be thinking, I need to get past Charlie Walmsley ride at that kind of pace if I'm going to win this race. Obviously they are battling over the net win, but I doubt they'll know that themselves at the moment. So Charlie Walmsley ride winner as it stands. Lewis Blench eyeing up the back of him, probably thinking it's got to be sooner rather than later to make a move if Alfie Slater keeps up this really impressive pace at the front.
Yeah, he does indeed. Does pick up another cone penalty to boot, so that is not ideal. That will take another spot off the final result from the SP40 running for the lightweight today. 2 more spots, apologies. So 5 minutes left to go in the order. Fastest lap, as we say, though, so it is flying along. Unfortunately, maybe not quite as clean as perhaps it could have been otherwise. Still plenty of fighting to be done here for P2 and 3. Christian Hill looked to be getting a slightly cleaner run, although did have to soar at the axle there to try and get the kart around the right-hander. And we do see them begin to space out ever so slightly now as we have 5 minutes to go. I don't think for a second that this battle is over. It could well heat up just as we head down towards turn 1 here.
Yeah, Walmsley ride seems to have had a much better lap and indeed sets the fastest lap, takes 2/10 out of that lead. Look at this battle, Reeve. That's something's going on there. This is the battle for 14th place. Yeah, Oliver Malinowski leading this one. Barry Lakes is involved, and Barry Lakes is going for
Joker lap.
Joker lap, yeah. It's not been his race, this one, is it? Very impressive in the earlier race and just hasn't had the good fortune he needs in this one. That's Christian Lane there in the black and white track limit warning for Barry Lakes, understandably, given how far he exceeded the limits there on Farm Curve. Yeah, big battle going on here. The 65 of Blake Hutton now leads this pack through Maggots and Beckett's. He's got a bit of pressure coming in from Luke Thompson there. Luke Thompson's got the inside line with a bit of help from behind. This is Doug Smith and Neil Halliwell battling over 6th place, I think, with Halliwell seemingly winning out that one for now. Doug Smith going to come back at him, but he's going to be on the outside for Seagraves in the 38. Ooh. Dives up the inside. Oh, that's going to be a little bit of contact. Doug Smith's getting the cutback on them both, and Doug Smith comes out in front for now. Siemens is next. I think that's Halliwell emerging in front. And Doug Smith up the inside of Museum. Can Halliwell get the better drive down the start-finish straight? He's going to get side by side and will reclaim that position. Great stuff from these guys here. This is the battle for 6th. Neil Halliwell has it at the minute. Sebastian Banks looks to the inside, but follows Doug Smith through Wellington. Another fastest lap out front for Alfie Slater. That's another smashing lap. Hopefully he's not hit another cone in doing it, but really good. 1 minute 23.8. Lap times are tumbling in this one. He's taking half a second out on Charlie Wormsley Ride, who is in the net lead of this one.
Yes, indeed, this is a great battle at the moment, now being led by Halliwell, although I don't think it's over yet, because we can see Douglas Smith has a look down the inside at the bridge. Tighter run, pretty textbook, but might be compromised on exit, and he is indeed, loses some speed. And through goes Halliwell once more. Back in the lead of this duo as they run down through turn 10, but it might not be a duo for much longer. I think a few more are getting re-involved in this one. We have a change for the lead of the race, meanwhile it is now.
Excuse me, Rio, I tried to alert you to a change of lead. It's actually Lewis Blench just fallen back into the clutches of Christian Hill. I thought Blench had got ahead of Charlie Wormsley Ride.
As did I.
Took me a second to realise that Charlie Wormsley Ride is in red and black, not white and orange as Christian Hill is. Charlie Wormsley Ride is closed right up again to Alfie Slater. They are trading fastest laps, these two. I'm sure Charlie's going to get it, and indeed he does, a 23.2 on that lap. They're taking it in turns to set the fastest lap time. Lewis Blench, as I said, fallen back into the clutches of Christian Hill. And Christian Hill here battling for the last place on the podium on the track and second place on the podium net, given the penalties to Slater.
Still plenty to play for. Only have 90 or so seconds left on the clock in this one. We're approaching the final few laps. Now we can see Blench and Hill still fighting tooth and nail as they run through Maggots and Beckett. It nearly was a little bit of compromise for them. They are able to run down towards the bridge though, taking an identical line there, so no advantage gained through turn 8. We have turn 9, the express before we hit the Priory, and have a look down the inside. It does Christian Hill. Will he come out on top though? He's going to go for the wider exit, which we have seen has cost a bit of speed in the past, and that certainly seems to be the case this time around as Blench goes down the inside, takes back P3.
Good stuff from the both of them, giving each other room to race. Speaking of room to race, Christian Hill's found some room up the inside of Seagraves. Blench will have a better run, but is on the outside for Siemens. Will also have a better run down towards Museum, but I think Christian Hill's got that move tucked up and indeed goes a little bit defensive, or thinks about it, but takes a normal racing line into Museum and holds net second. Wormsley Ride, again, not too far off on that one for the race leaders. Side by side, Blench has a look around the outside of Wellington here. That's not going to work out for him on this occasion, but he's going to be very close. Coming down into Brooklyn, certainly closer than our lead to Blench on the outside again, though this is the last lap. So Hill defending quite rightfully as they come up to Maggots and Beckett. They'll need to go single file through there. This is for net second of the race. Charlie Wormsley Ride will inherit the race win from Alfie Slater with 2 cone penalties. Should drop him back beyond these 2 that we're watching as well. Christian Hill at the minute claiming net second then. Blench eyeing up a move into Priory. Hill goes defensive. Blench to the outside. Might try and get a better run down into Club. Doesn't seem to have a significant amount of overspeed. Goes to the outside. Hill defends once more. It's the left-hander of Ireland next. The right-hander of Tower follows. Then as we come down to Seagraves, big overtaking opportunity here, but Hill's defensive once more. Don't think they're close enough for a move into Siemens, and Hill defends once again. It's only really Museum now that they have to navigate, and Hill goes on the defence, or doesn't. Up the inside goes Blench, and it's going to be a drag race to the line. I think Hill's got a better run. Alfie Slater points to his helmet. He's won this one on the road. Charlie Wormsley Ride will inherit the race win, and Blench does indeed make the most of that better drive out the final corner. Fist bump between him and Christian Hill. They will be second and third in the overall classification. John Boulter comes home quite lonely, 5th place really. Neil Halliwell wins that great battle between himself and Doug Smith for 6th place. Smith ended up 7th. Hugo Eriksson recovers to 8th, having been running quite highly earlier on. Sebastian Banks finishes 9th, and Tom Saunders is 10th overall. Another great race, Reeve, and that's the last of our Sprint 40 lightweights. We'll have one more Sprint 40 race to come with our heavyweight class. Bit of a pause whilst we switch over, as we've seen previously. Potentially a refueling for the karts, a weighing for the drivers, and of course swapping over all the number plates and transponders. You can see them at the back of the shot there, filtering in. The rest of the order then, from 11th down, Caden Ward finished 11th, Ryan Harris 12th, Dylan Edwards 13th, 14th was Oliver Malinowski. Christian Lehner is 15th, Luke Thompson 16th, 17th, Joe Jennings, Caden Graham 18th, Barry Lakes 19th, Blake Hutton 20th, 21st, Jamie Crampton 22nd, Zachary Melrose 23rd, Larry Tyndall, Lewis Cook was 24th, Jacob Rattray 25th, 26th, Russell Cooper, Calloway Nikolov in 27th, Josh Cope in 28th, 29th was Aaron Stilwell, Bradley Tomlinson 30th, 31st was Patrick Nichols, Emma Rabbage was 32nd, Jake Wilkins 33rd, Alice Metcalf 34th, and Tim Parsons 35th overall there. That is before penalties are applied. There will be some changes in the order, but that's how they finished out on track. We've got a couple of Slipstream Pass joiners, Jamie McLaughlin and Jack McLaughlin in the chat. Good to have you. Thank you, BH Karting, for pointing out my voice crack. Yes, it's been a long day yesterday, and we're only halfway through today. I will make it to the end, though. Gobbledygook says go on Harris, presumably Ryan Harris, rather than me. I don't think there's anyone in the chat encouraging me. Benji Racing, Oliver Malinowski finished that one in 14th place overall. Thank you, Reeve, for your supportive comments.
There is someone in the chat.
Love that from you. But yes, that's the end of our lightweight races. We'll be switching over momentarily. Back to our heavyweights.
And here we go then, folks. It's our final bit of SP40 action for the day. The Heavyweight North SP40 Race 2 is up next, of course. As we know, the order for this one is settled based on lap times from Race 1. Those guys were out just over half an hour ago, and now we'll be heading back out on track to round off our SP40 Heavyweight running, or SP40 running in general today. So let's take a look at those grids and see how they're shaping up, how they're going to be starting this race. Front row of the grid then it will be Dennis Luzensky and Alex Pritchard on row 1, and then it will be Damon Smith and Joe Wright completing the second row of the grid. Jonathan Wilson and Saul Gregory complete row 3. Moving on to the fourth row of the grid, we have Bailey Morgan involved in some fantastic battles earlier on, followed by Steve Lindley. Then we have Aidan Line also in the mix there with Ben Picard. And then on row 6 is Kai Crawford and Adam Hadfield. Moving on to the 7th row of the grid, we will have Phil Cooper, followed by Tom Taylor, and then row 8 will be Lee Crowther and Lewis Ashford. Tom Edwards and Jamie Garside complete row 9, and then next we have the 10th row of the grid, which will feature Tom Walwyn and Ethan Hallett, followed by Garrett O'Connor and Luke Burrow on row 11. Then it's Chris Phillips and Alex Westmoreland on row 12. Moving on to the 13th row of the grid, we will have Dominic Kelly and Stephen Westwood, followed by Matthew Cockram and Jonathan Hest. It's Oliver Collins and Clive Morfitt on row 15, leading us to the last couple of rows, and it will be Rowan Horder and Henry Lamb on row 16, followed by Jonathan McLeod and then Kenneth Leach on row 17. That's your 34 kart grid for our SP40 Heavyweight North second race of the day, the last bit of SP40 action of the weekend as well.
I'm getting hungry, Reeve. I'm dying for a lunch break after this. Excited to see what our heavyweights can produce. So it was a good first race. Dennis Lazinski and Alex Pritchard battling out in that one.
Yeah, exactly. I think what we might have to do is delve into a bit of what we did yesterday, which was as soon as we got a little bit hungry. Hungry commentators chat, which always ends up obviously being food. Anyone who's watching along today, anyone watching along in the broadcast who might have been here yesterday, what's good to go for at the cafe here at Kart Silverstone? What is a good menu item to go for? Because I haven't brought any lunch with me today, so I need to get some from there. Any suggestions? I am more than willing to take, but there are more pressing matters than that. I think Jacob's about to flex the fact that he has brought lunch with him.
I have.
Because he's prepared himself.
Thai satay chicken noodles.
Very nice.
I'll be ducking into the lead van and whacking that in the microwave for 3 minutes as soon as we finish this race. Looking forward to sampling that.
But we have a bit of quiet on track now, just as we get the lightweight drivers out of the kart, which, as you can see, has been completed, and we get the heavyweight drivers ready to go racing. Make sure they've all got their lead, got their transponders, got their number plates, and also while we get some fuel in the cars, give them a quick glance and a check over, maybe a bit of chain lube here or there if they need it, but they're in fine fettle overall and looking good as well with the new stickers. We'll look at them in more detail in the paddock show that you will see after this 20-minute heavyweight race before we head into the senior sprints this afternoon.
Just to correct something we've been saying, mostly me, unfortunately. Order for this next race is based on the fastest lap time set in the first race. When Adam Wright had that off in race number 1, we said Damien Smith's going to be very unhappy with that, given that he thought he'd be on for a pole position. Damien Smith will actually start this one in 3rd because Adam Wright's pace was pretty good. So yeah, Dennis Lazinski, who suffered penalties and therefore wasn't able to win that race earlier, starts on pole position. Alex Pritchard, who was at the front throughout, starts on the front row as well for this. Joe Wright's pace was pretty good. He's starting in 4th. Jonathan Wilson made up a lot of positions in race number 1 and is 5th place here for this one. Bailey Morgan was pretty quick, as was Steve Lindley. They're 7th and 8th. Aidan Lyne finished 6th on the road in the last one. And had some decent pace to put him in the top 10 for this one too. I don't think there's anyone who's significantly different to where they were there or thereabouts in the first race. You can see there a couple of the drivers waiting to go out. That's Alex Pritchard, Adam Wright, and I recognise the suit of the other driver, and I'll be reminded as soon as they're out on track. Maybe that's Damien Smith actually. Which is why he's chatting with Adam Wright, the unhelmeted of the drivers. You can see just the right hand side of your picture there.
Just a quick note to say as well that if you are watching along with our broadcast today and you enjoy it, or even if you don't, I'm going to make you, make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. Just to be notified. In fact, you need to click a little bell icon as well, because it used to be back in the day that you'd subscribe and you'd be notified of everything, but now you need to click a little notification icon as well. So like, subscribe, hit that bell if you want to see more from Alpha Live in the future as well. Plenty more Club 100 action going on this season, but more than Club 100 as well found on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Plenty of racing action to get your fix. So do make sure you like and subscribe if you enjoy some of our broadcasting. It's great, from a personal note, to be back in the comms box with the Alpha Live crew. We have a bit of a break over winter, of course, while the world of real-life racing dips away. But of course, as I say, great to be back in the world of real-life commentary. I did get to enjoy the Club 100 iRacing Championship over the winter break, which I know we'll have a few familiar names from that racing along in the senior sprint this afternoon as well. So great to see the Club 100 community active throughout the year. And there we have a nice shot looking at the Silverstone sign. I'm trying to place where that is out on track. Which camera are we looking at? It's one of them that has a big building with Silverstone on it, so it can't be too far. I'm just being blind probably, but yeah, great privilege to be here at this venue. Is it slightly... Oh, it's our balcony cam, is it? So it is. There we go. There we go. Thank you, Cam Up, for helpfully zooming out a little bit there, and we get a great view of the track from this point as well.
It's the scaffolding camera.
Oh, is it?
I did mistakenly point to the balcony camera.
Yes,
it is a camera
yeah,
to our
you can
left,
see it as you
facing
come in.
over to our right. Okay, speaking of right, you can see there Joe Wright getting one of these carts ready. That's Dennis Lazinski in front. Dennis put a coat on for this one. I'm not sure if you're going to take that off before he gets going, but maybe it's a little chilly out there for the first session. Alex Pritchard there in behind, and yeah, that is Damien Smith. I was right, I did eventually pick up on who that was in that suit. Bailey Morgan is instantly recognisable suit wandering down the grid there. Good pace from Bailey in race number 1. But once these drivers have fitted out their carts, adjusted their pedals, etc., etc., often what you get when you switch between lightweights and heavyweights is that you need to adjust the pedals. The lightweights typically want them closer because they're shorter, and the heavyweights, such as myself, are more vertically blessed, shall we say, and require the pedals to be further away in order to fit our nice long legs in a go-kart.
Certainly are on the taller side, so I can imagine. Would you be comfortable with an even further extended pedal position? Would that work for you?
Oh
as
yeah,
well?
absolutely. Yeah, I would move the seat back a few inches and the pedals further forward, but unfortunately, I'm not to be so lucky there.
We'll just have to do an SP40 Jacob class for next season, where it's only people 7'8" and above who can have their own custom kart.
I would love it. I would love it. But we're a long way from there, unfortunately, Reeve. So yeah, not long to go until we get this second Sprint 40 Heavyweight North race underway. You can hear in the background JV, I think, doing the presentation for lightweights. Rather than waiting for heavyweights to finish. And a bit of a telling off for them as well, I can hear.
Yeah, there were a couple of penalties creeping in general in that one.
It's not a great advert to see a lot of penalties coming in, is it? And we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 penalties in that last 20-minute race. Couple that with the first 20-minute sample of how well those drivers behaved, and it's not a great day from them in general. Heavyweights weren't a sight better either, so I'd imagine there might be a bit of talking to. Denis Zelensky has taken his coat off now. He's decided he is warm enough, and there you go. You can see his full lime green and black suit in all its glory, with the need for speed written on the back of it as well. So Dennis will be looking to pick up where he left off, minus a few penalties earlier. Should well be in the mix for winning this one. Looks like he's posing for a photo there. Long hold on the pose.
Must be one of those old Victorian cameras that you need into a reel to develop. But we have a broadcast coming in saying that's not actually Denis Lezensky, but it looks like it.
Certainly wearing Denis Lezensky's suit.
Yeah. Maybe it's not Lezensky, but it is Lezensky's SP40 competing cousin. There's a reference for everyone.
The entry's under Denis Lezensky, and the suit says Lezensky on the back.
We're going to go with Lezensky, I think.
And I'm sure I've seen Denis Lezensky wearing that suit before. Please do correct us if someone's wearing Denis Lezensky's suit and helmet and taking their entry. But it looks to me to be Dennis. I am willing to be corrected. And certainly we saw Adam Wright sharing a slot with Damien Smith. So it's not out of the question for drivers to be chopping and changing in between these two races. Certainly see Alex Pritchard is doing both of them. Joe Wright's back out for another go. Jonathan Wilson I've seen as well. Bailey Morgan's down there too. Saul Gregory is in 6th. I must confess I don't think I'd recognise Saul on sight alone. Steve Linley I think is still down there. There's definitely Steve Linley in the first race and out there for practice. Can't quite see Steve. I think Aidan Line is, yeah, Steve Linley's there in front of Aidan Line. You can just about make out the text on the back of Steve Linley's suit. Aidan Line has been doing the whole thing for himself as well. Ben Pickard in behind. That's definitely Kai Crawford and Adam Hadfield actually in 11th and 12th. And Phil Cooper and Tom Taylor in behind them. So yeah, I think the only driver swap we've got to be conscious of is the Damien Smith and Adam Wright swap over. But do let us know in the comments if your friends or family are racing in this one. They've shared an entry with someone else. We'll be sure to pronounce the right names as and when we can. And yes, here we go then. Out onto track they make their way. We'll do a quick run through the order just so you know exactly who's in this one in case you missed the grid moments ago. Dennis Lizensky and Alex Pritchard, Damien Smith, Joe Wright, John Wilson, Saul Gregory, Bailey Morgan, Steve Lindley, Aidan Lyne, Ben Pickard, Kai Crawford, Adam Hadfield, Phil Cooper, Tom Taylor and Lee Crowther are all in this one, as are Lewis Ashford, Tom Edwards, Jamie Garside, Tom Walwyn, Ethan Hallett, Garrett O'Connor, Luke Burrow, Chris Phillips, Alex Westmoreland, Dom Kelly, Stephen Westwood, Matthew Cockerham, Jonathan Heston, Oliver Collins, Clive Morfitt, Rowan Horder, Henry Lamb, Jonathan McLeod and Kenneth Leach. Okay, are we getting going first time? I think this will be the first time for a first time. If we do, and there's your thumbs up from Benji Hamilton. So it will indeed be a first time that we get running. Lizensky on your right in the green, Pritchard on the left in the blue and orange. We said it before, Reeve, the rows behind tend to have better starts here. The first row of the grid hasn't exactly been the place to be, has it?
No, certainly not. We did see a good one after a false start, but other than that, yeah, it's been a question of it's been a race of attrition really through the first couple of corners. So hopefully, a nice clean run for everyone this time around. They navigate their way down the tram lines. Then Pritchard versus Lizensky into Wellington we go. Already Lizensky seems to be looking pretty handy, running down into that first corner, has the inside line, looking pretty secure there, but through goes Damien Smith as well into second place.
And that's Aidan Lyne, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, my microphone's having a bit of spot of bother, but Aidan Lyne is up into second place already. Damien Smith on the outside there, battling, I think, with Joe Wright. And around goes a couple of karts at the back. I want to say Jonathan McLeod there. It's been a really good start from Dennis Lizensky, but Aidan Lyne, he had a fairly anonymous race number 1. He's front and centre of race number 2. Pritchard is 3rd, Bailey Morgan 4th, and I think 5th is Jonathan Wilson. Looking up the inside of Bailey Morgan, coming on down into Priory. Let's see if Jonathan Wilson can make that one stick. No, he thinks better of it. Pulls back. The 35 is behind them. Phil Cooper's had an excellent start up into 6th. Although he's under pressure there going into Club. As I say that, I think Kai Crawford, was it Kai Crawford? Or was Joe Wright recovering, making his way back up. So interesting first lap. Lizensky certainly hasn't pulled away from Aidan Lyne, the reigning champion in this formula. Alex Pritchard in 3rd, featured heavily in race number 1 and will want to feature here as well, going for the overall round win. Bailey Morgan had a solid first race and looks to be improving on that already in the second, as did Jonathan Wilson in 5th. Yep, that is Phil Cooper up to 6th with Joe Wright in behind. Steve Lindley's mainly held position. Ben Pickard 2, Tom Taylor there, rounding out your top 10. Adam Hadfield in close contention too.
Yeah, great start overall then for this one. Nice clean getaway for everyone, so it seems. We all are still in a very quick succession. We'll try and bring some timing up on this one. There we go, it's updated on our screens now, and I think the track starting to get a little bit better already. We're in the 26s. We should be seeing those times dip off. We can see the bridge is just looking so much drier than it has done over quite a few races now. So still a few other parts of the track that will be damp. I think we might get some decent running providing the rain holds off over the lunch break.
Yep, at the inside goes Tom Taylor on Kai Crawford there into Priory. So I think Crawford might have made up a place, and into Club actually dives back up the inside. He'll have the outside line for Ireland, but the inside line for Tower, if he can hold on. Ooh, that was tight. I think there's a cone. Go on flying there, change for the lead. Reeve, Aidan Lyne to the front.
Yeah, all done through the switchbacks. It has been a favourite overtaking opportunity here. Might be slightly slower on exit there. We can see him kneeling, ducking down in the cart, sorry, to try and get a bit more speed. It does build up quite a nice turn of speed in the end, so stays ahead of Lizensky. And unsurprisingly, fastest lap on the first true lap of the race for Aiden Line there as he gets ahead of Leszczynski into the 24s we are now. So the track all of a sudden is beginning to light up just a little bit now. It'll be interesting to see what it looks like after 15 minutes worth of running, what the drivers can make of that. But for now, Leszczynski is still behind, just behind those as well. Pritchard versus Morgan, and Wilson's in the mix there as well. Through Maggott and Beckett we go in a single file formation down towards the bridge. Taking a wide entry there, a lot of rotation from Aiden Line, but the Kart ends up agreeing with him and continues on. Nice bit of a switch back there and snapped the Kart through the left-hander.
Yeah, I said at the end of the first race, Aiden Line finished that one in 6th and had a fairly quiet and somewhat anonymous race, in all honesty. 6th is a solid result. And I said, that's all he needs to do, not get any penalties, maintain a decent amount of speed, set himself up for race 2. And if he clicks with this Kart better, he's put himself in a great position, and looks to me like he certainly clicked with that Kart. Reeve, he's on the money, fastest lap so far of a 1:24.0. Still 10 seconds or so off the kind of pace that we'd expect to see. Certainly yesterday we got as low as a 1:11. That was quite dry and sunny conditions though, and in junior super lightweight, so some 10 kilos at least lighter than these guys, which is worth a tenth or two to say the least. Alex Pritchard quite comfortable, Bailey Morgan and Jonathan Wilson following him around, although Wilson taking quite a different line to Morgan, and might fancy a look here into Brooklands. Goes to the outside to maybe get a better run on exit, and doesn't quite pull alongside Morgan there before Maggott and Beckett's. Perhaps a look into Bridge, back Kart length too far back for that one. But yeah, Bridge looks like it's drying up very quickly. It did yesterday, to be fair, didn't it? That was the real indicator as to how dry this track was getting. Certainly the section just in front of our comms box here on the start-finish straight doesn't tend to dry up as quickly, but Bridge certainly gets a lot lighter in the tarmac a lot earlier than the rest of this track. Maybe the slight banking helps the water run down off it.
Yeah.
We'll see as Wilson does try and make a move on Bailey Morgan there, but Bailey Morgan soon fights back. Wilson's got a better drive as he out of Siemens, not enough of a better drive to get the inside line for Museum, and it's as you were they come across the start finish line again. Fastest lap goes to Denis Leszczynski, a whole second quicker than the previous fastest lap. Aiden Line's improving as well though, so only took about a tenth of a second out of the lead there. Leszczynski's not done in this one. Much better race this one in terms of discipline, Reeve.
Yeah.
John's words have finally got to the drivers, and there are no penalties to discuss amongst our top runners, so no net this or net that for now, and we are a good third of the way into the race, so very impressive from this cohort of drivers.
Yeah, nice clean running. Hopefully the commentator's curse not coming into effect in this on. We've been pretty good so far at avoiding Merkisvit, so we're going to continue on with that fortune, hopefully watching on at the banked bridge. There we can see just the bowl effect, kind of, it's high on entry, dips down as we approach the apex. It must feel a bit like a roller coaster. It must feel really nice in the Kart there, where everyone in single file. We watch on as number 62, Adam Hadfield, runs on, followed by Kai Crawford there. A couple of contacts warnings coming in that mid-pack action. Perhaps unsurprising, they are going side by side is the number 17. The number 17 there of Garrett O'Connor, looking to be overtaken potentially by the likes of Luke Burrow is that there, but wins out in the end.
Yeah, more fastest laps at the front. Aiden Line now down into the 21s, only just, it's a 21.999, but an impressive lap nonetheless. Leszczynski's still going pretty quickly, but he's half a tenth offline on that one, so a little bit more of a gap out in front. Pritchard's still comfortable in third, and looking good value for a round win if you can hold on to that. He's got a second and a half advantage over Bailey Morgan, who's still in close contention with Jonathan Wilson, although Wilson's dropped back a little bit. Joe Wright is joining that particular battle as we speak. Still fairly close together back through the order then. That's Kai Crawford in 11th, and then we see Lewis Ashford in the slightly different hue of blue coming around the corner now. Then in the racing point get-up, we've got the 52 is that. I think I miscalled this, unless there's a back marker involved there. 9 is definitely Kai Crawford, and then the 51 the 51 is a back marker, yes. So the racing point get-up is Lewis Ashforth. Not quite sure where the 51 has come from there. I think Ben Pickard has a cone penalty and a restart on grass. So there's obviously been an off for Ben Pickard, and that's why he's mixing with these guys in particular.
James Garside had a look down the inside earlier on, might be gunning for it again through Museum. Get it done, looks very textbook there. Has he lost a bit of time running a little bit wider? It's going to be a bit of a drag race now between the number 52 of Lewis Ashforth and the number 4 of James Garside there. Down the inside, being protected is that inside line by Ashforth, but around the outside goes James Garside and eventually takes a position back into turn 1. A nice move there. This is going to be a great battling duo now as through Brooklands go with the number 52 taking that inside line. It becomes a drag race down to Magnus Beckett with the Racing Point livery, or race suit, winning out rather. I think that'll be vintage racewear sooner rather than later, won't it?
And there's a cone knocked over there. Not sure if when the observers would have picked up on that, but we certainly did on the live stream.
Yeah, I've got a couple of warnings coming in for cone warnings, so I wonder if that's that there.
We'll keep an eye on the penalties.
Certainly will. Yeah, that obviously see look down the inside there for Garside this time around, heading through turn 10. It goes towards the curb. We've seen this switchback happen so many times now today. Just when you think you might have it, you certainly haven't. But he's going to fight back for it anyway. We go near enough side by side through turn 12. 14 approaches us in just a moment as we start the switchback. Right-hander followed by the left, with the Racing Point race suit winning out this time around. Obviously from a Formula 1 team situated very close to ourselves these days, and former Aston Martin just across the road, quite literally, from this kart circuit now. So we run through the museum and the farm curb. This time out, it is the number 52 who leads the charge onto the start-finish straight.
Gap for the lead within a second now, but Lizinski, I'm just looking out the window, still a kart length or so behind. Pritchard and Morgan seem fairly content where they are. Not sure that either of us got the raw pace at this stage of the race to catch up to the front two. So we're just 3rd and 4th respectively. Jonathan Wilson not too far behind those guys either, just fending off any sort of challenge from Joe Wright as we speak. Steve Lindley's in a bit of a lonely 7th place at the moment. Phil Cooper's got Tom Taylor for company. 8th and 9th, Adam Hadfield and Kai Crawford aren't too far behind them. They've just gone through your shot there. Now that's who we're talking about here. So the 33 is Tom Taylor, and he's actually got past Phil Cooper on this lap. And now Cooper under a little bit of pressure from the 62 of Adam Hadfield. Hadfield looking to the inside of Siemens. Takes a much tighter line through there, and if he can get alongside, he'll have the inside for Museum, but he can't. Kai Crawford, the number 9 at the back of this pack here, will be looking to pick up on any mistakes these guys make.
Will indeed. So we watch these guys start another lap now. The number 33, Tom Taylor, leads us. Does pick up a cone penalty, though, unfortunately, so will not be able to finish on paper where they finish on the road. And this does change up this battle ever so slightly. Not that I'm sure that these guys are really going to take heed of that. They're just going to go and fight for track position, which is what we like to see. Tom building up a notable gap, though, and instead becomes more of a battling trio now, being led by Phil Cooper, just ahead of Hadfield, and Kai Crawford gunning up the rear in this fight.
Yeah, interesting to see how this one develops over the remaining 3rd of the race. Kai Crawford, I don't think, diving up the inside of Priory, backs out of that. The stricken 51 of Ben Pickard is also coming up to the back of these, looking to make the most of his remaining time on track, even if the position isn't going to be one that he's particularly pleased with by the end of it. Certainly has the right to unlap himself if he can catch up. As Crawford, I think, takes a look. Joe Wright has caught up and overtaken Jonathan Wilson as we've been following this, so that's a change for 5th place. The gap for the lead is very tight now, or at least it was coming over the line. Aidan Line hasn't been able to improve on his fastest lap for the last 4, and Denis Lezensky has been getting quicker and quicker, potentially learning from the driver in front, shaping up to be a close finish, that one. Keep an eye on that out the window as best we can, as there's also a change for 3rd place. No, sorry, excuse me, that is a similarly helmeted kart tester just in front of the battle for 3rd place. There, Alex Pritchard still comfortable there, Bailey Morgan still very much in touching distance, but not challenging. Here is our race leader, navigating through traffic now. That's Damien Smith there, who started this one at the front and hasn't fared all that well. I'm trying to see who that is in front there. That's Oliver Collins that they've got to navigate past. So there's a bit of a gap now between our race leaders, but they are in sight of each other. Line has to pick his way through these back markers as best he can. He's on the outside for Brooklands there. Hopefully it doesn't compromise him too much. Lezensky follows through, and there they are very close together. Lezensky will be pushing Line through Maggots and Beckett's. The 21 is just in front of them and slightly compromising the speed maybe there. That's Rowan Horder. Out the way he goes, and Lezensky fancies a go at the race lead here. Dives up the inside and takes the race lead with a fantastic overtake there, Reeve. Change at the front.
Yeah, cracking stuff. That's what we like to see. 5 minutes to go in this one. This is a track which might lend itself to some, well, a relative ease of allowing your way past through back markers, because it is pretty wide across various points here. But Aidan Lyne's not giving this fight for the race lead up just yet. We run our way down towards turn 14. He's attached pretty much to the rear bumper of that go-kart in front of him. And we run through the right-hander, followed by Siemens now. And we can see a bit of curb there for Denis Lezensky. I don't think that's cost him any major time. Instead, though, I think Pritchard is now up on the scene.
No,
it's not. Sorry, a bit of back marker
still
just catching in.
About 10 seconds further back.
Yeah.
Bailey Morgan is a lot closer to Alex Pritchard than he has been over the last few laps. So we'll keep an eye on both these battles as Lezensky comes around to start lap 12. We're not going to get too many more after this. We are in the last 5 minutes. Pritchard severely compromised there coming out of the final corner, and Bailey Morgan is all over the back of him. If we hold on this shot, they will be coming through in just a few seconds time. There they are. So that's Pritchard. He has held the position from Morgan, but Morgan, as you can see, right in contention now. That's a kart tester behind him. That's Sam Taylor. Morgan's pulled up alongside Pritchard. Pritchard might be in a bit of trouble here and indeed loses 3rd place. I'm not sure if he's got a problem, but he doesn't seem to be as comfortable as he has been for the rest of the race. Pritchard looks back to the inside and up the inside of Bailey Morgan, takes 3rd place back, but a shaky half a lap from Alex Pritchard. I'm not altogether too sure what's happened there. Chopping and changing though, and there's more trepidation at the front as Denis Lezensky tries to get past another back marker. There's a lot going on here for 1st and 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Lines caught right up to Lezensky now. They're going through the final corner. Bailey Morgan still on the tail of Alex Pritchard. They've got back markers to contend with now as well. That's Damien Smith just ahead of them.
They run towards the end of the lap though. Over the shoulder looks Pritchard. He knows that Morgan is closing up, reeling him in. A few tenths faster on the last lap was Morgan. They head through the farm curve and onto the start finish straight once more. We're also keeping one eye on what's going on in that front end battle, as there's still plenty to play for. Only a few laps left to go in this one.
And the sun's coming out, Reeve.
It is indeed. The sun is beginning to shine. We might begin to see this track dry up over the lunch break. This is going to concern these drivers all that much, though, as we run through Brooklyn. Still leading the charge in this battling duo is Pritchard. Morgan takes a wider run through there, maybe trying to carry a bit more speed. Just have to wait to catch them as they run through Magnus Beckett's. Here they are then in single file, which is very much advised. It's drying up so much of that part of the track now as they run through Bridge. The karts look so much more composed than they did earlier on. It's a better run for Morgan, who closes right up, carries more exit speed there, goes near enough side by side to run down towards turn 20. Doesn't go for a run down the inside though, is clearly waiting for a more clear, a more safe opportunity to get the move done. And there we go, he has it. Too deep into the corner goes Pritchard, off the track into the grass, loses positions, loses time, and that means that Morgan promoted up into third.
Joe Wright just behind him as well. Reeve, you can see there in the white helmet. Sam Taylor doing his best to stay out of the way as kart tester. Coming over the line now is Leszczynski and Line. That gap still under a second here. They are. Line wants that back. Will be on the final lap last time, so this is an ultimate lap here and now. Line needs to work on getting a lot closer to Leszczynski. Takes a neater line through Brooklands, and he's going to be bumper to bumper coming through Maggots and Beckett's. We said Bridge dries out quicker than the other corners. Perhaps he fancies a lunge. Hasn't quite got the line through Maggots and Beckett's to make an impression here, but look how dry it is down there now. There's certainly scope for going offline and making something happen in that corner. Alex Pritchard has recovered just ahead of Jonathan Wilson. Gets a track limit warning and a cone warning for that excursion. Line, quite rightfully, allowing Dennis Leszczynski to carry on the lead there.
Yeah, a bit of curb taken there. That could well have ended much worse. They head on through. Leszczynski now takes a bit of a more notable lead, but only for a couple of corners because Line wants to fight back for it. And now through the left-handed switchback we go. A tighter run on the inside, but both wash out a little bit wide, a little bit less grip on this part of the circuit quite clearly than the runs down towards Bridge, for example. Through Museum and the farm curve we go. A gap builds up once again. It becomes a slipstream race down towards that first corner.
Yeah, final lap then. Fastest laps being set now that it's drawing out. Line into the 1 minute 20s.
With a cone penalty.
Line has a cone penalty, so Leszczynski is looking likely to win this one then. Line will still fancy making up a position. Bailey Morgan now third. Joe Wright less than a second behind him. Pritchard just ahead of Jonathan Wilson further back now. Leszczynski's been pretty good through Maggots and Beckett's this race. Rounds Bridge. That's a major overtaking opportunity done. Has a look over his shoulder. I think he has two looks over his shoulder. I think he's quite surprised about how far back in Line really was as they come down towards Priory. Line has closed right up though. You might want another look over your shoulder. There it is. Not quite sure what that hand signal is from Dennis Leszczynski, and Line is right up alongside him. Might try and dive down the inside of Seagraves, and does. Can he hold it on that inside line? Great kart control, manages it. Aidan Line to the inside of Siemens. Leszczynski, quite forceful in coming back past. He might regret that if there's a penalty coming his way. Line defends into the final corner. Will take the race win on the road, but with his cone penalty will drop back down. Leszczynski fancies the win on the road. It's a drag race to the finish, and I think Leszczynski's got that. He hasn't. It was less than a tenth of a second between them. Leszczynski will be promoted into the lead position. We look back now to see if Joe Wright's been able to catch up with Bailey Morgan. There's a back marker in the mixer as well, and there we have it. Bailey Morgan confirmed net third but net second. Joe Wright finishes fourth on the road. Alex Pritchard holds on to fifth from Jonathan Wilson. Steve Lindley, I mentioned, had quite a lonely seventh place, and looks to me like he's just come home there. Tom Taylor did in the end catch up to him significantly, but wasn't able to make the overtake. Adam Hadfield finishes ninth, and Kai Crawford 10th. Exciting race, Reeve, and great round of SP40.
Yeah, absolutely. Really pleased that we've been able to bring the maiden SP40 round to the Club 100 broadcasting for you folks. What a brilliant battle that was to round out proceedings as well. I don't think they quite knew that they didn't need to fight tooth and nail for it. It was looking pretty settled on paper, but at least we got a great battle regardless in the end. But I hope you folks have enjoyed watching the SP40 action from today as much as we've enjoyed commentating from it. Don't worry though, we ain't going anywhere, folks. We're going to round out things today in the morning. We're going to have a bit of a paddock show to get a feel for some of our drivers and the goings on around the paddock, and then we're going to kick off the action once again after lunch break with the senior sprint. So up first, it's our paddock show. Hello everyone and welcome to the Sunday paddock show here at Silverstone. We're in between the SP40 running and the senior sprints that will be taking place this afternoon, but we're recording this before the SP40 action has taken place. So hopefully you've all enjoyed a fantastic morning's worth of racing, because we certainly had that yesterday, which was the last time that myself and Jacob were at the track. How are you doing today, Jacob?
All good, thank you, Reeve. Yeah, we are currently stood waiting for the first of two test sessions to finish. There's 2 half-hour test sessions this morning just so drivers can get used to the track before using it in anger. And speaking of the track, Reeve, what a fantastic venue. We are bang in the middle of Silverstone. We've got the Brooklands building just over there. We've got the main grandstand then around to your left, just for a bit of perspective as to where we are. And behind you is the massive Silverstone Museum.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't really think of a better venue that is a cure for your motorsports kind of needs, really, because you're absolutely surrounded by it here. You approach the track, you obviously got all the Formula One facilities on the approach. You're here right at the heart of the track, Brooklands and Nuffields, we say, to watch over while you're here to see this karting circuit. And this circuit does take a lot of inspiration from the main track. You will have seen us discussing it in the racing, and especially if you're watching along yesterday as well. But plenty of parts of this track which might be familiar to those who know the circuit well. So we run down through Wellington here, named after its proximity to the straight, and then you run up towards Brooklands at turn 4. And then you get a very familiar complex of Maggotts and Beckett, which you might see some of the drivers in the very far background, just approaching that a tight left-right, which drivers probably want to be going single file through, but we have seen some attempted overtakes yesterday, so who knows what we're going to see this afternoon as well. But yeah, absolutely a fantastic venue. Really wide, gives plenty of space for karts to be fighting each other, and yeah, we just really enjoyed our time here yesterday, and I'm sure we have already today, and we will in this afternoon.
Yeah, interestingly, an anti-clockwise circuit. We don't have many, if any, anti-clockwise karting circuits on the Club 100 calendar. I think someone mentioned one in Lincolnshire in the chat the other day, but certainly not one that Club 100 go to regularly. Campillos in Spain was the only other one that we heard mentioned. So yeah, going that way rather than that way, past this big brand new karting building, which has been purpose-built for this, and that's where we're based, up in there in the comms box, with a great view out over to the circuit. And as you said, Reeve, yesterday's racing was absolutely amazing. Can't wait to see what the seniors do this afternoon. Anyone you got your eye on this afternoon?
To be honest, not myself in particular. Senior Sprint is a bit of a new format to myself. I've done a bit of running at GYG, so I'm really excited to see, obviously, what is still a fairly new track format to myself, and a new track as well. Looking forward to it, as I'm sure SP40 will have delivered as well. SP40, which you've just watched, a new broadcast for us here with the Alpha Live crew and Club 100. It's great to see that we're adding more and more to our broadcasting kind of armoury, and I'm sure we've had a great day's worth of run. We've got some big names that we will hope to grab in just a moment. We know a few people are running quite well in today's test session, so we are hoping to hear from them in just a few moments once they come off track. But for now, we just get to take in a bit of Silverstone.
Yeah, we've got this test session finishing now. The checker flag is out, so we'll talk to some of the drivers who've been setting quick lap times this morning. I think Oliver Wilde was pretty much at the top of the times until we went live. James Small has been out there as well, having been coaching yesterday. And I want to say Tommy Lee was up there at the top as well. I got a helper over there in the form of Jacob Underhill, who's going to direct them to us for a quick chat as soon as they come into the pit lane. And in fact, here they come now. You can see behind me, they are about to queue up. John Viger on his way down the pit lane as well, on the left-hand side of your shot there. But yeah, hopefully Jacob's ready with the chain loop and the directions. Him and Rory O'Regan are going to help us out a little bit with some shepherding of the pacier drivers. So yes, this pit lane in use for the first time this weekend. Nice big spacious area, just how we like it in Club 100. Making it easier to swap over in between events. And I believe it's the number 12 we're after, 12 and 14. So I can see them just towards the back there. We will get James first, and then Oliver. So if I go for James, if you grab the number 12 of Oliver, then we'll, between the two of us, figure out the secret to driving around here. I hope. Yeah. There we go. I will dive in with James, and he's having a quick chat with Miguel Hall there. Come and have a chat, James.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm very good, thank you.
Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it's a great track. It's a great flying circuit. They've done a really good job of putting that together, actually.
You started going pretty fast, pretty quickly out there.
Yeah, I don't even know what time I did. Was it?
You were second in the timings when I looked. Reeve's gone to grab Oliver Hall, who was top of the standings, but he was out there for the whole session by all accounts. But yeah, enjoying it then?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's really nice. Like, this is the first time I've done a sprint season since 2015. So I'm obviously racing later on this afternoon. We'll see how we get on. But it's just one of those things. I fancied having a little bit of a dabble. Wasn't doing any other racing this year. Going to Campilios in May. But other than that, just a little bit of a burn up in Club 100 again.
Funny enough, we've been filming for 5 minutes, and Campillos is the only other circuit I've mentioned, because that's also anti-clockwise.
Yeah.
Can you think of any anti-clockwise circuits beyond those two?
Oh, how many circuits do I visit a year? And can I actually think of one that goes?
That's why I'm asking you specifically.
Let me think. No, mate, that's a really hard question. And you put me on the spot. Thanks, Jacob.
We went on the F1 calendar, and there's a few on there, mostly the newer street circuits. Landau's not. No. I don't think there's another one on the Club 100 calendar. I'm wondering about the ones that I don't go to, but yeah.
No, I know. Quite tricky, actually. Yeah, the amount of circuits I worked 46 weekends last year, and I can't think of a circuit that I went to that was anti-clockwise.
If you think of one, message me later, and I'll be sure to, and mention that it's you and that you thought about it and that your cognitive capability is peak. Yeah. What are your hopes for this afternoon and latterly this season then?
We'll go and win it, hopefully. That's the plan. Obviously, I know it's been a long time, but I like to think I'd be straight on it. If the circuit feels good, and I know most of the circuits, there's only a little bit of unknown, obviously, visiting somewhere I've not been before. But yeah, I mean, the last sprint season I won, so let's hope we can make a comeback and win this season.
All right, well, we'll see how you start this afternoon. Good luck with it as well. We are going to go speak to the one man who I think might have been quicker than you in that session, although I didn't see you right to the end of the timing. Reeve is with Oliver Wilde, I believe.
I am indeed. Just having a chat with Benji Hamilton as well. Oliver did really well in that session. Unfortunately, just dropped off towards the very end, but still blistering first place for most of that session. How are you doing today, Oliver?
I'm all right, how are you?
Very good, thank you. Great to be back. We were here for the Cadets and Juniors yesterday. It was a fantastic day's worth of racing. We really enjoyed the track. So now that you've been out and testing, what do you make of it so far?
I really enjoyed it. It's a nice track. Yeah, it was a lot of fun to drive.
Brilliant. And slightly greasy conditions out there today. We think the weather may improve later on. Are you hoping to get some dry running in and see what you can do?
I'd like it to be dry, just to see how it is racing in the dry here, because it is pretty fun in the wet, so hopefully it's the same in the dry.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look pretty fun even in these conditions. We were watching, we had a great shot of drivers running through Wellington there where you could see the back end of the cart kicking out. The cart really needs to be kind of wrestled in order to get it into that left-hander. Any parts of the track which really have caught you out or you think might be a good way of making some time?
I think turn one's a bit of a strange one, because I've heard a lot of people say the dry line is actually the quickest line. So I'm going to try that next, and hopefully it works.
Yeah, it seems to be a bit of a point of discussion this track so far because it's so new. The tarmac surface is brand new. There's pretty much no rubber on it. We've had no single day really of just complete dry. Towards the end, it did dry up yesterday, but other than that, this poor track has been subject to rain all year. So I don't think there's a single bit of rubber on it, which might make for some interesting racing today. What are you hoping to get from that racing?
I don't really know. It's my first time in seniors this year, so I'm just looking forward to it and just hoping that it all goes well today.
Brilliant. Yeah, I'm sure we will have a great day. We look forward to seeing you this afternoon. And looking at the rest of the year then, what are you hoping to get from Club 100? Where are we going to see you?
Hopefully near the top, that's my aim. Last year I was top 10 in juniors, so hopefully we can follow up on that and do the same this year.
I'm sure you'll do well and have a great time either way. Thank you very much for your time today and best luck out there. And I believe, Jacob, I think you might have found some more drivers for us.
He's certainly a driver. He's not a competitor today, but Benji Hamilton's with me here testing karts for Club 100 today. Benji, you just telling me you really enjoy this track.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I had an interview with you guys yesterday and I accidentally bumped into you again. So yeah, spent that test session just obviously heating up the karts, but definitely probably my favourite track I've ever driven on. I think the main people, you probably can't see it on the live stream too much, but like turn one, obviously that corner there, you've got so much banking. And what I learned in that session, obviously it's quite damp, slippy. People are trying to take the normal wet line, sort of cut back. But because there's so much banking, you can really like utilise that banking on the way in and kind of hold the brake into the apex. And once you get there, you can power out and you've got so much banking, you can get out really quickly and without sliding. But definitely one of my favourites I've ever driven, definitely up there.
I mean, that's pretty resounding review from someone who's driven a fair few circuits. Yeah, the banking, you can't really tell turn one on the live stream, at least I don't think you can, but yeah, bridge certainly you can see it given that we've got the camera up on the scaffolding. What other corners would you say are kind of key to lap time or good overtaking opportunities?
Oh, okay. That's a good question. So, I reckon the best overtaking opportunities, obviously you've got turn 1 as it's banked, and you've got slipstream all the way down here. You can kind of sit behind someone, tuck out at the last second, jump on the inside. Over that one over there, the one where the old F1 circuit used to go.
Brooklands.
Yes, Brooklands, yes, that's the name of it. Because it's so wide, people think, oh, I need to use all the track here. Especially in these damp conditions, you don't. You can kind of get close to that curb or even nibble it, and you can dive up the inside from so far back and make the move stick. And then obviously you've got that corner over there, the really banked one museum. Is it? No. Which one is the really banked one? Bridge.
That's Bridge, yeah.
Bridge. Because, again, it's so banked, you can go in, overtake, get the move done, and you'll be in front, so you can kind of block past people so they can't re-overtake you on the straight. Those are probably the 3 best overtaking spots on the track, definitely.
We saw a few, the corners after Bridge, so I want to say Priory and then Club is the double right-hander, where if you can get alongside on the exit of Bridge, we saw a few people going there. And then the 2 down the far end, we got Seagrave and Siemens. We saw a few lunges at the inside of the right-hander, Seagrave, and 1 or 2, if they get side by side coming out of Siemens into that last corner, which is called Museum. So plenty of overtaking opportunities on this track, and hopefully we'll see a lot of overtaking in the racing this afternoon.
100%. I expect the racing will be mega. I think John's having a bit of a moment there. But yeah, I expect the racing will be absolutely mega, and yeah, really looking forward to watching it and pace karting it.
Right, well, we will see you out there. Look out for this suit. Lovely chatting with you as always. We're going to try and find another driver, Reeve. We are slightly thin on the ground. Can we go that way? I think we can go that way. Benji's going that way, so we'll go that way. We'll take a moment to admire the new sticker set on the Club 100 karts, fresh for this year. The yellow on the Nassau panel is more in line with how Rotax would typically dress their karts up. There's a lot more white on them, Reeve, as well, compared to last year. The red is a slightly darker hue of red, but I think they look great.
Yeah, I do as well. They look very flash. They look really good on stream, actually. We saw on the broadcast yesterday that they do stand out, that is for sure. They look a little bit more modern, I think, and that goes as well with the new Club 100 logo. It does look great. There's so many firsts, so many new things coming to Club 100 this year. They do look absolutely great.
Yeah, so let's head on down. You might be able to hear JV's drivers briefing in the background, but there are 1 or 2 drivers who aren't having to attend, given that they're not racing SP40. There'll be a separate drivers briefing for sprints this afternoon. We are going to, I think, interrupt a tutoring session with Fraser Brunton, and I can't say I recognise who he is tutoring, but hopefully they won't mind me interrupting. Do you mind me interrupting here, guys? Or not? Mid-tutoring session, or?
Is that right?
5 more minutes. Yeah, no problem. We will come back. We'll try and talk. Alex Pritchard doesn't need to listen to the briefing. Alex.
Please understand where they are, and indeed we've got 10 marshals physically as well.
You've heard this before, right?
Yellow flags and other such flags.
Come on. Well. So I'll apologise to him for you. Come on, stand up here as well, so I'm not. Yeah. Hello. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. Thank you. Are you?
Not too bad, thank you. Not too bad. Brand new track. Did you just go out and test?
No, I did a walk this morning, and it looks amazing. Absolutely amazing. Very, very wide in places, very technical in places. You just got to carry your speed through. But there's going to be some amazing racing because you just can't defend. If you defend a corner, you're just going to get mullered on the way out. So you've just got to do the racing line and let people go through. I've never seen a track like it.
We were talking yesterday, I was talking to Will Chew, and I was saying that there's at least 8 overtaking opportunities, which for a karting track is absolutely ideal. Just spoke to James Small, and he was absolutely beaming after 15 minutes. Benji Hamilton says it's possibly his favourite track that he's ever raced. You're going to have a lot of fun out there today.
Yes, but nowhere is as good as Rye House, as everybody knows.
Absolutely not. I remember a couple of years back, I spent a whole heat following you around Rye House, and yeah, you certainly love that place, but I think this is a bit bigger than Rye House, to say the least.
Looks amazing though, you know, so they spent a lot of money. I've heard that the budget has just been blown apart and they've spent too much. But that's not a problem. We're just going to enjoy something they've spent too much money on.
Absolutely. That's a good thing, if anything. Are you doing Sprint 40 and sprints?
Yeah, yeah.
And hopes for the season?
We're having it this year. That's it. I'm here to take the silverware off everyone.
Lovely stuff. All right, we'll see how you get on this afternoon. I'll let you get back to the briefing, which you have been listening to the whole time. Reeve's going to have a chat with Fraser.
Thank you very much, Jacob. I'm just going to grab you very quickly. I understand you need to get ready to get out there once again, but how are you doing today, Fraser?
Yes, very well. I'm not racing, by the way.
Right, okay, you working?
All right, okay, yeah, working.
Brilliant. So what you make of this track then? I know everyone in the paddock seems to enjoy it so far, but be interested to hear your thoughts as well.
Yeah, it's really grippy. It's very different to other tracks. Yeah, it's wet and it was like it was the dry line. A lot of elevation change was really good and quite a good variety of corners. So yeah, 10 out of 10.
Fantastic. Should mean it's going to be for an excellent day's worth of racing, shouldn't it?
Yeah, should be good. Should be good. Should be good watch.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Fraser. I understand you do need to get away, so I'll let you get back to what you need to instead of we'll stop bothering. Oh, go ahead.
Whilst we're here, no, it's a good question. The World Finals are here in May. Good venue for it?
Yeah, it should be. I think they've still got some work to do on the building. They took some of the cladding off, I believe. No? Oh, I don't know. But yeah, it should be really good. I think CLUB100 are pretty good organisers, so I think they can organise anything.
Yeah. And the racing, did you get a chance to watch any of the stream yesterday?
I didn't, I was working. I was testing, actually.
Well, you had the whole evening.
Well, we were here till like 8, so where were you?
Back at the hotel, and as soon as we knocked the stream off, home I go. No, we had some great racing in cadets and juniors yesterday, and hopefully we'll see more this afternoon. I count 8 overtaking opportunities, I was just saying to Alex, around the track, so should be quite exciting for you guys that are racing here in May.
I'm sure you could pull off more than 8 overtakes around this lap.
I could, but we're talking about, I'm not racing in finals, you are, so.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you going to be here for the World Finals?
I don't know. I'm getting married the week before, so it's tight on the timelines. But we'll see. We'll see if I can make the cut.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully, maybe not.
We'll see. All right, cheers, Fraser. Appreciate that. We've got a couple of minutes left. There's one driver who's not in the briefing. I'm going to hand over to you, Reeve.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Jacob. Let's see if we can bother one last driver today before we get back to the action this afternoon. Hello there. Would you like to introduce yourself to our broadcast?
Hi, it's Adam Tamraz.
How are you doing today, Adam?
Okay, how are you?
Really good, thank you. So looking forward to today's running?
Yeah, I'm on reserve. I was hoping to get a seat, so hopefully someone doesn't show up for the sprint.
Oh, fantastic. Have you had any chance to have a go out and testing then today? And then
Test, I haven't seen my time. I felt pretty slow. It's quite slippery.
It is, but what do you make of the track itself, though? Is it a fun new challenge?
Oh, yeah, it's quite a nice track, yeah. Undulations and banking, and yeah, it's pretty good.
Brilliant stuff. So outside of Silverstone, then, are we likely to see you at any other CLUB100 events this year?
Wilton Mill.
Fantastic stuff. So a bit of a CLUB100 favourite, bit of an old school circuit. We know it well, and I'm sure you'll have a really good time out there, won't you?
Yeah, great. Thank you very much.
No problem at all. Adam, let's see. Has Jacob found anyone else? Or he's gone missing. Oh, he did it again. I think he's still chatting to Fraser over there. In which case then, I don't think we've got too much longer left until we cut back towards the action this afternoon. Oh no, he's back, never mind, he's dashing back. I was just saying, Jacob, I don't know how I managed to lose you because you're the tallest thing in the paddock for miles.
Yeah, apologies for that. Fraser wanted off-the-record chat about certain secrets that may be revealed, may not be revealed. He's a very secretive individual, this Fraser, despite the fact he gave away far too much information during that interview. I think that's all we got time for, Reeve. I don't know if you've mentioned that already, but yes, we are going to head back up to the comms box to get ready for qualifying, and this will go out after that.
Don't forget that one, the slow balls.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Club 100 Senior North Championship. Hope you enjoyed the paddock show. Now we're back for the afternoon action. It's our senior sprints that are making their way out on track. I am Reeve Taylor alongside Jacob Harris in the comms box here.
Hello.
We're good to get back underway with some track action, aren't we, Jacob?
We are indeed looking forward to this. Love the sprints. Lightweights out first. We are getting going quick, sharp. They'll have a little bit of practice first, I do believe.
Yes.
I think sprint has changed this season, so there's a little bit of a practice before every, I want to say 8 minutes before every first heat to level out that playing field a little bit more. We've got a couple of drivers still waiting in the pit lane. No, I think we are clear. So these drivers will get to know the track. Some of them are out for the very first time. Others have been out this morning in Sprint 40 or indeed the test session. But conditions have changed since then, Reeve.
They have indeed. Things certainly drying out on track. So while they're all heading out on track, let's take an opportunity to look through our grids then for this one. So we got first in this afternoon's sprints. It will be Caden Ward and Glenn Williamson on row 1, followed by Jake Wilkins and Christian Lehner on the second row of the grid. Rafi Anwar and Jake Saunders complete row 3. Moving on to row 4, it'll be Douglas Smith and Robert Starley, followed by Jamie Tiny-Gooden and Abdul Karim Williams on the 5th row of the grid. Max Fitton and Barry Lakes complete row 6, followed by Tyler Gibson and John Bolter on row 7. It'll be Jaden Giles and Oliver Wilde on row 8, followed by Tommy Britton and Jack Sopp completing the 9th row of the grid. And there we go then, that's your 18 kart grid for our first sprint session of the afternoon. Obviously, as we say, a bit of practice to be undertaken first before we dive into the heats, and they really will come thick and fast once we are underway for the full racing later on. But as Jacob mentioned, track really is drying up over lunch. A couple of areas like turn 1, like half the straight where karts haven't been running, still pretty damp, but like the likes of bridge or where we've got some banking, some cambers of the track, drying out quite nicely, that water running off fairly quickly from the rain earlier on. So we should be getting closer to some more competitive times. Still the fastest karts that we've seen all weekend were the super lightweight junior runners in yesterday's running. We saw the likes of high 110, definitely 111, so from what I remember. Let's see if we can get closer to that as the track conditions do improve. But now's a chance to get the karts back up to temperature. Drivers get back in the zone if they're returning from the SP40 running this morning, or if they're jumping in for their first bit of action at Silverstone. As you mentioned, Jacob, a bit of testing was undertaken this morning, so a few might already be vaguely familiar with how the track is shaping up.
One thing to note, Reeve, this is a brand new championship.
Of course.
There's no incumbent champion of the sprint lightweight or heavyweight north, because last year sprints was a single national championship. This is the first year we've split Club 100 senior sprints into north and south where possible. We will make sure to mention where these drivers finished in the national championship last year, but some new faces to sprint racing due to the split. Some old faces coming back to sprint racing because of the split, and plenty of experienced drivers out there today racing in this brand new championship in theory. And the South will be exactly the same when the South sprints have already kicked off, actually, haven't they, Reeve?
They have.
That was a couple of weeks ago,
yeah,
at Buckmore Park. There's some of the top drivers from last season have decided not to participate this year. Certainly in your lightweight category, Fraser Brunton is working for Club 100 today. Dante Dillon is working for Club 100 today, and Roy O'Regan is working for Club 100 today. So all three of last year's top lightweights are out of the equation, both in north and south for now. I believe Andrew McWilliam, champion from 2024, will be taking part in the south sprints. Jake Chapman and Max Chapman are also involved in south, I believe, as is Sam Lovelace. I'm sure I'll be corrected by someone who knows better if I've made any mistake there. So some opportunities here for these lightweights that we're seeing on track at the moment to make a name for themselves, get ahead in terms of the standings in this first round, and there's podiums, trophies and championships up for grabs, Reeve.
Absolutely, as the sun begins to beat down on Silverstone. I'll check the forecast to see if that is going to remain the case for the remainder of the afternoon. I certainly do hope so. Jamie Tyler-Gooden, though, leads the charge in this practice session. At least a reminder, it is just a bit of practice, a bit of testing for the drivers. It's 1 minute 17.9 for, well, it was Tyler-Gooden who leads the charge, but now all of a sudden it's a 1:17.0 for Jaden Giles, who now tops the timesheets in this one. So time's definitely improving out there. The track is certainly lighting up. As I say, 1 minute 11 is where we ideally want to be as we head further into today's racing. But already people seeming to get quite familiar with the layout of the track. A few familiar names in this one as well from this morning's running, the likes of Barry Lakes, who were fighting at the top end of the order in their race. Unfortunately, didn't quite go Barry's way that time around. But 2 minutes left on the clock in this practice running.
Yeah, so Jamie Tyler-Gooden is our reigning junior lightweight North champion. He's now racing in senior light rates in this one, so keep an eye out for Jamie. I'd say he's probably one of the favourites, alongside, as you mentioned, the drivers that we saw in action this morning in Sprint 40, and the likes of Barry Lakes and John Bolter at the sharp end in those two races. A couple of newbies, 2 CLUB100, Jack Sharp and Tommy Britton will start at the back of the heats, as is customary for what last year would have been termed as a C3, but I don't think we've actually got any classes in this one. I'm just going to double check with the next couple of heats in case I've mistakenly picked out the one heat that just doesn't have other classes in. But no, it looks to me like the lightweights, of which there's 2 heats, distinct groups of drivers. Looks to me like the lightweights are all the same class. I've just noticed BUKC drivers made their way into the novice section there. Anastasia Tereshchenko coming up in heat number 2 for the lightweights, along with a couple of other familiar names. Jake Chapman is actually here, as is Max Chapman. So 5th and 6th in last year's national championship will be competing in the north, certainly for round 1. And there's a checked flag out, Reeve, so we will be shortly lining up on the grid for this one.
We will indeed. Drivers should be fairly accustomed to the track, to their karts now as well, as they get ready to go racing. We see some enthusiastic, spirited driving across the line there, as drivers are eager to get going. Definitely a drying track now. You can hear the screeching of the tyres running over that dry surface now, so we should be looking very racy indeed. 1 minute 14.7 from Tyler-Gooden to round out that session.
Just a reminder of the order they'll be rolling up in then. Caden Ward, Glenn Williamson, Jake Wilkins, Christian Lehner, Rafi Anwar, Jake Saunders, Doug Smith, Rob Starley, Jamie Tyler-Gooden, Abdul Kareem Williams, Max Fitton, Barry Lakes, Tyler Gibson, John Bolter, Jaden Giles, Oliver Wilde, Tommy Britton and Jack Sharp. Oliver Wilde you spoke to, I believe, in the paddock show
we
just
did
now.
Indeed, so glad. I hope everyone at least got to enjoy his thoughts on the track today. 18 karts to line up for our first heat of the sprint afternoon, so definitely smaller grids than the SP40 running that we had earlier on. Should be formed up relatively quickly at this rather large Kart Silverstone venue.
Looks to me like there's just one straggler, given we've got half a lap to go and we've not cleared any of the cut-throughs. Should be good to go by the time they get round to the start-finish straight. They'll probably do this longer rolling up lap for the ones that have practice and then go straight into the more familiar ones that we've seen over the course of the weekend once we are into the pure racing. Yes, apologies for that sound. I'm not
That's a
quite
bit
sure
of wind, isn't it?
It's wind sound.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like someone's scraping against the camera or the microphone all attached to the camera. But yes, they're coming down now into Club, into the last section, and rejoining our rolling up lap, actually. So through they come onto the classic rolling up lap. That's Nicky Richardson at the back as the kart tester, so don't worry too much about him. Unless you're a single woman in the area.
How much has he paid you to
Oh no, that's an off-the-cuff comment. No payment necessary. So Caden Ward in the 111, your pole sitter, will control the pace once Benji Hamilton, who's currently giving them the thumbs up and the slow down signs with his hands, pulls away. Caden will control the pace. Glenn Williamson on the left-hand side will look to capitalise. We said this morning, Reeve, it tends to work well if you're not on the front row, these starts, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
See if that could carry on into the afternoon then. Away they come. Caden Ward in the pink helmet on the inside gets a good start, but Glenn Williamson's got a great run on the outside. Let's see if he can sweep around the outside. 22 getting in the mix as well. That's Jake Wilkins. Round they come, and I think Williamson has taken the lead.
Yeah, nice start there for Williamson. Caden Ward still hanging on. Watch out for the number 12 there. Christian Lane are fancying their chances down the inside. They're not able to get a move. Stuck and remains, in fact, actually doesn't remain in P4, drops back a little bit further, still fighting for P5 at the moment. But here's our front runners running down towards Maggot Beck for the first time in true dry running today, and through that complex we're going into the bridge. Now the bridge looking like a bone dry summer's day at that part of the track. All of our drivers in this sprint competition making their way on through to the primary right-hander.
Yeah, Williamson out in front then. Great start from the Falkirk resident as Jamie Tyler Gooden, our reigning junior lightweight champion, gets a contact warning in his first lap of senior racing. Jamie currently running around about 8th place. Doug Smith there going wide onto the grass, managed to keep it pointed in the right direction, then up on the curb, makes the most of some battling in front of him to gain 2 positions. He's on the inside for Museum as well, so decent end to the lap for Doug. Glenn in the lead then. Caden Ward in second. Jake Wilkins is third. Jake Saunders has made his way up to 4th. Jamie Tyler Gooden is up to 5th now. Keep an eye on Jamie, Christian Lerner and Doug Smith dropping down from their grid positions, but could have been a lot worse for Doug, as we saw to the inside. I think that's Jamie Tyler Gooden on Jake Sanders coming into Brooklands.
5 minutes left in this one then. These sprint races do come thick and fast. I see Williamson controlling things quite nicely, but Tyler Gooden, probably based on the pace that we saw from him in practice, was probably hoping for a little bit more on this race start, but just in front. In fact, there, apologies, completely wrong there. He's actually made up 4 positions, looking at the wrong driver on the timing sheet there.
Jamie Tyler Gooden continues to make up places. I think he's up to 3rd now. I think he's past Jake Wilkins there in this middle complex. There's some argy-bargy down. Watch those cones, lads, on the outside of the corner, all through safely. Yeah, battling throughout the pack here. Cone warning coming through for Tommy Britton. No penalties so far, just warnings. So they're all behaving themselves within reason. Gap at the front is now 2 seconds. Glenn Williams looking quite comfortable. Jamie Tyler Gooden sets the fastest lap overall in his pursuit of Caden Ward in 2nd place. Still plenty of time left in this one by sprint racing standards. To the inside goes the 21 Jaden Giles on Max Fitton, and looks to me like he's got the move done there. Track limits warning coming in for Jake Saunders. Caden Ward has picked up one of those as well, but still no penalties. Diving outside from Max Fitton, trying to get that place back off Giles, but gets a point ahead from Giles to suggest he thinks that they can go after the guys in front.
Does indeed. Looking at the number 22 of Wilkins versus Lane now as they run through turn 12. In terms of last lap pace, Lane just a little bit ahead in that regard, and here we go. We head through turn 14. The switchbacks come thick and fast now as we have the driver off and into the grass. The track's gripping up, but still that's not going to be the most grippy surface you can find out on track there. Meanwhile, we still see Lena battling duo out in front. We've got a whole heap of karts now fighting in the mid-pack, being led by the number 21 of Jaden Giles. Swap over for Tyler Gooden and Caden Ward in the meanwhile. Tyler Gooden on an absolute charge at the moment. We're still looking at this battle between Christian and Jaden. I can tell you Tyler Gooden at 1:14.5, notably the fastest driver out on track at this time.
Yeah, Jamie Tyler Gooden, as the Junior Lightweight North champion, would have to be one of the favourites going in to the new Lightweight North Seniors Championship. And it'll be interesting to see in the remaining 2.5 minutes if he can close down on Glenn Williamson. Of course, with lap times around about 1:14 at the moment, that's not too many laps to go. And it does look to me out the window as if he's closing that gap down. Caden Ward can't quite stick with them at the front. There's still lots and lots of battling going on behind. Look at this. Reeve, 3 abreast, 4 abreast. Plenty of room to race around this new Silverstone kart circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's made for some great racing so far. We can see the number 56 there looking a little bit compromised potentially as we go through. Siemens now being led by the driver with the blue, red and white race suit there. That is the number 76, sorry, of Oliver Wilde, who we had a chat with earlier on. Tyler Gooden still setting fastest laps out in front.
Yeah, he's going for the lead. Reeve down into Brooklands, out the window. He's got the lead. So that's Jamie Tyler Gooden to the front. Glenn Williamson might look to fight back. We are on the penultimate lap of this race, so not long left. Should Williamson fancy a crack? Round bridge they come. Tyler Gooden hasn't managed to pull away down that straight. Glenn Williamson might try and dive down the inside into Priory. Doesn't. He's got Club coming up next, and Seagrave's been a quite popular overtaking spot if you can get a good run out of here, and it looks to me like he has. Reeve, does he duck to the inside? No, it's still quite wet on the inside line there, and the dry line is really forming up now on what we would assume would be the traditional racing line. So Glenn Williamson getting his head down. We'll be seeing the final lap board as we come round. Good run out of this corner, a good slipstream might put him in with a chance of a last lap overtake. But Tyler Gooden leads us into the final lap then, into Wellington. Similar lines. Brooklands up next. This is where the lead changed over 1 lap ago. Not close enough this time. Maggots and Beckett's. Williamson got a good drive through here last time. Looks to me, Reeve, like there's just about a kart lengths between them, and that's all Jamie Tyler Gooden's going to need.
Yeah, absolutely. Tyler Gooden flying along. Doesn't seem to quite have the same pace anymore. Williamson keeping up much better than perhaps the timing she would have suggested earlier on. Caden Ward, you can see in the background there, is comfortably running along in P3. It'll be rather lonesome, but still a happy P3 nonetheless. As now we're starting to see Tyler Gooden just begin to eke out that small advantage running through turn 12. In just a moment, the switchbacks arrive now, the right followed by the left, and Tyler Gooden looking more secure in this race victory as the corners fly on by. It all comes down to pretty much a good run out of the museum at this point and the left-hander of the farm curve, but Tyler Gooden impressing from 9th on the grid in this one, navigates the farm curve, heads down the start-finish straight and takes race victory in Heat 1. Tyler Gooden is your victor. Glenn Williamson brings it home in P2, very close behind indeed. Great battle between those two. Caden Ward rounds out your podium then with a really solid race. Started on pole in this one, but still came away with no clear competition for that P3. Jaden Giles, Oliver Wilde classified in your top 5. Then we have John Bolter, Christian Lehner, Barry Lakes, Jake Wilkins and Jack Sharp completing the top 10 for Heat 1. That brings an end to our sprint lightweight Heat 1 then. Let's see our sprint heavyweight practice session coming up in just a minute as we get ready for the first heat for the heavyweights.
Here we go then for the first sprint heavyweight North Heat number 1. Again, a new championship this year. these are the drivers that will be competing in the very first race. On pole position, Adam Nather, alongside Gabriel Norse. Andy Hicklin in the green-plated kart is a super heavyweight, as is Jonathan McLeod in 4th. Shane Cotter will be 5th and Cameron Maxwell 6th. James Small starts this one in 7th position, another super heavyweight in Phil Jackson alongside him on row 4. Row 5 is Christopher Foxon and Jonathan Riley in 9th and 10th respectively. Tom Walwyn starts this one in 11th, with Rich Newton next to him in 12th. And then we've got Jake Hicklin, another super heavyweight, in 13th position. Hassan Zafar in 14th. Joe Holmes starts this one 15th overall, and Tom Edwards 16th. Chris Dixon and Matthew Cockram are row 9. They are 17th and 18th. That's good for this one. There's a few familiar names there for anyone who's watched the Club 100 live stream before, not least the man on pole position, Adam Nather, a Sheffield University BUKC driver, heavyweight sprints driver for the last 2 seasons. Last year finishing an overall position of 8th in the championship. A very solid driver, a race winner, multiple race winner across this and BUKC. We've also got James Small, we spoke to during the paddock show. He's been doing a lot of work with Club 100 over the past couple of years, and winner of, I want to say, the 2015 Sprints Championship. He's going for a win out there today from a decent grid position of 7th. We've also got the big man, Joe Holmes, starting this one in 15th. The reigning Sprints champion, won last year by a significant amount from Anwar Burrell Smith. Really dominant performance from Joe last year, and I want to say that was his 8th Club 100 Sprint title overall. It's certainly 7 or 8, if I remember correctly, from that stream at the end of last year when Andrew was waxing lyrical about his Club 100 accolades.
You were reminiscing earlier on about some Club 100 activities yourself, weren't you?
I was indeed, yeah. The one race where I got close to Joe, and a couple of other drivers who'll be here today, Alex Pritchard and Adam Wright. And as much as I'd love to be out there today, I think I am better placed in the commentary box. For now, at least. Yeah, some really talented drivers in this race. A couple of other familiar names who've returned from previous sprint racing. Andy and Jake Hicklin, Rich Newton, Christopher Foxon. They're all names that we've seen in Club 100 sprint racing before. And now with this split from south and north, it'll be interesting to see how the sprints pan out. This Northern Championship, predominantly focused on people north of Stoke-on-Trent, I believe was the original thinking. Stoke-on-Trent isn't everyone's definition of the north or where the north begins, but certainly the split of Club 100 registered customers seem to be around about the, what would that be, like the median position?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the most definition now, it's kind of almost like a diagonal, isn't it? It's where you consider the north and south border at this point. Some places are considered more southerly than, but it's all very complicated when it comes to British geography. But either way, got these 2 championships, which is really impressive stuff. It's great to see going from strength to strength, and it's not too bad to get. I was saying this yesterday. If you, what some would consider some would even only consider Liverpool just about the north, but I think it's definitely northern. Even then, it's a bit over 2 hours to get down here, so it's not too far at all. So there's some northern venues where it takes longer to get to than Silverstone. So,
for me, it's anything further north than kind of Birmingham, Leicester, Peterborough, and the majority of Norfolk. You could argue that Stoke, Derby and Nottingham are much more Midlands, and North Midlands if you insist.
Well,
but certainly that Liverpool, Manchester, Sheffield band is where I'd consider the north to be starting, and then Leeds, York and Blackpool are undoubtedly northern, aren't they?
Yes, very northern.
There you go. There's the official line on it for us. Keep your comments coming in on the chat. Glad to have the 100 or so of you with us.
210 actually.
210, wow.
Yeah.
Excellent. Yes, let us know who you are supporting. Let us know what you think of the racing. Let us know if there's anyone you'd like a shout out for. Tommy Lee has had a shout out requested from Trace T69. Oliver Brunner says Lockie and Gibson, love from friends and fam. And one Salty Dusk says, no way is that Cardiff's own Fraser Brunton. There is indeed a Fraser Brunton knocking around here today, working for Club 100. Tom Spence says Wanwell is anti-clockwise. Yep, that's the one shout in the UK we've had for anti-clockwise tracks. Yes. I'm guessing that's in reference to me bringing it up with James Small in the paddock show, who still hasn't texted me any other suggestions for anti-clockwise tracks. We've got Wanwell and we've got Campillos, and that's it, which is quite a surprise. You know, the F1 circuits we mentioned yesterday, the newer street circuits, seems to be more of a done thing. But there must be at least more than one other outdoor anti-clockwise kart circuit in the UK. Although, to be fair, at this point, I'd take a team sport. If your local team sport goes that direction, I'm trying to think now which way Cardiff goes. Cardiff goes anti-clockwise, actually.
Liverpool does.
In fact, most of them do.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a team sport thing.
I do have a good friend who worked for Team Sports, so I might prod them.
Message him, say all team sports go anti-clockwise. Supercar in Newport goes clockwise, actually.
He's actually currently at work at the moment, so that'll be a very good indicator. You definitely know in that case.
Interesting. Yeah. Any more outdoor anti-clockwise kart circuits, do let us know in the chat. Mr. CPT Jimmy is supporting James Whittaker. Carol Holmes says good luck to Kurt and Joe. And Stretton Kart Circuits, Sylvian Vessier says Stretton Kart Circuit anti-clockwise. Interesting.
Well,
knew there'd be at least one more. Sylvian, Sylvain, you win.
I'm pressing things on the touch screen now. I forgot to touch screen.
Prize.
Just to say that practice drawn to a close end for our sprint heavyweight practice ones. Joe Holmes did lead the charge in that one, 1:14.529, 300th faster than James Small, and Tom Warburn also in the mix there as well, only about a tenth or so slower. So this could be an exciting one. We're seeing some very similar times at the top end for the heavyweights so far. So now they dip in behind the pace car and get lined up for our race start. So just a quick reminder of who we're going to be seeing. Adam Nather, Gabriel Norse, Andy Hicklin, Jonathan McLeod, Shane Cotter, Cameron Maxwell, James Small, Phil Jackson, Christopher Foxon, Jonathan Riley, Tom Walwyn, Richard Newton, Jake Hicklin, Hassan Safar, Joe Holmes, Tom Edwards, Chris Dixon and Matthew Cockerham. They are your 18 karters taking part in the heavyweight heat 1.
Yeah, so Adam Nather will be looking to capitalise on this pole position. James Small certainly thinks he'll be in the conversation for the race win from 7th. You'd fancy him from there. Joe Holmes has got a job to do from 15th, but we've seen him do that many a time. James in the distinctive grey suit there on the inside, and didn't look to me like Joe Holmes was too far behind him there. Yeah, wondering what's going on. James should be 7th, Joe should be 15th. Not quite sure that's the right order, but they're going to get going anyway. Away comes Adam Nather then. And leads down into Wellington. Gabriel Norse takes 2nd place.
Shane Cotter gets a fantastic start into that turn one there. Looked poised to overtake the likes of Jonathan McLeod and Andy Hicklin. Not able to quite do so just yet, and actually is losing some position as we run down through Brooklands.
James Small up into 3rd place there. Great start from him. He's ahead of the super heavyweight Andy Hicklin for starters. Nather's got a good couple of kart lengths lead. James Small's going for it from way back, but right up the inside of Bridge. That's an excellent move from him to kick-start his championship. Joe Holmes has made up plenty of places from 15th already as they come down towards Club for the first time. Hicklin still involved at the front there, leading the super heavyweights in this session under a bit of pressure from, I think that might be Cameron Maxwell, as James Small challenges Adam Nather for the lead. And going into Siemens, James Small has done it. So James Small will be in the lead at the end of turn 1. Adam Nather in very close company. Let's see if he can get, he's got a better run, I think, out of the final corner, and we'll get the benefit of the slipstream coming down the start-finish straight. Adam Nather's a wily driver. He'll know it's probably best to just follow at this point and not try too many lunges. Joe Holmes is up to 6th already, though. These two will have to consider that he's coming through later on in the race. There you can see Joe Holmes, he's behind Andy Hicklin as they come into Brooklands. Joe tries to get a better run out of that corner and indeed has got ahead of Hicklin coming into Maggots and Beckett's. These front two looking fairly quiet at the minute. As I said, Adam Nather will be happy to tuck in behind and follow James Small away from the chasing Gabriel Norse and Cameron Maxwell for now, especially with the 28. Surprised he's taken 28. You would have thought he'd been able to have claimed the number 1 plate at least. I know it's a different championship, but if anyone's going to have it, it should be Joe Holmes.
Some drivers just choose to carry on with their own number, don't they? Sometimes maybe it's just they'll just go for something random. Maybe they're not too fussed, but as you say, certainly deserving of that number 1 with the number of championships he has taken in this series. James Small leads us through the final couple of corners then on the lap. Gabriel Norse, Cameron Maxwell and Andy Hicklin not too far behind, and Hicklin's having a really good run.
Holmes is up the inside of Norse and takes 4th place, and the fastest lap so far, 14.723. That's enough pace to be catching up to Cameron Maxwell in front of him as we drop back and we see the battle for, is that 7th? Yeah, that's Phil Jackson defending for 7th. Adam Nather makes contact with the cone there, and I think I've seen the observer reaching for his radio, I should say. I was going to say microphone, but it is a microphone. Never mind. I'd be interested to keep an eye on our penalty screen. Whether or not Adam gets away with a warning there, or it's a full-on cone penalty. Usually knocking over the cone results in a penalty. You get a warning for just brushing, but we shall see what the interpretation is there. Just a contact warning for Richard Newton as yet. It could have been from the observer's perspective that they didn't get a full view as to whether or not it was James Small or Adam Nather who hit that cone. And looking further back from these two, I think Cameron Maxwell is still ahead of Joe Holmes. He is indeed. Joe has caught up a little bit on this lap.
We actually get a cone warning in for Adam Nather there, so that looks...
There it is, just a warning for Adam.
But Small responding well to this charge from Adam Nather, is clearly not feeling too much pressure, at least I believe he is. He's responding to it well. Joe Holmes currently the fastest driver in that upper end of the order at 1:14.5. Hicklin tumbling back a little bit to P6 now, but leading the super heavyweights fairly clearly at this point. We run down towards Bridge with our front runners now. Maxwell ahead of the ever closening Holmes as they exit the bridge now, and we get to the slightly more twisty technical stuff in mid part of the lap.
Yeah, coming around to put a lap on Jonathan McLeod, who's not had a great run of things. Adam Nather being a bit more compromised than James Small was, which spaces out our lead too. Be interesting to see how well Cameron Maxwell deals with this. Cameron's not a slow driver by any stretch of the imagination and is keeping Joe Holmes at bay for now. Cameron, of course, a graduate of the BUKC, racing in Club 100, hopefully for a full season. I'll have to check with Cameron later on, but has come down from Glasgow for this. Formerly racing for Strathclyde.
That is a long gold trek. Thank you for the dedication there. As Holmes sets a new fastest lap. Gabriel Norse takes the lead of the super heavyweights with a similar accolade, a 1:16.4 for that driver there. But only 90 seconds left to go in this one. We're still looking on at this battle between Holmes and Maxwell as they run through bridge once again, closing up on Nather as we get closer to turn 10.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Joe goes immediately for the move or thinks he can push Cameron towards the back of Adam Natha and take advantage of the inevitable slide. Slightly iffy move there, Reeve. Obviously he's keen to get past and comes along the outside of Seagrave and makes the move stick. Cameron Maxwell doesn't fight too hard. I think, yeah, there's contact warning coming in for Joe there at the top of your screen now. He's keen to just get after Adam Natha. He knows the next lap is the last lap. Currently the fastest lap sits with Joe, and wouldn't surprise me if he gets another one, although James Small goes even faster there, 1:13.8 to underline his dominance at the front of this one. I think he's going to win this race, Reeve, and Joe might have to settle for just third because Adam Natha at the minute looks to have enough pace, and Cameron Maxwell slides back up the inside of Brooklands, but Joe Holmes maintains the speed around the outside and takes third back.
Yeah, we have seen that old switchback happening quite a lot at Brooklands, but you mentioned James Small. We've barely talked about him since the first few laps of this race because he has just completely checked out. He's controlling things really well here in this first heavyweight sprint heat of the day. And there is James Small just exiting turn 10 now. No major challenge mounted against him over the past few laps. A 1:13.8 is the last lap and fastest so far. Really impressive stuff from our heavyweight drivers today. Navigate the final couple of corners, no major challenge as we say, and will, I'm sure, be confident heading into the afternoon's racing so they can fight for some real points here.
Yeah, great start to the day from James Small. Quick look over his shoulder to see where his nearest challenges are. They are nowhere near James. Great first heat victory from the number 72. Adam Natha ran a good race as well, comes home in a comfortable second. Joe Holmes has fought his way up to third. Cameron Maxwell, a very respectable fourth as well. Gabriel Norse has been identified as a super heavyweight now. I don't think that was shown as a super heavyweight at the start of the race, but comes home in fifth. Tom Walwyn made his way up to sixth. John Riley 7th. 8th was Chris Dixon. Hassan Zafar is 9th. And Andy Hicklin, another super heavyweight, in 10th. We'll move swiftly back to our lightweights next, I believe.
And here we go then, our lightweights will be up next. Let's take a look at what the grid is going to be shaping up to be as those drivers are getting ready to head out on track themselves. So, front row of the grid will be Thomas Northcott and Russell Cooper on row 1, followed by Alfie Slater and Tommy Lee on the second row of the grid. Then it's Callum Martin and Max Chapman completing row 3. Moving on to Alex Forward and Toby Clark on row 4, followed by Jason Munson and Jacob Chapman on the 5th row of the grid. It's Keaton Ford and Joseph Simcock complete row 6, followed by Josh Moore and Daniel Fulton Ramos on row 7. Michael Jones and Louis Canlett on row 8, followed by Archie Pierce and Anastasia Tereshchenko on row 9. That's your 18 kart grid for the sprint lightweight. Heat 2 coming up in a little while, but first we get a bit of practice running for these drivers to get familiar with the track here at Silverstone.
Yeah, a big number of heavy hitters, shall we say, from last year's National Lightweight Championship entering this one. The brothers, Jake and Max Chapman, their battle for 5th in the championship overall last year went down to the very last lap of the last A final last year. That was great to watch, and I certainly have met Max. I don't think I've met Jake yet, but Max is lovely, and I'm sure Jake's just as nice. Tommy Lee finished 9th overall last year. Thomas Northcott finished 10th, and Callum Martin 11th. So we got 5th, 6th, 9th, 10th, and 11th from last year's national championship in this one. Joe Simcox in this as well. He is coming off the back, finishing 16th overall in last year's championship. Another BUKC graduate in Anastasia Terenchenko, who I believe now goes to Manchester, but used to race for the University of St Andrews. And I think that's the majority of the names I recognise. There's a couple of others in there who've definitely raced CLUB100 before. Alex Forward, Daniel Bolton Ramos is a memorable name as well. Hard pressed to forget that one, as a couple of drivers go off on the exit of that corner there. That's Tom Northcott in the distinctive lime green helmet, went a bit wide, and there's someone else recovering their car as we speak. Yes, really looking forward to this one. Highly talented grid. Jake and Max Chapman, graduates from our junior categories. Last year was their first year senior racing. I think Daniel Burton Ramos is a graduate as well of that programme. So a very talented grid, Reeve, and bit of practice for this race and the next race, and then we'll be going straight into our racing after that.
We will indeed. Still monitoring the track, and it looks to be drying up further. Still, we're going to be getting very close to complete dry running now. Just looking at the forecast here, we do have some rain on the cards at around about 4 p.m. So it will be interesting to see just what the track looks like after that. We've also got a little bit of sun here still, but that will vanish after that rain spell disappears. So we could be seeing towards the end of the day some pace beginning to drop away from this track. So if drivers are thinking about getting any moves on or wanting to get into that A final later on, try and get yourself in the best position you can. Try and get your best foot forward as soon as possible. 4 minutes left in this one. We're not going for out-and-out racing in this session, but just finding your feet and getting a bit more familiar with the track. I mean, a bit of racing here or there certainly doesn't hurt as drivers look to get a little bit back up to speed, refresh their memories, and get ready to go racing for the final few minutes in this practice session. Currently, this session being led by Jake Chapman in terms of times, the 1:14.1. Lewis Cameron also impressive with 1:15.8. And scratch that, Jake Chapman improves furthermore with 1:13.6, getting very close at the top end, just as we saw in the previous practice running. Alex Forward, Jason Munson also running in the high 1 minute 13 second region. Imagine we could be seeing that getting just that a little bit closer as we get into the final few laps here in this practice session. A reminder that these drivers will remain out on track. They'll immediately jump behind the pace cart and get ready to go racing. We'll give you a quick reminder of what that grid is looking like then. So Jake Chapman, Alex Forward, Jason Munson, Toby Clark, Russell Cooper, Tommy Lee, Joseph Simcock, Jonathan Moore, Michael Jones, Thomas Northcott, Alfie Slater, Max Chapman, Archie Pierce, Callum Martin, Lewis Canlett, Keaton Fort, Anastasia Tereshenko, and Daniel Burton Ramos will be the 18 carts vying for position in this, the second lightweight heat of the day. 3 minutes left on the clock then. We're watching this quintet of carts navigating their way on to the start-finish straight.
I'm back. We briefly had some visitors to the comms box, and I've done my hosting duties in that regard. I'm back to the hosting duties for this now. Can't be that much longer left in terms of the practice. It's going to be a checker flag soon, I'd imagine.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes there or thereabouts, so a couple more laps realistically in this one. In fact, we'll be just on to that, so I imagine this will be drivers heading on to their penultimate lap as it stands after they complete what they're currently on. Forward has put their best foot forward in this one with a 1:13.1. That's 200ths of a second clear of Toby Clark, and Jake Chapman is only a few hundredths further back there as well. So just as I was saying, I think it's going to be a real close one heading into this second heat of the day. Getting some very close running in practice already, so drivers clearly, especially at the top end, feeling quite comfortable in their cart. In fact, we have to go down to P7 for anyone out of the 1 minute 13 region. We have to go down to P5, P6 rather, for anyone who is above 1 minute 13.5. So we're getting 5 drivers all within 0.4 of a second.
Do you think we'll get close to that lap record? 1:11. Oh, there's a, as I say,
1:12.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I can still hear
I'm
you,
back.
Jacob, but we'll push on regardless. 1 minute 12.6 is Jake Chapman's new fastest time, so we are getting close to that 1 minute 11.
Yeah, not having much luck with this cable. Every time I move my headset cable. Yeah, 1 minute 12. I'm just going to get a reminder, actually, of what that lap record from yesterday is. If I go on our results, it should just be right there, shouldn't it? That's Northern Testing, Junior, blah, blah, blah. There we go. Yes, so our lap record, the lap record, around this track is 1 minute 11.418. That was a lap time set by Finley Strang yesterday. around about 3:30. So we got 45 minutes to go until those kind of conditions, if those conditions are indeed the peak for today. Finley was racing in juniors super lightweights, who are 2 weight classes below these, essentially. So it's going to be a tough measure to get that close. Even getting as close as we've got now, which is just over a second out, isn't too bad considering the weight differential. But let's see how they get on in the race. Maybe they'll push each other to go faster.
Maybe they will, but the checkered flag is waved on this practice session. You can see, folks, the pace cars already out in rapid fire, trying to get all these drivers formed up and ready to go racing. Once again, the sun reflecting beautifully off the helmets of plenty of our drivers here. Nice, vibrant race we're going on throughout the grid, as we usually get to see on the Club 100 days, and the pace car slowing everyone right down just to make sure we've got everyone in formation and ready to go. Should be hopefully another quick turnaround. There we go. I think we've got one more car, so just heading through turn 12, as you can just hear and see, in fact, very briefly in the foreground, jumping in on the action, getting into the required grid spot.
So Alfie Slater in this one is a graduate from our Junior Lightweight Northern Championship last year. Had a double win actually in round 4. Starts 3rd on the grid for this one, so keep an eye out for him. Tommy Lee, obviously we mentioned, finished 9th overall in the seniors as well, just behind him in 4th. Northcott on the right hand side with that lime green helmet is a very capable driver of his own right. A really stacked field here as Benji Hamilton pulls away. We're about to get racing here. Northcott controls the pace on the right hand side and begins to accelerate now. Away they come then. Race number 2 is go. Good start from the pole side. Northcott looks to be holding his lead and the inside, but behind him the 66 of Alfie Slater ducks up the inside and takes the race lead from Thomas Northcott. Coming down into Brooklands, he's out in front. Then it's Northcott and Cooper, the front row of the grid, coming 2nd and 3rd now, but great start from 3rd for Alfie Slater. Real good drive off the line.
Yeah, brilliant start for quite a few here. This is not settled just yet as we head through the bridge. Everyone else making it through relatively cleanly, but just looking there at the advantage that Northcott is potentially beginning to eke out. Through the right-hander of Priory we go. And
that's the 28 missing out there.
Yeah.
That's Tommy Lee getting pushed to the outside. Unfortunate for him, but he's still in the mix.
Absolutely, Northcott running along in 2nd and wanting to claim back that top spot. Through left-hander of Siemens we go.
Jake Chapman getting in the mix there. He might have a 2 for 1 here, Reeve. He does indeed. Great cutback from Jake Chapman.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Does pick up a contact warning on this lap. Some bold moves there, certainly paying dividends for the driver with the number 37 number plate on. We run around to the next lap once again and see Slater taking the lead from 3rd. Chapman 10th on the grid up into 3rd. What a remarkable start to this sprint race.
Yeah, plenty more to come as well. Alfie Slater, as we said, front runner in last year's junior lightweight. Jake Chapman himself, a graduate last year from the juniors. There's a yellow flag down at turn 1, which isn't anything to worry about for the next minute or so, as there's going to be a challenge for the lead. And up the inside goes Alfie Slater on Thomas Northcott. Northcott challenging from 2nd place on this lap, has Chapman all over his imaginary wing mirrors. And to the inside goes Northcott, fancies it up the inside of Seagraves. Can't make anything happen. Wide from our leader. Northcott goes around the outside of Siemens. Jake Chapman's going to have another 2 for 1 if he can get the drive off this corner. He's going to the inside of Museum, and I think he does. Takes the lead. He's not going to have the best of drives out of this corner. There's 7 karts within a second, I think. They're coming over the start-finish line. Jake Chapman leads. 54 of Alex Forward ducks to the inside. Did well not to make contact there. The other Chapman brother is at the back of this. Max Chapman's got the fastest lap of the race so far. Could go any which way of 7. This one, Reeve, as off at the background. I think that was Alfie Slater.
It is indeed, yeah, off in the background there on the run out of Brooklands there. What a shame, but Chapman 10th into first. What a start as down the inside there. That is Russell Cooper, isn't it, heading down the inside on Alex Forward. That's a great move from Russell Cooper. Started second in this one on a bit of recovery charge at the moment. Forward 7th up into second, still side by side these two as they run through the Priory. And here we can see it's a slightly iffy run on the exit there for Cooper. That allows Forward to go down the inside, takes the position. Looks like Tommy Lee's following suit as well.
Yeah, great stuff from these guys. Jake Chapman has a bit of an advantage out in front now. His brother Max still battling away with the pack behind. North got points forward as if to try and get himself a brief respite from all this battling. But we've got Jake Chapman in the lead, Alex Forward second, Max Chapman in third, Thomas Northcott in fourth, holding off Russell Cooper, Tommy Lee, and in the background is that Joe Simcock going up the inside of Jason Munson. Hasn't come off either way. It is indeed Simcock and Munson battling away there through the first few corners. Right, there's someone gone off in the lead pack. I've just seen out the window. I think it might be Thomas Northcott missed out the second part of Beckett's.
Still looks to be along with us for the ride, at least, even if he did have a few issues. Barrels down towards turn 10, and look at the advantage that Chapman now ekes out compared to everyone else. Max Chapman also.
Yeah, Max is up to second place. He's got past Alex Forward on that one. Thomas Northcott, if it was him going off across the grass that I saw out the window, hasn't been disadvantaged too much. I might even fancy go up the inside of Seagraves here. Goes for it, but doesn't necessarily come off, and that opens the door to the 62 of Cooper, who goes up the inside of Northcott and up the inside of the both of them. I think that's Tommy Lee taking the 2-for-1. We've seen Jake Chapman do that twice already in this race, and Tommy Lee is the latest beneficiary. Northcott goes wide on the exit of Museum and drops back down into 9th.
There we go then, 2 Chapmans leading the charge in this one. Toby Clark, new fastest driver out there, 1:12.7. We are getting very impressively close to the 1:11s of yesterday, considering the weight delta. 2 minutes left on the clock here, as I believe Jacob has been silenced in the comms box, so apologies folks. It's the Reeve show for the next. You're back. But here we go, we run through bridge once more. Chapman is nowhere near detailed enough. Jake Chapman leads us through. Max Chapman just behind there, and Forward still very much fighting this one. As we can see, there is the number 28 of Tommy Lee putting pressure on Forward now as we run out of turn 10.
Yeah, with this being the penultimate lap, I think Jake Chapman's got enough of a gap to consider this race all but done. He just has to bring it home. In fact, there he is passing a familiar face, Alfie Slater, who had a trip onto the grass. I'm sure Slater will not cause him too much bother and just follow him home now for the rest of the race. Max Chapman in second place, looks to be comfortable as well, just needs to bring it home. Even if he did get close to his brother further up, I'm not sure he'd risk anything this early on in the season. Alex Forward's got to hold off Tommy Lee though, and does so down into Brooklands thus far. Tommy Lee and Russell Cooper will fancy themselves that last place in the top 3 for this one, maximising their chances of getting into that A final and as high a grid position as possible. These 3 then, the biggest battle on track at the moment. Through Priory for the last time they come. That's Jake Chapman. Big lead, built up, side through the pack. Early doors, I think he's 3rd by the end of lap 1, 1st by the end of lap 2. Double overtakes on the exit of Siemens. Both the opening laps for Jake Chapman. A really good victory. Max Chapman, equally talented. Comes through the pack really well as we see side by side. I think Tommy Lee has got ahead of Alex Forward. Jake Chapman takes the win. Max Chapman comes home in second. It's a Chapman 1-2. We've seen those before, I'm sure. Tommy Lee finishes 3rd, gets the better of Alex Forward in 4th. Russell Cooper comes back in 6th. Joe Simcock has worked his way up to 6th. Thomas Northcott ends up 7th in this one. Keaton Ford at 8th. Toby Clark 9th. And Jason Munson is your top 10.
Another brilliant bit of battling then to bring an end to our lightweight runners before we head into some more heavyweight action. But yeah, great race overall then for everyone in that top 10. It could have been wide open. We thought that after just how close practice was looking. But as I say, the lightweights will take a brief pause as we have up next our final practice session of the day. It's our sprint heavyweight Heat 2 runners. Sorry, Heat 4. Heat 2.
Yes, so fourth heat of the day, Heat 2 for the heavyweights.
That's what I meant.
There we go. This is the last one that will come with a couple of laps of practice beforehand. So we've got a little bit of breathing space now before the relentless non-stop back-to-back racing after this one with heats 3, 4, 5 and 6. Let's have a look and see which heavyweight drivers have made their way onto the grid for this one. Giles Coke starts on pole position with Damien Smith alongside the only super heavyweight driver in this race that we know of. Adam Wright is back out there in third, having had a really interesting morning actually in the Sprint 40. Him and Damien Smith shared that between them, and well, watch it back if you want to see some great action. Adam Wright will be looking to right those wrongs from this morning. Miguel Hall is out. He was out in the test session earlier but skipped the Sprint 40. Graham Fernandez starts this one in 5th, and Alex Pritchard, who featured strongly as well this morning, starts in 6th. Henry Lopez Gracie starts in 7th. He's a graduate from our junior category. Stephen Westwood starts in 8th. Adam Hadfield is out there again, having raced the Sprint 40. He starts in 9th. Chris O'Connell is alongside him on road 5, starting 10th. Jonathan Wilson, another competitor from this morning's Sprint 40, is in 11th. Luke Burrow starts this one in 12th position. And then on row 7, we've got Hayden Harris and Scott Parker. James Whittaker and Kurt Holmes are on row 8. Ross Samwell and Steve Lindley round out your grid. So more familiar names then, a couple from last year's Senior Sprint Championship to mention. Kurt Holmes, 3rd in last year's championship overall. I was considered a C1 driver. That's the top tier that we don't have in this brand new championship at the moment. He finished 3rd overall last year, having finished 2nd the previous year. Alex Pritchard is out, 4th place in last year's championship. Miguel Hall is out there, 6th place in last year's championship. And 10th place in last year's championship, Scott Parker is in this race as well. Henry Lopez Gracie actually graduated from the juniors last year and finished 11th in last year's championship. Adam Hadfield was 13th overall, and he's out there too. We've seen him in Sprint 40 already. Stephen Westwood, 16th overall in last year's heavyweights. He's out on this grid as well. And I think that's everyone. We've got Ross Sandwell and Giles Coke actually, 23rd and 24th in last year's heavyweight seniors. Progressing now into the Sprint Heavyweight North category. So lots of familiar faces, lots of people we've seen on CLUB100 streams before. Jonathan Wilson used to race heavyweight sprints. He must have had a year off last year. I think he might have done Sprint 40 and Sprint 60 last year, if my memory serves me well enough. But I've definitely seen him out on track, certainly when I used to race back in 2024. Jonathan Wilson was there or thereabouts in Class 2. James Whittaker as well is a name that I'm sure I've seen.
4 minutes left to go in this one then. Pritchard currently leads the charge at 113.7. I imagine we're going to see close to, but obviously slightly slower times given the minimum weight in this field of running. But yeah, 1 minute 13.7 is quite a notable way, in fact, in front of everyone else that we've got so far. I imagine we'll start to see some closer times drawing in as a few more drivers complete laps that they are happy with as they get geared up and ready to go for the heavyweight Heat 2 running, the 4th heat of the day, which is what I meant to say earlier on. Mechanical flag, the meatball comes out for Adam Wright. That's usually something like a number plate or a transponder or maybe even a piece of bodywork that the crew just would like to give a quick once-over to before either that kart heads back out on track or they'll swap karts very quickly in the practice sessions. Why it's good to have these practice sessions. You give them the opportunity to make sure that everything is working as it should be before we get formed up for the racing. That'll be on your screens in just a few minutes.
Yeah, James Whittaker has raced Club 100 last year. He was in lightweight sprints, funny enough, and is now a heavyweight, so he's obviously had an enjoyable Christmas. But last time we saw him in Club 100 sprints, he won 2 heats and came second in an A final. That was round 3 of last year's championship, so fancy him to be in the mix this afternoon, as indeed Kurt Holmes will hope to be. Alex Pritchard, Miguel Hall, Henry Lopez Gracie, all names in and around the top 10 last year. Scott Parker's out as well, Steve Lindley. We saw a decent showing from him in Sprint 40 this morning as well. So some really impressive fields, these Reeve. Fields, Reeve, singular, Reeve, plural fields.
Do not worry, I've had much worse attempts at pronouncing my name.
Keep your comments coming in on the YouTube. Let's go witty from Mr. CPT Jimmy, who clearly is a lot more familiar with James Whittaker than I am, having had to go looking through to figure out when we last saw him. Old Team Sport Crawley a couple of decades back was anti-clockwise. Yeah, Team Sport seem a lot looser with the whole clockwise, anti-clockwise thing than most outdoor tracks.
Sometimes it
and
might
a
be
Route
clockwise.
6920 says good luck to Andy and Jake Hicklin. Both ended up in the other heavyweight heat, as it were. How's Tyler Gibson doing? Good question. How is Tyler Gibson doing? Let's see.
Sure, he's doing well. Oh, you mean in terms of racing? Let's see. 60 seconds left on this one in the meantime. Alex Pritchard still leads us, but Wilson has got closer. Burrow matching that as well. I was seeing a few penalties coming in this one, drivers. There's some yellow flags and a couple of track limits, but we need to keep those off our timing boards, ideally, in practice. But nevertheless, if you do want to tune into to what's going on with the timing system, you can do so as well. Results.alphatiming.co.uk/club100 and then navigate your way through to either the live timing button or whatever session you would like to take a look back. You can look back at previous sessions or see what's going on right now.
Yep, and just to answer that question, Tyler Gibson finished 13th in lightweight heat number 1, and therefore should be back out in the next heat if you want to keep watching him. There's 25 seconds left of this practice. The last of the practices that we're going to see today will shortly be getting underway with heavyweight heat number 2, and then we'll have some faces that we've already seen today as we switch back to the lightweights. It's a rotation of 2 heats, so we'll see all the drivers that we saw in the first race of the day with a slightly jumbled up grid. I'm not sure how mixed they'll be. It is easier for the algorithm to just reverse one grid and then mix it up, but we shall see what happens when we read out the grid for the next one. For now though, the drivers are gathering behind the pace cart. You can see 1 or 2 stragglers just coming through here now. There's Damien Smith there lining up on the front row, and I presume Giles Coke next to him. Giles, of course, raced with us last year, finishing, where did he finish? 24th in a near full season of Club 100 sprints. Best result was a 2nd place in a heat back at round 3. Also had a 3rd in round 4. Missed a couple of races. Rounds rather, towards the end of the season. Will hopefully be running well today in the number 18.
Yes, Bridge there, we're not quite ready to go out just yet. I think there might be a potential karts tester in the background maybe as well.
Yeah, that's Nicky.
Yeah, So we're just waiting to get formed now to run through the Priory. All of a sudden it's looking a lot more like a grid that will go racing, although we have got a decent amount of pace at the moment. We might just see what the lead pace kart does before we go racing.
Yeah, there is a thumb up from Benji in the pace kart. Giles Coke will be the one to dictate the pace once he pulls off. Row 2 looks pretty strong. Adam Wright and Miguel Hall are going to be one of yet ahead of Giles and Damien as early as possible. Then on row 3, Alex Pritchard is going to fancy it as well. Henry Lopez Gracie and Stephen Westwood on row 4 are going to want to make progress. Let's see who can get the best of starts as they come down now onto the start-finish straight.
Down the Tron lines we go, then it will be Giles Coke versus Damien Smith in this one. Into that first corner we go. Watch out for what P3 will be able to do. We know that inside line can pay dividends there. See the number 29 having a look. Damien Smith goes a long way around. Is still side by side with Giles Coke. Might win out here. Does have to jump in behind though. So it's Giles Coke who leads the charge through towards Brooklands. Now the number 29 of Graham Fernandez looks pretty racy as we run through Brooklands, and we have a kart off.
Is that Alex Pritchard I can see running off? The 23, it might well be. There's Coe knockdown as well. I'd say that's probably the best start we've seen from a front row from Coke and Smith all weekend. Did really well to hold the position. Someone's gone wide at bridge as well. That's not the ideal line, I can tell you that, having not driven the track. But Giles Coke leads. Damien Smith has just lost out there to Adam Wright for third place. So Adam Wright started in third. The real movers and shakers of this one are the man you can see in second place, Graham Fernandez, from fifth on the grid up to second. Excellent job from them as Adam Wright ducks up the inside. Slightly forceful move there, and it will be alongside Damien Smith coming down to Museum. Smith has the inside line, and the 27 of Henry Lopez Gracie, to finish my sentence that I started in terms of movers and shakers. Those guys are now fourth and fifth as Adam Wright challenges Damien Smith going down into turn 1.
Fantastic start for Giles Coke, though, as you say, as Wright heads down the inside. Still plenty of pressure, though. You mentioned the front row hasn't been the ideal place to start these races from this weekend, so it seems. I think that's just because it's wide through turn 1. You've got plenty of opportunities to go for it if you're not quite in that mix, but they just kept a level head and control things in this race for the time being, although Wright is on through.
Yeah, that's Fernandez as well,
Yeah.
past Damien Smith. Damien Smith down 2 positions on this lap. He's got Henry Lopez Gracie as well looking at the back, and there's Kurt Holmes going side by side with, I think, Luke Burrow coming down into Priory, and I think he's got the move done before then. That Lopez Gracie ill-advised move, to say the least, there, and lets him back through. Kurt Holmes ducks up the inside of Chris O'Connell. I don't think he quite made the move happen there. So he's going to have to another stab at that as there's a challenge for the lead. Adam Wright on the inside of Siemens. Kurt Holmes has won that battle there, but up the inside, O'Connell doesn't want to give it up and hasn't. Harris is coming through there as well. Hayden Harris gets ahead of Kurt Holmes, who's struggling here. We've got Miguel Hall for company in the middle of that pack. O'Connell's gone wide. Remonstrates as if Harris is to blame on that one. Miguel Hall is pushing Kurt Holmes through into turn 1. They go up the inside of Harris, who's going to try and hang it on around the outside and does so. Loses place to Kurt Holmes, but not to Miguel Hall vitally. And yeah, not too bad a drive that from the 69 of Hayden Harris.
Yeah, cracking stuff as we see. It's actually James Whittaker down in 17th who set our fastest lap over the driver's grid in a super heavyweight. Obviously, Damien Smith is going to keep setting those super heavyweight fastest laps as we go side by side, side pod to side pod through the bridge there. All getting a little bit eclectic on the exit now with 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, lots of jostling for position going on back in the fields. We've got Kurt Holmes out the front of this one. Jonathan Wilson goes wide onto the grass. He comes back alongside Scott Parker, I believe that is, in the 13, if I recognise the helmet correctly. Someone's shown onto the grass there. That's the 72, is it? Possibly the 62. I don't think that is Adam Hadfield. Alex Pritchard is recovering through there as well, popping up. To the inside goes Jonathan Wilson, the 34 there, making a move. Damon Smith checks over his shoulder. He's still in third. He's got Henry Lopez Gracie behind him still. The 29 of Graham Fernandez has Kurt Holmes behind us. Lopez Gracie gets squeeze there, and now has Kurt Holmes alongside him around the outside of Brooklands. Kurt Holmes tries to tuck back inside. He gets side by side with Lopez Gracie, and it's ahead of Lopez Gracie coming in to Maggots and Beckett. Holmes again looks to the inside of Bridge, but it's Graham Fernandez who's making a move here up the inside of Damien Smith. Kurt Holmes will be shaping up to go into Priory first. He's got Miguel Hall on his rear bumper again. To the inside goes Holmes. Miguel Hall's going to try and follow him through here, as it is Hayden Harris. Henry Lopez Gracie still in the mix. Smith goes out wide. Harris and Lopez Gracie side by side. Lopez Gracie's not going to have enough room there and loses out. Stephen Lindley's in the mix now as well. And it's still Adam Wright in the lead, Giles Coke, and then I think we're going to have Graham Fernandez in third. Jonathan Wilson jostling for position there as well. Scott Parker at the back of that group. Kurt Holmes around the outside of Graham Fernandez takes third place. Miguel Hall is going to follow him through into turn one. Fernandez is going to try and hang it up the inside, but Miguel Hall and Kurt Holmes have got the grippier line by the looks of things and are up to third and fourth for good. Up the inside goes Hayden Harris, the 69 up the inside of the 29, Graham Fernandez. It's non-stop this, Reeve.
It is, yeah. Stephen Lindley also looked pretty racy through Brooklands that time around too. It's P3 is up for the grabs for anyone really in this huge fleet of karts. To use a John Ratcliffe word, a gaggle of karts running their way through the bridge as we run down towards turn 10. This time out, the order looks ever so slightly different as Fernandez dropping back through this pack by the looks of things, and it's seeming to change. The top two splitting off.
Steve Lindley has used all of his experience there. I'm going to say he's quite massively carved his way through what is a chaotic pack. You've seen Kurt Holmes and Miguel Hall run into trouble, and Steve Lindley has stuck with them and picked up fifth place here. And well done, if I say so myself, for doing so, because that is a tricky place to get through. Unfortunately, Steve Lindley's done so with a forcing a driver wide penalty. There's penalties for Graham Fernandez, a cone one as well. Alex Pritchard has got a hands off the steering wheel one. And those are the only ones in the top 10 or 11 drivers of note. There's a couple of others for Luke Burrow and Chris O'Connell, who are now down in 15th and 18th. And Lindley's been passed, has he? As I was reading out the penalties, Hayden Harris is there, and 44 of Ross Sandwell doing good, but Harris holds off. Lindley comes back at Sandwell and up the inside for Priory. Regains one of those two positions that he lost. Can he get a look at Hayden Harris before the end of this? This is the final lap, Reeve.
It is indeed. Our leaders not too far away from the end. Now we see Jonathan Wilson at the back end of this quarter that's separated out from the rest of the midfield action. The front two, by the way, completely checked out, having their own race in a different league in the standings in this one. But all of the action here in the midfield as Adam Wright navigates the final couple of corners and takes race victory. Kurt Holmes and Miguel Hall, Stephen Lindley continue to fight it out. Giles Coke comes home P2. Kurt Holmes classified P3. Miguel Hall brings it home in fourth. Hayden Harris, great last lap charger there, brings it home in fifth in the end, ahead of Stephen Lindley, Ross Sandwell, Jonathan Wilson, Alex Pritchard, and Graham Fernandez. In the end, 10th, was looking so strong in P3 just a couple of laps ago, but unfortunately that's the nature of this pack battling. You've got to be in it to win it, and unfortunately timing didn't quite work out for Graham Fernandez there.
Yeah, solid sprint heat that. Plenty of battling throughout. Really good drive though from Adam Wright, banishing the demons of this morning. Giles Coke as well, a very respectable second place. I expect he'll be happy with that. Straight in with it then for sprint lightweight north heat number 3. Let's have a look who's lined up on this grid. John Bolter will be on pole position, Daniel Bolton Ramos second, Michael Jones third, Max Fitton fourth, Barry Lakes fifth, and Tyler Gibson sixth. Jake Wilkins will be 7th, Glenn Williamson 8th, Callum Martin 9th, Tommy Lee 10th, Caden Ward 11th, and Jamie Tylee Gooden in 12th. Rob Starley starts in 13th, Jake Chapman alongside him in 14th, row 8 is Toby Clark and Douglas Smith. Archie Pierce and Tommy Britton are your final two. So, Jamie Tyler Gooden back out looking for a second heat win of the day. The guy he narrowly beat, Glenn Williamson, is in this one as well. And we've got one of the Chapman brothers. I've slipped my mind as to which one of them, but they either finished first or second in their first heat as well. It's Jake Chapman who did win the other heat, so we got both heat winners out in this one. Lightweights. And it looks to me like they're ready to go. They are indeed. So we'll follow John Bolter and Daniel Bolton Ramos. John Bolter's not there. That's the 44 of Michael Jones taking up what looks to be pole position, but it's the 25 of Daniel Bolton Ramos who's first into Wellington.
Loses out. And who is that to? That is to the number 90 there of Max Fitton with a fantastic launch off the start of this one, then working the way up from fourth into first. Once again, the front row curse seems to continue on here at Kart Silverstone. Through the bridge we go as we go a little bit side by side here, side pod to side pod through the bridge, and we continue on.
Yeah, that was the 49, was it? Can't quite see that. That's Glenn Williamson. What a start for Glenn Williamson. A bit of a forceful move up the inside of the bridge there, but if that's judged to being fair, then that's great progress from Glenn. You said, oh yes, he's got an ABC bump and pass for that one. A little bit too much from him, reliant on the other drivers to slow the car down, I think, through bridge. So bump and pass penalty, there you go, at the top of your screen for Glenn. He is on track second, which is where he finished his first heat, but he will not finish there. An ABC bump and pass is a -4 places at the end of the race.
It is indeed. So Williamson continues on in second, but won't be able to do so on paper. Meanwhile, Barry Lakes and Tyler Gibson just behind as they start the next lap of this one. Through Brooklands we go. The front two clearly breaking away from the rest of the pack, just like we saw in the previous race. It'll be up to the likes of Gibson and Lakes and Tyler Gooden as well to close up that margin. Do watch out for Tyler Gooden, 12th on the grid, up 7 places already into 5th, and I'm sure he's going to be able to fight for the top end of things just as he has already in the previous heat.
Yeah, Glenn Williamson has hit the front of this one. He's going to want to try and pull away. The best place he can finish is first because he's going to drop 4 positions anyway. But up the inside comes Max Fitton back at him. And there's the 20 of Tyler Gibson as well coming through. The 56 of Barry Lakes has got ahead of Glenn Williamson as well. He's very bad 2 corners for Glenn, but Glenn's coming back at Barry Lakes into Seagraves. He's on the inside of the corner here and just about makes the move stick as well. He's getting very tight in there as well. We got the blue suit, I want to say, of Jake Chapman getting involved. Is that the 28? That's Tommy Lee. Excuse me, Tommy. As Max Fitton and Tyler Gibson go side by side for the lead. Now, Max Fitton looks like he's not changed position at all, but I think he was as low as 3rd at some point in that race. Plenty going on here if you're following the live stream over the live timing. Tommy Lee is side by side with, I think, Callum Martin. That's Barry Lakes, excuse me. And still a very tight pack. This front 3 have broken away a little bit, but still half this race to go. And squirrely under braking, all change. Glenn Williamson goes up the inside, but the cutback is on for Max Fitton. Tyler Gibson in the lead for now.
Yeah, for now, very much the operative word here, because it's looking to be a feisty one in the final 4 minutes. We can see Gibson down the inside. It goes Max Fitton. Max Fitton looked racy at the start of this one and continues on with that trend, but fighting back, it's going to be Gibson having a look down the inside. Williamson in the mix there too as we run up towards Siemens once again, pushing out wide. Is that going to be Tommy Lee in the mix?
Yeah, Tommy Lee up to second, gets 2 for 1 as Tyler Gibson and Glenn Williamson get their side pods better acquainted. There's contact warning for Doug Smith further back in the pack. Be interested to see if anything comes of that interaction that we just saw between the drivers now 3rd and 4th that we're following through on the screen. Tommy Lee rapid at the minute though, and really fancies a go at Max Fitton for the race lead, I'd imagine, over the remaining 3 minutes. There's a point ahead there from Tyler Gibson. He's got Glenn Williamson right on his rear bumper as he comes through Maggots and Beckett's. Barry Lakes and Jamie Tyler Gooden are 5th and 6th, and looking like they might be working together at this phase. Although, as I say that, Jamie Tyler Gooden pulls to the inside. He wants to work together with him in front rather than the other way around. Barry Lakes is going to fight him back into club, though, up the inside. And there's the 17 of Callum Martin. Fancies a pop at Jamie Tyler Gooden. There's no room on the outside of Tower. We know that much from what we've seen so far already. Glenn Williamson is ahead now of Tyler Gibson down in 4th. We will get 2 more laps after this, so let's see how it progresses as we come on to the start of lap 5.
Fantastic stuff then so far. Williamson up into 3rd, Fitton on the defence this time around. Tommy Lee on a bit of a charge, and 1 minute 12.4 on that fastest lap of the race out of anyone so far. Just under 2 minutes left on the clock, just further back from them. Tyler Gooden's in this mix here, but working their way up through the pack quite nicely. I did wonder whether their charge had been slightly abated over the past couple of laps, but seems to be back up to speed. We don't have long left, but certainly don't count Jamie Tyler Gooden out as it all gets a little bit frenetic here. Down through Bridge we go. Callum Martin in the mix there. Jake Chapman, in the mix in the white suit through Bridge. And we all make it through in the end. I thought I saw a waved yellow there, but I think we're good to continue on.
Yeah, Jake Chapman trying to make up as many places as possible. Obviously won the first heat, so would want to be in the conversation at the front of this one. Currently is only up to, I think, 7th. There's a contact warning coming in for Callum Martin, and indeed Jake Chapman. Glenn Williamson gets a cone warning in 3rd as well. He's on a penalty already. Remember, the only driver in this race on a penalty is Glenn. Gets his head down on the straight, as there's Max Fitton in the lead. It'll be a great win for Max Fitton this, if he can absorb all the pressure that's been put on him so far. As I look over his shoulder to see how close everyone is, this is the last lap, so he could go defensive if he needs to. But this front 4 look like they've got a little bit of a gap now, back to Barry Lakes. Jamie Tyler Gooden and Jake Chapman, our 2 heat winners so far, are 6th and 7th. It's going to be nice and open category this, I think. Doug Smith in 8th, Toby Clark 9th, Caden Ward in 10th, 1 position up from where he started into Priory for the last time then. Coming on down to club, Tommy Lee is close. Does he have a send? He's very, very close coming through Ireland and Tower. Here's the chance then, Reeve. Ducks to the inside for Seagraves. Great move from Tommy Lee. Holds it on the inside of Siemens as well. And as long as he gets a good enough drive out of here, he can go as defensive as he wants through Museum. But Tommy Lee snatches victory on the very last lap. Great drive from him. Glenn Williamson very out of shape on the exit there, but manages to hold on to 3rd on track. Tommy Lee wins then to 600ths of a second from Max Fitton. Glenn Williamson has the fastest lap, comes home 3rd, will be classified 7th overall, I believe. Tyler Gibson, therefore, promoted to 3rd. Barry Lakes up to 4th. Jamie Tyler Gooden will go up to 5th, and I think Jake Chapman will go up to 6th. Then it's Toby Clark, Doug Smith, Callum Martin, Rob Starley, Dan Bolton Ramos, Caden Ward, Archie Pierce, Tommy Britton, Michael Jones, and Jake Wilkins. Your order.
Fantastic stuff towards the end there. As you mentioned, 600th of a second. The only margin really could have gone anyone's way there. What a drive from Tommy Lee, though. 10th on the grid, all the way up to 1st. That's it for our lightweights for a brief moment, though. We move on to our sprint heavyweight Heat 3. Welcome back then to the action. Lightweight Heat 3's ready to head out on track. No, sorry, Heavyweight Heat 3 ready to head out on track. Let's take a look at what the grids are going to be shaping up for that one. Row 1 of the grid is going to be Chris O'Connell and Hassan Safar, followed by Chris Dixon and Jake Hicklin completing the super heavyweight running for row 2. Then we have Tom Edwards and James Whittaker on the 3rd row of the grid. Moving on to row 4, Cameron Maxwell, Shane Cotter on row 4, followed by Adam Wright and Adam Nather completing P9 and P10. Jonathan McLeod and Gabriel Nurse, super heavyweight runners on row 6. Then we have Tom Walwyn, Richard Newton on row 7, followed by Henry Lopez Gracie and Phil Jackson on row 8. Christopher Foxon and Jonathan Riley on the 9th row of the grid complete your 18 kart order for the heavyweight Heat 3 running today. No more practice sessions to go in this one, folks. This is now just an afternoon stroke evening later on of wall-to-wall racing action. The pace cart just reminding the drivers to keep a consistent bit of running before we head into the action later on. Not even later on, in just a mere few corners, we're already heading towards the tram lines.
Time flies when you're having fun, Reeve.
Certainly does. As we get ready then for heavyweight heat 3, it's O'Connell versus as far as they run down towards the turn one. We've seen how many times the Row 2 runners will benefit, and it looks to be another case of that as Chris Dixon runs up into second position, gets ahead of Safar, running through turn 2 already. A few other drivers looking like they may have lost position here or there running through that first corner, but Chris Dixon, the big mover, up into second as they run through Brooklands.
Yeah, so it's Chris and Chris, first and second through Maggots and Beckett's. Good start from the Chris's. From first and third, and to the inside goes one Chris on the other. That's Chris Dixon up into the lead, I believe. Yep, he's just about hold it. O'Connell comes back at him, and he's going to be on the outside for Priory, so Dixon will hold this. There's a challenge in behind as well. That's the 49 of Hassan Zafar coming back for his second position that he had on the grid, and also getting in the mix there around the outside of Ireland. We haven't seen that happen so far, and up the inside of Seagraves, although the door is pretty much being shut there. I think that's Tom Edwards, is it? In the black and red around the outside of Seagraves. That's Adam Nather coming in. I definitely recognise him. Excuse me, it's the 42 of James Whittaker who's making his way through there. So Whittaker up in second, Nather up now into third. Chris Dixon's built a bit of a gap, second and a half to Whittaker. Then it's Nather, Chris O'Connell and Cameron Maxwell in the mix as well.
Yeah, what a fabulous race start for Dixon. Obviously the same plaudits to go to Adam Nather, as well as Tom Walwyn, making up a good number of positions on this first lap of the race. Not entirely imperative right now, but I should add that we have had word on the team sport. Most of them are anti-clockwise. So 5 minutes left to go in this one.
I wonder if that's a conscious choice, Reeve.
I assume so. I'll have to find out later on, perhaps when the action isn't in front of us on our screens. But 5 minutes left to go, as I say. Dixon controlling things well with that brilliant start off the line. Whittaker also making great progress. Plenty of changes going on throughout the order in the sprint races. Drivers really recognising that the moves are really opportunities that they need to capitalise upon. Gabriel Norse, meanwhile, leads the super heavyweight runners.
Yeah, a little bit of a battle going on there. Is that over a third? Oh, contact as well. That looks like Cameron Maxwell making contact with Chris O'Connell. The 32 of Adam Nather involved as well. That's the black helmet of Tom Walwyn making very good progress from 6th to 3rd on that lap. Good pace from Tom as Adam ducks up the inside last minute. Skittish under braking, but makes the move. Well played, Adam Nather. At the front, Chris Dixon's under extreme pressure from James Whittaker. We said he won a couple of heats almost a year ago now, back in round 3, lightweights last year, and fancies himself a heavyweight win here too, as Adam Nather leads the chasing pack down into bridge. Contact warning for Cameron Maxwell. I think we saw that on the exit of Siemens last lap round. And there you can see the battle for the lead raging on. James Whittaker is ahead of Chris Dixon. Excuse me for my microphone cutting out momentarily there. But yes, confirmation that James Whittaker is now ahead of Chris Dixon. Into Siemens they go then for the third time. Halfway through the race, Adam Nather's lost out again by the looks of things to Tom Walwyn. Yep, Tom Walwyn back up into third. Adam Nather then, and Cameron Maxwell is 5th, I think. I'm not sure what's happened to Chris O'Connell. Let's keep an eye out for him across the timing screens. Yes, Cameron Maxwell is up into 5th. Chris O'Connell's dropping down the order. Unfortunately for him, looks like his race has been severely compromised. He's come across the line in 14th place. Not what Chris O'Connell would have wanted after his promising first couple of laps. And there's an ABC takeout for Adam Wright, which I don't think is related, because Adam Wright's down in 10th. Be interested to find out what's gone on there. But yeah, takeout for Adam Wright means a +6 penalty. He's not going to be factoring in at the front of the A final with a penalty like that, despite his strong showing in an earlier heat.
Be very interested to see what Walwyn can do in this one. He seems to be the driver pushing on through the grid. with the most vigour at the moment. Whittaker and Dixon posting very respectable times in their own right, of course, as we're watching them navigate their way down towards turn 15. But Warwin has a bit of clear air in front of him now. As long as he doesn't crack under the pressure of Adam Nather just behind, should be doing very well. 2 minutes left to go in this one, and these two, you'd rather get the sense that they know that they're controlling this race very well. There's the odd look over the shoulder here or there, but they're not side by side. They're not doing anything brash. They're just maintaining a really comfortable gap, well, between themselves in some way at the moment, and also between those.
A bit of commentator's curse for Tom Walwyn. Unfortunately, he's dropping back down through the order as well. Cameron Maxwell tries to make a move on Adam Nather, raises his hand in apology. We'll probably get a contact warning there. Will Cameron Maxwell, he's already had a contact warning as well. And there's Tom Walwyn, I think, on the exit of Brooklands, come to a complete stop. That's a real shame for him as well. Adam Nather, though, back out in front of Cameron Maxwell. Chris O'Connell has got a penalty for multiple contacts. Henry Lopez-Gracie's got a track limits warning. Jonathan Riley has lost a position to Henry Lopez-Gracie, is that? I can't see Henry Lopez-Gracie on our timing screens. Well, that's him, isn't it? Let me check the grid for this one. I'm sure he's in this one. No, he's not. That looks just like it. Who is that then in 5th position? Is it Shane Cotter?
Jonathan Riley is what we got last time. I
think Jonathan Riley's lost out to whoever it is I'm trying to pick out as we come around onto the last lap. So Whittaker in the lead, then it's Dixon, then you got Nather. Yeah, Henry Lopez-Gracie is in this one. I'm not sure what's happened to his transponder, but you can see him there in 5th place. This time Cameron Maxwell gets at the inside of Wellington on Adam Nather. Can Nather fight back on this? The last lap, Nottingham Brooklands, he can't. There's a restart on grass for Tom Walwyn. So when he did eventually get going, he did it off the grass, which unfortunately for him is another penalty. And there's our race leaders then. They're battling out on this last lap. James Whittaker still holds it from Chris Dixon at the minute, but Dixon really wants to have a go here round the outside of Priory. Can't make it happen there, but he's got a good drive now down towards Club. Can he keep to the inside line? Can he outbrake Whittaker? Bit of contact there. There's not going to be enough room on the outside of Ireland. Whittaker goes defensive into Seagrave. Dixon tries to get the cutback coming into Siemens. He's going to have to try and get a better run on down to Museum. Whittaker's closed the door completely and hands off the steering wheel for Chris Dixon, I think in frustration. Hopefully he won't get too harsh a penalty for that one. Whittaker wins heat number 3. Excellent drive from him. Chris Dixon unlucky to finish in 2nd place. Adam Nather has got back ahead into 3rd. That looks like Henry Lopez-Gracie might have got 4th ahead of Cameron Maxwell. We have no idea due to the transponder issue on that car. Adam Wright is classified as 5th. That'll be 6th, but with a 6th place penalty. Then it's Shane Cotter, Jonathan Riley, Tom Edwards, Jake Hicklin, Gabriel Norse, Tom Walwyn with a penalty as well. Richard Newton, Chris Foxon, Phil Jackson, Jonathan McLeod, Chris O'Connell and Hassan Zafar. On we go to the next lightweight heat then, Reeve.
Here we go then, lightweight heat 4 up next. Let's take a look at what the grid is looking like for this one. Front row of the grid will be Josh Moore and Jaden Giles, followed by Oliver Wilde and Keaton Ford. On row 3 will be Joseph Simcoe and Jake Saunders. Moving on to the 5th row of the grid, it will be Alfie Slater and Russell Cooper, followed by Rafi Anwar and Christian Lehner on row 5. Thomas Northcott and Jason Munson complete row 6. Then to round out the grid, then it will be Abdul Kareem Williams, followed by Alex Forward on row 7, Max Chapman and Anastasia Tereshchenko on row 8. And then we have Louis Canlett and then Jack Sharp completing row 9 for our 18 kart lightweight grid for heat 4 this afternoon on a track that is looking notably greyer than it was even 10 minutes ago.
You mean the surface of the track itself or the atmosphere?
Atmosphere, sorry.
Yes, I was going to say the track's dry. We are seeing dry lap times, 1:13s, 1:12s. So great pace from our drivers so far. But yeah, a bit overcast now and perhaps there's a risk of some rain before these finals. We shall see.
Not that I want there to be, but I do think there could well be at around about 4 p.m. I think we might be due some. So roughly we're going to be a little bit further into our heats. We won't be quite at our finals just yet, but that is one thing for the drivers to bear in mind. Lightweight Heat 4 is the session we're jumping into now as we've just run through the grids. They're all heading up behind that pace car and get ready to go racing once more. Should be Josh Moore versus Jaden Giles running into turn 1.
All right then. Let's see what this heat brings. We've not got many heats left, Reeve. After this. This is last but 2. Heats 5 and 6 to follow after this.
Here we go. Down the tran lines. Moore versus Giles into turn 1. I'm going to say it once again, watch out for that front row curse. Drivers on the second or even third row we've seen are doing very well here. The number 76 of Oliver Wilde has a great look down the inside, already potentially up into second. Still going to be side by side though through that second corner, loses out by having to go around the outside. Jaden Giles starting from P2 gets a penalty for breaking formation. The number 35 there of Keaton Ford caught out running around Brooklands and ends up tumbling down the order. It is going to be Josh Moore controlling things quite nicely at the front end of the pack, but down the inside there, the number 21 of Jaden Giles does have that penalty, but is still going to try and abate that as much as possible. Takes the lead on the road, at least for the time being, but we're still going to be side by side, running down towards the Priory now. Jaden on the inside, Moore hanging it round the outside as we run through turn 10. There is Oliver Wilde back in the mix there. That is the number 13, is that of Joshua Simcock, working their way up to P4.
Yep, great start in this one, as that's the 13 of Joe Simcock jumping up into third place, potentially momentary. No, he's held it as well. Oliver Wilde drops down into fourth. Thomas Northcott getting in the conversation there as well towards the back. Across the line they come then to complete the first lap. Jaden Giles with that penalty for breaking formation leads. Josh Moore, Joe Simcock, Oliver Wilde, Alfie Slater, Thomas Northcott, Jake Sanders, Max Chapman, Christian Lehner and Jason Munson. And Northcott getting busy already on this lap, looking for a move on Oliver Wilde for fourth place. Someone's gone quite wide there, Reeve. Who's that in third place now? We'll see as they come through.
Didn't quite catch the number plate there, unfortunately. Looks like someone starting with a number 1, potentially. Can't quite see. Have to wait for another shot of them, but all of a sudden, yeah, it's looking rather close to the top
Josh
end.
Moore has lost out to Simcock, who's now in second place. Moore wide on the exit of Brooklands and gets a track limit warning for his troubles there as well. Simcock had a contact warning on that first lap. Fancies a go at the lead on this second lap. Ducks to the inside of Seagraves. Might have gone a bit hot and does indeed not pull that move off. Look at these 6 karts there, Reeve.
Yeah.
Northcott now up into fourth place. I think that's Alfie Slater in third. He had an off earlier. There's a hand in the air there from Simcock. I'm not sure if that's an apology. It doesn't look like there's a yellow flag to acknowledge. Northcott to the inside of Slater. Good move that into turn 1.
Yeah, it was a great move. Oliver Wilde drops back ever so slightly down towards P5 at the moment. I don't think for a second.
Yellow flags out, Reeve. It's a full course yellow.
Full course. So now is the opportunity for the marshals. It looks to be that there's a stricken kart that just needs to make its way either off the circuit or back out on track if possible. But for now, we'll just bring the race back under control, bring everything down to a manageable pace to make sure it's safe for the officials to do with any work that they need to do. So it's safe for everyone out on track at the moment. We'll wait to see if we're able to get back underway. It'll all come down to whether or not those karts are moving, and it looks to be. I think we're going to get one kart out of the way and one moving potentially, so we should be good, I think, at some point before a race restart.
Yeah, there's been an accident on the exit of Maggots and Beckett's, hasn't there?
Yes.
Where we saw them repairing a wall yesterday, so it looks to me like someone else has fallen foul of that fast chicane. It's now pretty much flat out, I'm told. The Maggots and Beckett section at the top of the track there. And we get a great view of Seagraves corner. They come round now. And indeed Seaman's after that. I'm liking the way the track has stayed consistently exciting throughout the changing conditions, the
Yes.
changing classes. We said at the end of the day yesterday, after cadets and juniors, there's something like 8 overtaking opportunities on this track. Turn 1, Wellington, turn 4, Brooklands, turn 8, Bridge, turn 10, Priory, turn 11, Club, Seagrave, Siemens and Museum. And I think we've seen absolutely all 8 of those boxes ticked so far in the heats.
Absolutely, we have, as you say, though it stays consistent that even if it's dry, even if it's wet, we still have overtaking opportunities. Bridge maybe changes ever so slightly, but still it is great to see as the wall repairs continue on. Big news though for our race leader, Jaden Giles, bump and pass penalty coming in there, so Jaden Giles no longer can win it on the road if we were to finish in this order. Sorry, can win it on the road, can't win it on paper, unfortunately, for Jaden. That's a bit of a change there, so the likes of Simcock, Northcote, Slater are going to be the ones. In fact, we already had a penalty, of course, earlier on for Jaden Giles, so forgive me there, folks. It just means he tumbles slightly further down the order as it stands. Simcock, who's your driver, poised to take this race win.
Yeah, we might get another racing lap. It'll depend on if they can finish fixing that wall before they navigate through the remaining 7 or 8 corners of the lap. It looks to me like they're pretty much finished. We might get one final racing lap in this one, Reeve. I'm certainly crossing my fingers for it. Field all tightly bunched now, but yes, observers are returning to their posts, having put the wall back in a suitable position. Marshals with their flags ready as well. I think we'll be going green as we come over the start-finish line.
We will indeed. Green on our timing systems now. The full course yellow has indeed ended. Still a couple of yellows on the mini sectors, of course, but we should be good for a bit more racing to start the next lap. There's no waved yellows heading into turn 1 there, so we are good to go for one last blast here in the lightweight heat 4. Giles leads Simcock, leads Northcott and Slater just behind. Oliver Wilde hangs on in that top 5 there, and the revs rise. We're good to go racing once again. Simcock has a look down the inside. They swap around immediately. On the defensive is Giles. Alfie Slater down the inside there and through turn 2. What a move there. That came from nowhere. And here we go on the last lap. Through Brooklands, we are the pack, formed up once again, all bunched up as we navigate Maggots and Beckett's once more. Already Giles looks pretty comfortable controlling things. Can Slater do anything about that?
Well, he doesn't need to, Reeve, with the penalties that Jaden Giles has got. He probably won't know about that, though. Neither will Joseph Simcock, who's going to inherit 2nd place from this. Northcott now in 4th position. And here is Jaden Giles coming round Club for the last time. Northcott in a bit of bother back there and has been overtaken by 2 drivers coming through Club. There's a driver stricken just on the entry to Priory. Not quite sure what's happened. It looks like he's run over a cone and had it stuck underneath his cart. But yes, Jaden Giles is going to win this one on the road. Comes around the final corner to take race victory. Alfie Slater in 2nd place will inherit that race win from him. Joe Simcock will inherit 2nd place. Then 3rd will be Oliver Wilde. Tom Northcott 5th on the road. Eventually Keaton Ford 6th. Josh Moore 7th. Jason Munson 8th. Christian Laners in 9th. And Jake Saunders is in 10th. Russell Cooper 11th. Max Chapman has the fastest lap but is only good enough for 12th. That just leaves Abdulakim Williams, Anastasia Taranchenko, Lewis Canlett, Alex Ford, Jack Sharp and Rafi Anwar as your order.
There we go, then lightweight heat 4. Certainly did excite. Fortunately, full course yellows perhaps robbing us of an even closer battle for the front end of the pack, but that's just racing that sometimes this brings ends to lightweight heat 4 though. Get ready for heavyweight heat 4 coming up in just a second.
Back to our heavyweights then for the next heat. Jonathan Riley starts this one on pole position. Let's see what the rest of the grid looks like. There is Riley on pole position with Scott Parker for company on the front row. Ross Sandwell starts in 3rd with Hayden Harris in 4th. Phil Jackson will be 5th and Joe Holmes 6th. 7th is Alex Pritchard, Graham Fernandez 8th. Andy Hitlin starts in 9th ahead of Giles Coke. Miguel Hall will be 11th, joined on that row by Damien Smith. Jonathan Wilson and Gabriel Norse are on row 7. Row 8 is James Small, a winner from earlier, and Stephen Westwood. Adam Hadfield starts 17th, and Chris O'Connell is the last of the 18 runners in this one. Looks like we're good for an immediate start. Benji Hamilton giving the slowdown message to Jonathan Riley and Scott Parker. Riley will control the pace as they approach the start-finish line. Around Farm Curve they come, ready to kick off. Sprint Heavyweight North Heat number 4, and away they go. Looks like a fairly even start from that shot there. Keep an eye on the 50 who comes across to cover off that lead position. Around the outside comes Harris. What a great start that is from Hayden Harris from 4th on the grid, and he's going to have a go for the lead here into Brooklands. No, he's not. He thinks better of it, and Alex Pritchard and several other karts make contact there. I'm not sure who's come out of that unscathed and who's going to be picking up a penalty, but I do not envy the officials in that regard. Alex Pritchard goes across the grass, I think, there, and collects a cone. Well. Wilson's off and sideways, but manages to hold on to it as well. I think that's Adam Hadfield as well. Yeah, false start on that one. That was pretty poor, as starts have been over the last couple of days. And a calm down message from one of the observers as well.
Yeah, a bit of a skirmish running through Brooklands there. Brooklands is the decision point for false starts at this venue, so if anything happens beyond that, that involves a lot of the field, we consider it tough. It's racing. We continue on, but before Brooklands, we are given the opportunity to restart, head back to lap 0, pretend it never happened, and form up once again in the exact order that the drivers started this one in.
Comment in the chat from Bryn Albin, is that Rory O'Regan in Max Chapman's kart, as correctly pointed out by WILE Eclipse, or WIL Eclipse. Max is using Rory's gear. Yes, I've personally banned Rory from competing in CLUB100 until he learns to behave himself. He's working today, though. You might see a shot of him as he tends to karts on the side. He was in the pace kart yesterday, but Benji has taken over that. Benji's up at Brooklands at the minute for some reason, and these guys are forming up on the grid again. They might be getting going actually without Benji, because Benji is the other side of the circuit. Let's have a look, see if the lights go green as they come round for this one. They do indeed. Away they go then, getting back underway for just 5 minutes of running. Riley gets just as good a start as he did before. Scott Parker hanging on there in second place as well. It's a lot neater so far. Joe Holmes there takes a look around to take stock of his position, and a bit of a hit there going into Brooklands, but they're all facing the right way as far as I can see. One person going a little bit wider than would hope. It's better than it was previously. Great start from Jonathan Riley though, and up the inside there, that's I think Hayden Harris taking second place as he did on the original start.
Yep, something about the Harris effect on these race starts here, Jacob, seems to be working wonders as we run down towards turn 10 up into second for Hayden Harris, and Riley will be looking over the shoulder then. Sorry, no, that is not Riley. No, that is Riley. Apologies. There we go, 4 minutes left to go in this one, and Harris all of a sudden looks down the inside. Brief glance into turn 14. The switch backs come thick and fast here as we run through Seamans now, and down towards the double left-handers to bring an end to the lap. Then Harris already putting pressure on our race leader now, might benefit from a bit of a slipstream here. Meanwhile, there's a fight going on involving Scott Parker for P3. Harris has the inside run here. We are side by side, gets a nose out in front and runs into that first corner with the race lead.
Hayden Harris has been fantastic. He didn't compete in sprints last year, whether that was junior lightweight or seniors, but he's running really well today. Scott Parker's held off Joe Holmes for now. Holmes follows him into Maggots and Beckett's. Riley gets a bit loose on the exit of Maggots and Beckett's there and loses a kart length or so. Scott Parker's closing in on the back of him now. Further back, Ross Samwell holds 5th, and then he's got Alex Pritchard and James Small bearing down on him. There is Pritchard, Small a few kart lengths further back. Harris hasn't quite got away. Riley's found some grip and managed to reel him in ever so slightly as we come on down to Seagraves.
towards the end of the lap once again. Harris on that charge, as we say. Meanwhile, super heavyweight Phil Jackson leads that charge pretty comfortably, but here's the fight for your top 4.
Alex Pritchard has had 5th off Ross Samwell, Reeve, just to jump in there.
No, absolutely, yeah. As you can see, now the top 5 changes order there. Scott Parker running along in P3. You can see, though, Sandwell very eager to try and take that back if at all possible. Kind of urging his kart on down the start-finish straight. And through Brooklands we go again. A bit of a pain point at the start of this race a few minutes ago, but Scott Parker goes side by side there, has a look at jumping into P2, but Harris begins to check out by the looks of things.
Yeah, Scott Parker, probably not the best of moves into Brooklands, and he's lost out to Joe Holmes there on the exit as a result. Holmes just taps his helmet as if to say to Scott Parker, follow me and I'll show you how it's done. Alex Pritchard hoping to catch up with them as well. Ross Sandwell still hoping to fend off James Small in behind there, but he goes wide onto the grass, and that's not going to help his cause. He's still ahead of James Small for now, but I'd imagine James Small is thinking, I'm going to lunge you up the inside of Seagraves, and there you have it. 6th place then for James Small, and he can set his sights on Alex Pritchard further ahead. Are we going to get one final lap out of this? Let's have a little look as we cross the start-finish line. We are indeed, so we'll be on the penultimate lap now. Hayden Harris leads us through. Jonathan O'Reilly still in 2nd, Joe Holmes bearing down on them from 3rd.
60 seconds left on the clock, and Hayden Harris controlling things for the time being, but certainly looking over the shoulder now. As you can see, Riley and Holmes closing up, as we say. We run now down through Maggots and Beckett's Bridge, the next big overtaking opportunity. We've seen plenty of brazen moves performed here, but everyone takes a very similar line. In fact, they're all just waiting for the opportunity to present itself very clearly, and now all of a sudden you must say that Holmes is looking quite eager to get ahead of Riley.
Yeah, Riley right on that bumper of Harris as well. It's going to be the last lap next time around when people might get a bit more defensive. So let's see if Seagraves and Seaman produces any overtaking opportunities. No one looks close enough this time round. That top 5 are all quite comfortably spaced. They're close together, but no one looks like they're within lunging distance. Certainly not in these drier conditions. Perhaps earlier on when there's a bit more of a grip discrepancy, people might have fancied it, and Harris looks slow off that final corner. Riley's going to try and get the slipstream right on the inside. Holmes stays on line. Round Wellington we go then for the final time. Who fancies it into Brooklands? Holmes close, but he's seen Scott Parker try and fail there earlier on in the race, so doesn't make a move. James Small's got the fastest lap in 6th, but I think it might be too little too late. He's not going to necessarily catch up with these guys unless a significant battle develops. Holmes looks around the outside of Bridge. Perhaps he's going to try with a cutback. He is indeed. Has he got a good enough drive? He's going to be on the outside for Priory. Scott Parker fancies a position here as well. He's going to try and push Jonathan Riley through and take a position back off Joe Holmes. Holmes around the outside. There's not much room there, and Alex Pritchard sniffs an opportunity as well. Scott Parker is up the inside of Joe Holmes. Alex Pritchard's got half an eye on it as well. Might fancy a lunge. Holmes goes defensive, does he, into Seagraves? Yes, he does. Has Alex Pritchard got the drive on him? Yes, he has. Joe Holmes is down to 5th and in the danger of losing out to James Small as well. Meanwhile, Hayden Harris holds the lead of this one, and he's going to come round the final corner to win this race. What a drive from Hayden Harris. He's doing absolutely fantastic. Jonathan Riley converts pole position into 2nd place. Scott Parker a worthy 3rd. Alex Pritchard will be happy with the 4th after the race he had earlier. Joe Holmes will be wondering where it all went wrong. I don't think I've ever seen Joe Holmes in 3rd place on the last lap of a heat and end the lap in 5th. Most people would have been putting money on him to win the race from there, not lose 2 positions. James Small very quick in 6th, and with his race win, well, that'll put him in contention for pole position for the A final. Adam Hadfield 7th, Ross Samwell 8th, 9th was Giles Coke, and Miguel Hall 10th.
What a battle to round out that heavyweight heat for there. Well done to all 6 drivers involved. We have to leave the heavyweight action for a moment though. It's lightweight heat 5 coming up next. Here we go then. Let's take a look at the grids for our lightweight Heat 5, which is beginning to take shape. Row 1, Abdul Karim Williams and Alex Ford, followed by Max Chapman and Jamie Tyler Gooden on row 2. Then it's Robert Starley and Michael Jones leaving the third row of the grid. Moving on to row 4, then it will be Daniel Button, Ramos and Barry Lakes, followed by Max Fitton and Joshua Moore on the 5th row. Then it's Tommy Lee and Callum Martin completing row 6 before we head on to row 7, which features Jake Saunders and Thomas Northcott. Jake Wilkins and Alfie Slater on row 8. Completing the grid, then it will be Tommy Britton and Anastasia Tereshchenko. 18 karts then for our lightweight Heat 5 as they form up behind the pace car. Apologies, no, 19 with John Bolter as well. Just got you in at the end there, John. Apologies.
It was a surprise to me as well, don't worry. A pleasant surprise, though. Good to see
of course.
John Bolter out there. Okay. They'll come around the final corner, and that's Museum. Abdul Karim Williams on the right-hand side in the 74. On the left, Alex Ford. Max Chapman has got ground to make up in Rory O'Regan's gear. That's massively out of the tram lines for Abdul Karim. I think he's going to get a penalty for that. Up the inside goes Chapman and round the outside. Who's that going round the outside and potentially into the race lead there? Is that Jamie Tyler Gooden going the long way around? It is indeed. Great start from him, and he and Max Chapman, I think, will be first and second. Tyler Gooden runs wide on the exit, but yeah, it is indeed Jamie Tyler Gooden and Max Chapman, two graduates of the junior classes. Off goes Thomas Northcott, I think that is in the background. The O'Regan-looking Chapman all over the back of Tyler Gooden for the start of this one. Everyone's still facing the right direction despite certain trips to the grass over the first lap or so. Abdul Karim Williams holds third place, having been on pole position. Is that a braking formation penalty indeed. I can see for him as well, Reeve?
Yep, that is. Perhaps unsurprisingly there, unfortunately, Mr. Williams cannot win this race on paper. Might be able to do so on the road, but certainly not on paper. Look in the background there, that sky is looking rather gloomy, folks. We could be in for some downpours as we head into the third heats this afternoon, but it is this top two with Williams breaking away from the rest of the pack. We have an interesting run through the farm curve there. Not really seen that one all that often, as Tyler Gooden and Max Chapman now lead us on to the next lap.
Yeah, Alex Ford up the inside of Williams, then Michael Jones hoping to follow through as well. These two may well check out for the next lap or two and then start battling each other. If they're as wise as I think they are, then it could well be, although very out of shape for Jamie Tyler Gooden, and Max Chapman just slots in front. Perhaps Tyler Gooden now will take the opportunity to work together for a bit, but it'll depend on mistakes like that. If there's more of those, then they'll want to swap positions again. And indeed they do. Jamie Tyler Gooden back ahead there, but up the inside of Club goes Max Chapman. Interesting stuff from these two, and they've already got a bit of a gap now back to Alex Ford, but Ford's closing in very quickly, the rate that they're battling at the front of this one, so perhaps working together isn't on the agenda for these two, or perhaps the sight of Alex Ford will spur them on to do so.
Maybe that is the case. Hello to Jack Brommer, who's watching along, who puts in the rather cheeky comments of how come Rory's quick all of a sudden? Running along in P2, obviously using Rory's gear here, but Tyler Gooden then in 19th as they cross the line, drops down into second as they go side by side up towards Brooklands. Has a look around the outside, does Max Chapman, nothing he can do from this position.
Yeah, side by side now, and yep, Chapman's in front again, going into Maggots and Beckett's. They seem to change every 3 corners or so, these two. Tyler Gooden takes a much wider line through Bridge. Can he get a good drive out of the corners? It's a surprisingly long run down to Priory here. And yep, slots up the inside of Priory. That's keeping up the average of every 3 corners, I would say. Chapman thinks about it into Club, but decides not to bother. Round Island and Tower they go. Will Chapman dive up the inside into Seagraves? No. Tyler Gooden goes somewhat defensive there, I think. Round the outside then maybe for Chapman, on the cutback maybe for Chapman. Yeah, this is defensive driving now. You can see Alex Ford getting right in the mix, and Alex Ford is going to take second place off Chapman. Chapman gets a bit out of sorts, realising that Ford is right there with him. Michael Jones is now 4th with Callum Martin 5th, and Tyler Gooden's got a bit of breathing space after that move from Alex Ford. There's still a couple of laps left in this one, still 3 minutes to go. Can Tyler Gooden make this 2 heat wins?
What an impressive day that would be.
Oh, someone's off there. Who is that? Was that Michael Jones? It's not Jamie Tyler Gooden, Alex Ford or Max Chapman, but someone in the front 5, I want to say. It is Michael Jones, I think, that's gone really wide on the exit at Brooklands and has dropped right back down the order.
What a shame there for Michael Jones. Meanwhile, out in front, as we can see them navigating turn 10. Now, Tyler Gooden's beginning to build up just a couple of kart lengths to his advantage. Forward and Chapman scrapping it out.
I tell you who's making the charge, Reeve, is Tommy Lee up the inside there.
Hello,
of
yes.
Seagraves. Tommy Lee has come from way back, 11th on the grid. Fancies himself another big haul of points here. He's won a race already, and Tommy Lee means business around Silverstone.
He does indeed. Callum Martin, another big mover as well, made up 7
Max
positions.
Chapman, sorry, coming side by side with Alex Forward down the start finish straight into turn 1. Max Chapman regains second place that he lost battling with Jamie Tyler Gooden last time round. This will be the penultimate lap. We've got a yellow flag in Siemens. There's a driver trying to recover their car onto track there, and hopefully they'll be able to do so before these drivers come around. Alfie Slater has got a force and a driver wide. I don't imagine that would be related because he'd have a takeout as the driver has come to a complete stop if that was related in Siemens, but a force and a driver wide penalty. And there's an ABC takeout. It's Callum Martin who's received that. Callum Martin in 5th. So not quite sure what happened. That might even be the reason why we saw Michael Jones tumble down the order. Back to the action though. Alex Forward has lost out to Max Chapman on this lap. Max Chapman dressed as Rory O'Regan this afternoon, and they are hoping to close that gap to Jamie Tyler Gooden before they start this final lap, which will be as they cross the start finish line around this final bend. Tommy Lee's got the fastest lap so far, 1 minute 12.0. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to catch up to these guys in time. Tyler Gooden, a little look over the shoulder at an ABC bump and pass, excuse me, comes in for Josh Moore. That's the SH sound I was looking to place.
Cheers, Sean Connery.
No problem. What time do you go to the dentist? And away we come then into Maggots and Beckett's. Chapman is going to get a chance. He's going to get a chance at Tyler Gooden before the end of the race. Might be into Priory if he can get a good run off this corner. Not happening so far. Maybe Club the next one. But still too much of a gap between them. It's going to be Seagraves, I think, if it's going to happen. Potentially Siemens, depending on the run into Museum. Looks to the inside, covered off by Tyler Gooden. Can Chapman get a better run? Also covered off here. Has Chapman sacrificed too much speed looking to the inside there? I think he has. He's not going to get the run here. Got to be careful of Alex Forward. Alex Forward dives up the inside of Museum. Well executed. That's how he overtook him a couple of laps back, and it's how he's going to secure second in this race. Jamie Tyler Gooden takes his second race win. Max Chapman battles to the line, but Alex Forward will get second. Tommy Lee at very close 4th. Callum Martin 5th. Thomas Northcott makes 6th. Max Fitton 7th. Alfie Slater 8th. Rob Starley 9th. And John Bolter finishes in 10th.
What a race, what an afternoon this is shaping up to be for Jamie Tyler Gooden as well. Another win to add to the tally then so far. Lightweights really impressive in the racecraft and their pace as well in that one, getting very close to the 1 minute 11 region, which is impressive stuff. That brings an end to the lightweight heat 5 though. Up next, it's going to be our heavyweight heat 5 here at Silverstone. Heavyweight Heat 5 coming up now. Let's take a look at what the grid is going to be looking like then. Front row of the grid will go to Steve Lindley and Richard Newton, followed by Christopher Foxton and Tom Walvin on row 2. Tom hoping to make amends for his previous outings, I am sure. Kurt Holmes and Henry Lopez Gracie on row 3, followed by James Whittaker and Tom Edwards on row 4, Chris Dixon and Matthew Cockerham on row 5. It's Jake Hicklin and Hassan Safar on row 6. Moving on to row 7, then Miguel Hall, Luke Burrow, followed by Cameron Maxwell and Shane Cotter on row 8. Completing our grid then, it will be Andy Hicklin and Adam Nava. There we go then, that's our 18 karts for our heavyweight Heat 5 here at Silverstone. Now dipping behind the pace cars, getting ready to go racing once again.
Off on mute.
There you
go. And yeah, these guys, this is an interesting pack, this. Tom Welwyn had some good pace earlier, as did Kurt Holmes. Henry Lopez Gracie, hopefully his transponder's working this time. Steve Lindley had decent pace in his first heat as well, made up a number of places. Adam Nather starts this one right at the back. Miguel Hall made good progress earlier on in the day as well. James Whittaker is quick in his own right. Let's see who seizes the initiative in this one. Lindley and Newton, two very experienced drivers on the front row. Foxon and Welwyn in behind them. Very slow round museum. Look at that. Keeping it very, very calm as they come round. Approaching the start finish line. Lights are red. I will let you know when they're green. Steve Lindley's complaining about loading. But as they approach the line, now it goes green. Now they accelerate and head on down to turn 1 in heat number 5. Lindley seizes the initiative. Newton as well. Great start from him. Kurt Holmes has had a really good start. That's two drivers facing backwards. That's the 54 of Chris Foxon, and that's Henry Lopez Gracie, I think, as well, beached on the outside of that corner. Lindley still in the lead. Newton still second. Kurt Holmes up from 5th into 3rd.
Yeah, cracking start for Steve Lindley there. Look at the margin already as we see it down through a bridge.
Yeah, that's Kurt Holmes taking 2nd place, and I think James Whittaker following him through in the 42. It is indeed. Someone's hit a cone. That's the number 11, was it? No, there's no number 11 in this one, but someone's run into a spot of bother with a traffic cone.
Stop. Yeah. Saw a car in the background come to a bit of a stop there. Yellow flags being waved. They are back underway though, and running down through turn 9. Our front runners heading through turn 14 and 15 at the moment. Pretty even in terms of gaps here. We go to the upper midfield to see a bit more action through the left-hander of turn 15 and complete the end of the lap in just a moment. We are side by side there with the look like that is going to be the number 19 of Jake Hicklin in the mix there as we have a driver off. That is the number 16 of Richard Newton dropping down. That's an awful place to go as well because you lose so much momentum down towards turn 1. So Lindley still leads as Kurt Holmes up into 2nd, Whittaker completing your top 3.
Cracking opening lap from Adam Nath. He started plumb last. He's up to 7th. That's 11 places in 1 lap he's gained. Not too bad either from Hassan Zafar and Luke Burrow making 8 and 7 places each. 6 places for Cameron Maxwell and Miguel Hall too. Plenty of opportunity on that first lap as Lindley leads Holmes and Whittaker. This front 3 may well make a break for it. Be interesting to see if Hassan Zafar and Chris Dixon can stick with them in 4th and 5th. Looks to me like Adam Nath has made his way up to 6th. We'll see if we can get confirmation on that in a later shot. But for now, keeping an eye on Kurt Holmes. As we said, prominent in the championship for the last 2 years in heavyweight sprints.
Has a look down the inside, running through turn 14, thinks better of it though. Remains in P2 for the time being. Penalty coming in for Luke Burrow. That's a forcing driver wide on this occasion. And we run through farm curve back to start the next lap. Steve Lindley ducking down ever so slightly, trying to gain any advantage he can in terms of a straight line. Meanwhile, Whittaker putting pressure on Holmes. This becomes quite a clear battle for P2 unless Holmes can claw back in. So Lindley here and has a look down the inside into Brooklands. Nice move there. It is now Holmes who leads us.
Yeah, good move down into Brooklands. Not very often used.
No,
I would say to effect
successfully,
as well.
Yeah.
And up the inside, Whittaker's having a look at Lindley now into Bridge, makes that move happen. There's a chance for Zafar as well. Going to be side by side coming down into Priory, and indeed Zafar is going for 2nd place. Wow. Why not? Hassan Zafar, 2 places in 2 corners. Lindley's coming back for 3rd as well from James Whittaker. And yeah, Chris Dixon's in the conversation there as well. Adam Nath is keeping a keen eye from a kart length or 2 back. Kurt Holmes then out in the lead by a kart length from Hassan Zafar, who's had a fantastic lap.
Absolutely has. Lindley potentially not capitalising on this lap to the best of his abilities. Unfortunately, not working out for him so far. We navigate our way around to the end of this lap. Holmes looking strong in P1. Safar, though, let's watch out for him as he claws on up to Kurt Holmes in turn 1. And now Lindley remaining in P3. Whittaker and Dixon are going to be squabbling for a chance at vying for that P3 spot, as we have Cameron Maxwell setting a new fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, Natha and Maxwell quite quick behind this group. And I say behind this group, Adam Natha's now in this group. Cameron Maxwell hoping to catch up. Hassan Zafar has eyes for Kurt Holmes. He's going to dive up the inside of Bridge and take the lead momentarily. Has he got the pace coming out of here? He has indeed. Hassan Zafar takes the lead. He was 4th 1 lap ago. Now look at him. He's out in front, the 42 of James Whittaker there, defending and potentially trying to overtake Steve Lindley. Adam Natha is ready to pounce on this. He's been waiting patiently at the back of this 6-kart train for the best part of a lap or so. Now Hassan Zafar is at the front of it though, and Kurt Holmes will be thinking about how he can get back past.
Yeah, 6 karts now snake their way around this Silverstone karting circuit as they try to vie for P1. We see side by side running through the museum there, but the front end Safar starts to pull quite a ways ahead of Holmes. Lindley under a little bit of pressure from Whittaker here as we run down towards turn 1. Whittaker has a look down the inside, gets a kart out in front. Great move from James Whittaker there, who now runs up into P3. Lindley dropping back ever so slightly, but might have a chance to go for it again as we run through. Brooklands has a look down the inside. Let's see if it was successful. No, it wasn't. It is rare as we say that. We do see that move pulled off. Kurt Holmes, meanwhile, he's one of those drivers who had it going well for him through Brooklands. Has to wait for another opportunity to try and claw back the race lead.
This is really impressive from Hassan Zafar. Didn't race sprints last year, whether that's junior or North or senior national. And the second driver on their sprints debut really making a good impression here as we've come to the closing stages of this race. It's going to be final lap last time out, and he's got a gap to Kurt Holmes as well. James Whittaker up into 3rd past Steve Lindley. Adam Natha up into 5th past Chris Dixon. I think this could be Hassan Zafar's race to lose here. I'm not sure if there's going to be any change amongst those top 3. Reasonably well spaced out now as they come onto the final lap. Great drive this from Hassan Zafar.
Yeah, it really is. 12th on the grid, all the way up to fight for the lead.
Adam Natha side by side with Steve Lindley, and Steve Lindley holds on to it. Cameron Maxwell's in there as well as Chris Dixon. Chris Dixon goes for the move on Natha up the inside of Brooklands. Doesn't look like he's made it happen. Cameron Maxwell's come back at him now. They're all side by side going into Maggots and Beckett's. Oh, Adam Natha clips the cone as he's side by side with Lindley. Lindley holds on. Great defensive driving from Lindley, and that's Cameron Maxwell trying to get up the inside of Adam Natha. Natha holds him off for now. It's feisty out there. Lindley defends on the inside of Priory. Natha still trying to find any which way past. Up the inside of Club he goes and finally makes that move stick. It's changed behind them as well. Natha's going to defend into Seagraves behind, but Hassan Zafar has driven absolutely fantastically this race and is going to win his first heat from Kurt Holmes round the final corner. What a great performance this was. Started the 1 lap in 4th and just did not look back. Excellent victory for Hassan Zafar. Celebrates as well. Kurt Holmes will be 2nd place. James Whittaker a strong 3rd. Good result from him. Adam Natha gives a thumbs up and offers a fist bump to Steve Lindley, who I'm not sure if he wasn't looking or wasn't interested, but Lindley actually crossed the line in 4th ahead of Natha. Chris Dixon 6th, Miguel Hall 7th, Luke Burrow 8th, Cameron Maxwell fastest lap but only 9th, Tom Walwyn in 10th.
What a race we got to enjoy there, folks. Well done to all those fighting at the top end of the order. Some other big movers as well. Adam Natha, sorry, as we mentioned, 18th up into 5th. In the end, that's actually the biggest mover. Close 2nd goes to Hassan Zafar, who wins the race. That brings an end note to the heavyweight Heat 5. Up next is going to be our lightweight Heat 6. And here we go then, lightweight North Heat 6 is going to be our next bit of racing. Let's take a look at what the grid is going to shape up 2B. Front row of the grid will be Jake Chapman and Toby Clark, followed by Duncan Smith and Jason Munson on row 2. It's Tyler Gibson and Oliver Wilde completing the third row. Moving on with Jaden Giles, Joseph Simcock on row 4, Keaton Ford and John Bolter on row 5, followed by Christian Lehner and Rafi Anwar on row 6. It's then Caden Ward, Glenn Williamson on row 7, followed by Russell Cooper and Archie Pierce completing row 8, with row 9 featuring Jack Sharp and Louis Canlett. There we go then, that's our 18 cars grid for the lightweight heat 6. Not many heats to go now, folks, before we head into our finals. Reminder, it will be a set of B finals followed by a set of A finals.
Yeah, this is our last lightweight heat, and we'll only have our last heavyweight heat after this, so this is your last chance to get yourselves into that A final, guys. Jake Chapman probably fancies a run at that A final. He starts this one on pole position. Joe Simcock's had some good results so far as well. Tyler Gibson, Jaden Giles were at the front of the last lightweight heat that they were in. Glenn Williamson starts from the back of this one. Let's see what those guys can do here. Pace car pulls off. Chapman controls the pace on the inside with his light blue and white suit. They're accelerating already. Away they come. Looks like pretty slow start from fourth backwards on that side of the grid. So Chapman leads into the first corner. Toby Clark hangs on around the outside for second. Doug Smith files into third, and I think fourth will be Tyler Gibson. Quite a quiet start, that one, by sprint standards so far today, but I'm not complaining. Away comes Chapman then, and does indeed have Toby Clark there as well. Doug Smith has lost out there a couple of places on the entry to bridge.
Yeah, some great moves down the inside into bridge there, but Chapman controlling things. It clearly, I think already we can see who might be the two frontrunners who will be looking to break away in this one. As the number 76 of Oliver Wilde has a look down the inside as we run through 11 and 12 here. Back towards the switchbacks here as we have a driver off. That's not one we've seen really so far, is it?
It's the classic of being squeezed wide, that two-corner complex there of Island and Tower. You go around the outside of the first one, and the second one you're going to end up on the curb, hitting the cones, and in that instance, grinding the curb almost all the way, and then facing the wrong way on the grass. Not where you want to be. Jake Chapman leads then, Toby Clark second, Tyler Gibson up to third.
Yep, nice run through lap 1 for Tyler Gibson there as we navigate turn 1 now and up towards Brooklands yet again. Chapman begins to eke out a very slight advantage there as we see the number 12 there of Christian Lehner looking down the inside of Brooklands. It's a move we say can be successful, but it hasn't worked out in the majority of cases.
Doug Smith not having the best of times. It's just one of those heats, and everyone has them, where you just seem to keep going backwards. You get lunged at every corner, and you just think, I just need one corner off to get my head straight. And everyone sees you getting overtaken in front of you and thinks, I'll have a slice of that on the next corner. And equally or fairly, they just lunge up the inside of you. It's a horrible, horrible position to be in as the battle rages now in front of Doug Smith. The pink helmeted Caden Ward stands out in that one as well, as they go 3 by 3, possibly even 4 by 4 into Siemens. 2 by 2 coming down into Museum. Doug Smith once again on the outside. It's not been his race at all, this one. The new order then, if that group is Ford, Simcock, Bolter, Cooper, Anwar, Sharp, Ward, Lehner and Smith. Super battle going on outside the top 5 of this one. I say super battle, that's a little on the questionable side there going into Brooklands.
It is. We've seen a few brave attempts there already this weekend. We look at our front runners though as they navigate through bridge, all heading through in pairs by the looks of it, aren't they?
Yeah, apart from Jake Chapman at the front. Toby Clark and Tyler Gibson, very close company there, and indeed behind them Jaden Giles and Oliver Wilde look to be pairing up. Speaking of the first pair though, up the inside goes Tyler Gibson on Toby Clark with half the race remaining. One of these two might have to think about making an impression on Jake Chapman at the front. He's got the fastest lap. There's Jake Chapman, and these two are just trading positions behind him. It's Tyler Gibson who's going to come out on front, in front, sorry.
Yeah.
Jake Chapman doing a 1 minute 12.4. So within a second of the lap record. With the extra weight that that's about as close as I think we'll get today. It's going to drop in temperature a little bit shortly as well. So we'll see. But yeah, pretty decent laps already going in from the leader.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really enjoying the battling duo fighting for P2 as well, trading places left, right and centre. We're going to see battles over P3 now as well. It does look like we're having some confirmation of some rain beginning to slowly hit the track. If it's going to be hitting anywhere, it looks like it will be hitting either the farm curve or bridge as it's rolling in from our left-hand side as we look at the track.
Toby Clark sweeps around the outside of Club, regains second place from Tyler Gibson. Jaden Giles quite sideways there on entry to Seagraves. Jake Chapman just driving away with this one at the front. We will get 2 more laps after this. Still a good battle raging on for 6th. Keaton Ford leading that at the moment. Toby Clark defends then into turn 1. On Tyler Gibson, Joe Simcock is now there, the number 13. In 6th, John Bolter's got the fastest lap. He's done a 12.1. We might see people in the 11s. If that's not actually rain coming down, we might just get someone in the 11s, as John Bolter is just a 10th away from doing so. These guys at the front and around the outside for Tyler Gibson. Doesn't quite seem to be able to hang it on around that banked curve. Giles defends 4th from Oliver Wilds, who's gone to the outside of Priory and looks to have lost out a kart length or so because of it. Oliver Wild very quick this morning in the wet, wasn't he, in the practice. We spoke to him during the paddock show.
Yeah, seemed confident and certainly is still within a shout of some really good points here this afternoon. Certainly not completed this battle with Jane Giles just yet as we go side by side. Clark versus Gibson once more. It's going to be Clark switching positions as they run back onto the start-finish straight. Gibson jumps up into P2 as we complete this lap.
Yeah, a bit too much curb there from Toby Clark. Unsettled the car and wasn't able to get the power down out the corner. That's what gave Tyler Gibson the initiative to drive up along past him. We are on the last lap. Jake Chapman looking pretty comfortable for his lead. It is darkening out there though. I think the reports of rain might be on to something. Could at least be in for a little shower here to take a little bit of grip off this track. As I said, we are seeing from very quick lap times, pretty much the whole field down to 10th is in the 1 minute 12s. As there's another switch position there as Toby Clark dives at the inside. They are bringing the other two back into it, and Oliver Wilde has overtaken Jaden Giles while still managing to catch up to the two in front of them. So that's great stuff from Giles and Wilde. But it is the final lap. We are coming around the final couple of corners. Looks to me like Jake Chapman has this one absolutely sewn up. It's another heat victory for Jake Chapman. And on the very last corner, Jaden Giles fancies 4th place back off Oliver Wilde. Tyler Gibson loses out to Toby Clark on the last lap then. 2nd place for Toby, 3rd place for Tyler. Jaden Giles snatches 4th back on the very last corner from Oliver Wilde. John Bolter is in 6th. Simcock is 7th. Russell Cooper 8th. Keaton Ford 9th. And Jack Sharp 10th. A 12.0 from Jake Chapman. We'll see if that remains the fastest senior time of the weekend, depending on whether or not this rain comes in, I think.
Yeah, and I do think it is a question of when and not if. Certainly there, but what a race that was for our final lightweight heat of the day. Up next is going to be a heavyweight heat 6 before we head into our finals. Here we go then, heavyweight heat 6 out on track, our last heat of the day. Let's see what the grid is looking like to form up said heat. Row 1 then will feature Matthew Cockerham and Luke Burrow, followed by Adam Hadfield and Jonathan Wilson on row 2. Stephen Westwood and James Moore complete the 3rd row of the grid, followed by Joe Holmes and Kurt Holmes on row 4. Ross Samuel and Steve Lindley completing the 5th row. Hayden Harris and Scott Parker complete the 6th row of the grid, moving on to row 7 with Jonathan McLeod and David Smith. Then it's Alex Pritchard and Graham Fernandez completing row 8, followed by Adam Wright and Giles Cook on row 9. That's your 18 cars grid for this, the final heat of the afternoon. Our heavyweights making their way around track now. Certainly seeing it looking a little bit blusterier now. The clouds very much rolling over the circuit for the hopes of the drivers. I hope it stays clean, but I'm sure we're going to get excitement either way, as we've seen plenty of fun in the greasy wet conditions. We've seen lots of fun in the dry stuff as well. So the pace kart controlling these drivers now, just reminding them to maintain a slow, safe, consistent pace. As it dips away, we run down the tram lines and get ready to go racing.
So James Small and Joe Holmes alongside each other for this. Both are going to be going for the victory, as is Kurt Holmes in behind them. Really interesting to see who progresses quickest through the field as Joe Holmes dives to the inside. Kurt Holmes round the outside, though. What a great drive that is from Kurt Holmes. He's up into... Oh, he's challenging for second place. I think he might have to settle for third, but he's definitely made the best start out of all of those from 8th on the grid. He's gone round his brother. He's gone round James Small, and now he's up into second place. Brilliant start from Kurt Holmes. Really, really impressive. In such a field as this, he's done an absolutely fantastic job. Takes a very wide line into bridge. Can he get a run down into Priory on the race leader, which is still Matthew Cockerham?
Yep, brilliant start then overall for our heavyweights for the last heat of the day. Look, there's number 37 is on the defence, but Kurt Holmes flying along in the race lead. Now then, we all make it through turn 10 with 3 wide on exit. Jonathan Wilson's looking to make a way through the order into the switchbacks in just a moment.
Yeah, James Small up into second place there then as well. So great start from him and Kurt Holmes. Joe Holmes isn't his usual dominant self. He sees Jonathan Wilson out onto the grass there as well. Steve Lindley's going to try and get the cut back on the both of them. I think he's only managed it on Wilson. Alex Pritchard hacking his way through the pack there as well. So coming over the line then, your order is Kurt Holmes, absolutely fantastic start. James Small, great first lap as well. Luke Burrow, Matthew Cockerham, Adam Hadfield, and then it's Joe Holmes. You can see that Adam Pritchard going around the outside of turn 1. Steve Lindley in behind Joe Holmes as well. But yeah, not the kind of progress we're used to seeing from Joe Holmes. Remember, the 5th in the last heat isn't the ideal finish from him, as at the inside in front of him goes Hadfield on Cockerham. They're side by side now, and Joe Holmes is going to have to pick one of them to follow through into Priory. He's picked the outside line, interestingly. Let's see how that pans out for him. Well, he's made his way to the inside now and passed both of them. So great driving from him there to navigate his way past the two of them. Steve Lindley wants to follow him through as well. He's going to be side by side with Hadfield through Ireland and Tower. I think Lindley's picked up one position there. Alex Pritchard trying to pick up one as well. Dives down the inside of Hadfield into Cockerham. Hadfield goes wide there. Not sure if that was contact or just running out of grip. So Holmes looks to me up into 4th place as Luke Burrow's gone after Kurt Holmes and James Small up top. There's going to be a battle for the lead between those two in the next lap or so, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. All the action happening in the midfield, though, as Wilson goes down the inside. Might be watching out for Adam Wright as well, but Wilson in the end does win out in that battling trio. Not all settled, though. Wright has a look down the inside through Brooklands. As we've seen, though, nothing to be done from there just yet.
Let's keep an eye out on our top 3, see what the kind of gap is between Kurt Holmes and James Small. They are very, very close to each other now, and Luke Burrow's not too far behind either. Joe Holmes has got a bit of a job on over the next 2 laps to catch up with these 3. You can see the gap there, not ideal. Holmes needs to show some great pace now, and if Lindley can do the same, him and Pritchard in 6th and 7th, is it? Or is it 5th and 6th? I think they've got past Matt Cockerham. They might be able to factor into this one as well, especially if James Small and Kurt Holmes start to battle at the front. 3 minutes remaining as we cross the line, or when we cross the line rather, in this one.
As you say, 3 minutes left to go. Small.
Oh, there's someone around. That's Matt Cockerham, I think.
Yeah, that looks like it is. Yeah, Matthew Cochrane plummeting down the order there. Now, what an unfortunate part of the circuit to lose out some time as well. Wilson, meanwhile, is looking to have a bit of a scrap with Harris, potentially. Harris ahead of Wilson at this moment in time. We go back to the front end of the order, though, where we can see that is Kurt Holmes under pressure now from James Small. Small on a flyer and goes down the inside, dives on pass, but might be compromised on exit. Is going to be, there's a small trading of paint on the side pods before Kurt gets a nose out in front, runs into turn 10, but it is going to be Small with the inside line. This brings Burrow right back into contention as well. It's a 3-kart lead, battle for the lead once again, with 2.5 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, you can still see Joe Holmes just about in the back of your picture here. He's going to need them to battle just a little bit more if he's going to get in contention. Kurt Holmes goes to the outside of Siemens, potentially trying to get a run on James Small down towards Museum. They're going to be side by side. Small defends a little bit into Museum. Luke Burrow has the fastest lap and the best seat in the house for this battle for the lead, and fancies getting involved himself. Kurt Holmes has got an overspeed down the straight. He's going to try and go around the outside like he did lap 1, turn 1. He's going to be side by side then with Burrow around turn 2, coming down to Brooklands. This will be the penultimate lap. Joe Holmes still a fair way back on this battle. We want to see more fighting up ahead of him if he's going to be making any progress. Ross Sandwell's made his way ahead of Steve Lindley. In fact, Steve Lindley has really lost out. He was down 7 places on that last one. Sandwell and Hayden Harris now 6th and 7th. You can see that battle raging in the distance behind Joe Holmes there. And speaking of raging, that battle for the lead is as furious as ever. Coming on down to Club now for the penultimate time. Small, quite defensive in his driving there. He knows Kurt Holmes has got some pace, and you'd certainly imagine Burrow does as well. Kurt Holmes has a little sniff up the inside of Seagraves. Burrow trying everything he can as well. They all have a little look over their shoulder just to see where Joe is. He's still 4 or 5 kart lengths back. He might factor at the very end of this race if there's a significant battle on the final lap. They see the last lap board in front of them now. Burrow goes to the racing line.
This is a great defensive drive from Small so far.
Yeah, really good stuff. Into Brooklands. Goes defensive again. Kurt Holmes is going to get a drive out of there. They're not side by side going through Maggots and Beckett's. But Bridge, we know, is a good overtaking opportunity. White line from James Small. Kurt Holmes tries to cut inside. Burrow tries to go up the inside of Holmes. They're going to be side by side coming on down to Priory. Joe Holmes is in the mix now. Let's see what happens on the exit of this corner. Kurt Holmes has got the inside line. Joe Holmes is going to fancy a go at Burrow if he can. I don't think he's close enough at Club. Maybe a lunge into Seagrave for Joe. Bit too much curb for Luke Burrow, and indeed Joe Holmes ducks down the inside of Seagraves. Shows Burrow out wide, and can he keep it facing the right way? He can, just about. It's going to be 3rd for Joe Holmes, 4th for Luke Burrow. 1st, though, for James Small. As soon as he got into the lead, he defended for his life, and as you said, Reeve, did excellently. So their 2nd race win of the day for James Small. That puts him in a prime position for the A final. Kurt Holmes 2nd, Joe Holmes only 3rd, Luke Burrow 4th, Hayden Harris an impressive 5th again. He'll be at the front of the A final. Jonathan Wilson 6th, Adam Wright fights his way up to 7th, Ross Samuel 8th, Adam Hadfield 9th, and Alex Pritchard 10th.
What a brilliant way to end our heats for the afternoon, and a fantastic battle for the lead there. As I said, plaudit to James Small for that defensive drive, but well done to the Holmeses as well. Burrow hanging it in there for as long as he could. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out in the end. As I say, that's the end of our heats, though. In just a few moments, getting ready for our finals this afternoon. Here we go then. Our sprint lightweight B final is making their way out onto track in just a moment. Let's take a look at what that grid is looking like, though. So in our B final competing today, it's going to be Russell Cooper and Robert Starley, followed by Douglas Smith and Jack Sharp on row 2. Then it'll be Jason Munson and Jake Saunders completing row 3, followed by row 4, which will contain Michael Jones and Anastasia Tereshchenko, and then it's Daniel Button Ramos and Archie Pierce completing row 5. Josh Moore, Jake Wilkins complete row 6 for us, followed by row 7, which will include Louis Canlett and Abdul Kareem Williams. Completing our grid, then it's 16-car grid, Tommy Britton and Rafi Anwar. 8 rows of drivers will be contesting this B final. And if the heats are anything to go by, I think this is going to be a very exciting one indeed. Just want to take this opportunity to give a big thank you to all of you tuning in today. Numbers looking really good as well, so thank you to everyone for tuning in to the action here from Silverstone. I think the viewership numbers, the figures, and just the general buzz around the paddock do indicate just how excited, just how much fun everyone is having here at Silverstone. What a great way to kick off the history of this venue and the history of this venue within the Club 100 as well. Big thank you to all of you for tuning in, as I say. Big thank you to all of you watching along, and a special note as well to all of you, the likes of Felicity, the likes of Sammy G, who have decided to support us with that little bit of extra support via the Slipstream Pass. A reminder that all Club 100 action this season will be free of charge to watch, but thank you for going that extra mile and just tuning in with us with that extra support. So, finals coming up next. First, it will be our lightweight B final. We will be running B finals and A finals for our lightweight and heavyweight drivers. It will be our B finals first, so lightweight and heavyweight, followed immediately by the lightweight and heavyweight for our A finals this evening. So far, we seem to... There was a threat of rain earlier on, but we seem to be... Again, commentator's curse coming into effect here. We're just about keeping that at bay for the time being. I hear the whistle indicating that the drivers are free to start their engines as they navigate their way out on track. Here we go then, first few carts making their way out on track, as I say. Russell Cooper, Robin Starley, Douglas Smith, Jack Sharp, Jake Munson and Jake Smith, some of the drivers you can expect to see in this one. So we'll just take a few minutes to get everyone up to speed and ready to get formed up behind the pace cart, which is waiting for them already.
Yep, second half of the field a little bit slower than the first. Benji Hamilton brings them around really slowly to make sure that they can get going at the first time of asking. All in order, of course. Someone there just trying to put on their gloves by the looks of things, and forgotten, or just repositioning. Finger in the wrong place, perhaps. Going around again. So I think they'll pick up the pace a little bit, actually. There's a cart left behind in the pit lane.
Again, don't want to commentators curse it, but we've been really good this afternoon at getting the race starts underway in rapid succession.
Around they come then. So the finals are slightly longer than the heats. Finals always have been 12 minutes as opposed to 7 of the heats, so there's a bit longer to go with these ones. We have 4 finals coming up for you. This is the first of the 4. There will be a heavyweight B final after this, and I'm not 100% sure on the repechage. I want to say 2 positions. It's chopped and changed over the past couple of years between 2 and 4. Perhaps someone in the comments knows better than I do in that regard. I'll try and bring up the rules and regs as quickly as I possibly can.
There we get a good indication of what the wind conditions are looking like out on track. As you can see, flags and banners being waved about a little bit out on track, but this looks like a much more complete grid this time around. And we have the indication to keep the pace at bay, and we head down the tram lines once more. We're good to go racing for our first final this evening then. Into turn 1 we head. Russell Cooper leads the charge, but watch out for the number 55 of Douglas Smith, who has a look down the inside, can't get ahead for the time being, so Russell Cooper leads us ahead of Douglas Smith, Robert Starley there as well. Also vying for position through that first corner. Clean getaway then for our finalists. It's a slightly smaller final because drivers might be able to work their way on up. 16 carts in this one as we run down towards Bridge, and down the inside looks Douglas Smith. So we just have confirmation that it's actually going to be the top 4 drivers from the B finals can navigate their way up onto the A finals. So plenty to play for in this one. The top 4, not just a podium, it's the top 4 scoring drivers will be able to race again, will be able to maximise their race day and score the most points available to them if possible. But we got our top 4 here, running through turn 14 with a nice bit of a breakaway to the rest of the midfield.
I think there's a trophy as well for winning the B final. There usually was over the past couple of years, so these guys at the front will be fighting it out for that. But yes, across the line then, Russell Cooper side by side with Doug Smith. Doug Smith on the inside of Wellington Corner and takes the lead of this race going into lap 2. Holds it into Brooklands, who's been somewhat of an overtaking opportunity so far, as side by side into Maggots and Beckett's doesn't really go, and Doug Smith manages to hold his own at the front. There's a battle on for 3rd and 4th, and up the inside goes Jack Sharp, overtaking Rob Starley for that position. So Smith, Cooper and Sharp the order now. Rob Starley down in 4th, and then we've got the 73, is that? So 33 of Jason Munson, I think. Contact warning for Anastasia Terenchenko coming through. She's down in 10th place. Doug Smith has a kart lengths advantage now going through Siemens for the 2nd time. And as they come on down to Museum, the challenge looks to be for 2nd place. Jack Sharp is all over the back of Russell Cooper, who had a drag race this time last lap and might be subject to another one here. As up the inside goes Jack Sharp. Yes, indeed, and Russell Cooper loses another place on consecutive laps in turn 1.
Good start overall then for our drivers here. Jake Saunders, the number 81, having a look down the inside there. Nothing to be had so far. 9 minutes left on our clock as Douglas Smith does lead our charge. Jack Sharp looking pretty sharp, running through the bridge now as they all head through in single file down towards Priory in just a moment. Has a look around the outside here potentially. That gives him the inside for the Priory though, and there we go, Jack Sharp into the race lead, but only by the skin of his teeth, because there is the number 55 of Smith who takes that lead back as we run that down towards turn 14. Now this brings Cooper, this brings Starley and Saunders right into play here. Smith taking a slightly tighter line there that could compromise him on that run towards Siemens there, but looking pretty good so far. Single file then towards the end of the lap.
Yeah, still very tightly packed, this field. Still anyone's game for those repechage positions. The top 5 have a little bit of a gap at the minute, but the rest of the field is certainly not a contention. Diving down the inside then is Jack Sharp. Another turn 1 manoeuvre between Sharp and Doug Smith. This time Smith on the receiving end, having gained the lead there himself 2 laps back. There's a cone penalty out for Lewis Canlett, or Louis Canlett. I'm gonna go with Lewis though, purely because the last person I had to make that distinction for was a Lewis, so I'll err on that side of this question. Sharp leads down towards Club. Smith follows him through. Cooper and Starley 3rd and 4th. There's a bit of a gap, in fact, between 3rd and 4th. And Starley's actually back down in 5th. Jake Saunders has made up a place, I believe. Doug Smith all over the rear bumper of Jack Sharp, and gets track limit warning as well. Not quite sure where that was. Still in class, JB. That was, oh, that's very wide. There is that Jake Saunders going out wide. Let's see who tumbles down the order. It wasn't. It's Jason Munson who's gone really wide and drops down to 9th position. And those magnetic curbs that we experienced yesterday, Reeve.
Yep.
Coming into play again.
They absolutely are. Looked like Saunders did lose a position to Starley though down that start-finish straight. We just saw the end of that. But here is the battle for first. Sharp versus Smith as they run down through the bridge. Smith right on the rear bumper of the number 72 kart up in front. Meanwhile, Cooper lapping quite nicely alone in P3. That could be a very good position to be in based on how this race ends in this battle between these two drivers. They navigate turn 10, staying very close to each other, copying each other's line to perfection there. Sharp sets a new fastest lap of 1:12.2 into turn 14 we go again. no major difference in how they navigate these two corners. They bring themselves towards the end of the lap, Museum first, followed by Farm, and there's just about a kart length between them at any given moment. It shrinks seemingly to even less than that as we approach each corner.
Yep, half this race still left. Don't think this battle is done by any stretch of the imagination. Doug Smith perhaps just biding his time at the minute. He hasn't come too close to Jack Sharp, and I'm sure if an opportunity, a really good opportunity presents himself, then Doug will go for it. But for now, probably content just to try and build up a bit of a gap. Russell Cooper in third is close, but between the three of them, they can guarantee themselves a spot in the A final just by keeping things steady for the next couple of laps. The four in behind them, Josh Moore, Rob Starley, Dan Bolton Ramos and Jake Saunders, are the battle for the last repechage spot. Anastasia Terenchenko is close but not too close in 8th, so it is these four karts battling out for that last place in the A final. I say battling out, they seem relatively calm at this stage of the race as well, Reeve.
They do indeed. 4 places to work your way up into the A final. I think drivers know that that's where the real fight, that's where the real points are going to be won. So why bother putting that in jeopardy with some desperate scraps in the B final? We are still seeing some good fights elsewhere through that B final though. Here we go. Here are the likes of there's a strike clear my throat. 4 minutes left to go. We head through turn 1 into Brooklands we go. And it's going to be the number 47, Robert Starley, leading that trio there.
Yeah, there's a battle going on here, and to the inside goes Russell Cooper up the inside of Bridge Corner on Doug Smith and makes that move happen. He's been closing in for the last lap or so, has Russell Cooper, and takes second place. As I mentioned just now, these are both repechage positions. Perhaps if this was the lead and the contest of a trophy for B final winner, there'd be a bit more aggression maybe in the battling. But Doug Smith has been around for long enough to know that he's in the A final where he is. He'll probably have a quick look over his shoulder at some point to see where 4th place is, but he'll be content to see where Russell Cooper might have been picking up a bit of an advantage on him over the past few laps, certainly for the next circuit or so.
3.5 minutes to go then, as we say. Cooper working up towards P2 sharp, getting to just check out ever so slightly in this one. Rafi Amor makes a position as they cross the line. There are a few other changes elsewhere through the pack. I do wonder if that's a spot of rain potentially showing itself on one of our cameras. We have been lucky with that so far after it was predicted, but here we go. It's number 62 versus Douglas Smith as they navigate Maggott and Beckett. Smith goes down the inside through the bridge. Can he box off the move there? There's very little track for a kart to be occupying, and you can see Cooper not happy with that one, and potentially a puncture or something wrong with the kart. Has he lost drive, I think, even? Either way, he's out of the running in this one. What a shame for Russell Cooper.
I think it might be the chains that are coming off on the exit of that corner. As you can see, that he's still moving forward, but to me it looks like they just need to... It's either the chain or perhaps... Oh, there's a cone under his kart. He's just had a hand lifting it up from Freddie Gallagher, and they've dug it out, and he's back on his way again. Very unfortunate, but the cone is there probably to stop them from getting those punctures or the chain coming off. And
surprisingly,
fall on the exit there. There's a force in the driver wide for Douglas Smith. I would say it's not a call I would have liked to have made. I think he left him some room. Did he leave enough room? By that judgment, no, he hasn't. So Doug Smith, force in the driver wide is a -4, so he will not be in the A final. So now we're looking at Jack Sharp going through, Josh Moore, Dan Bolton Ramos, and Rob Starley. So Jake Saunders is missing out by the skin of his teeth as it stands. Interesting connotations for that A final as we follow this mid-pack battle here, led by who is that at the front of this battle? So there's the 25, Bolton Ramos. This is Rob Starley, and that's Jake Saunders, who is battling here for the last repechage spot. I doubt he knows that. You'll know that he needs to get past Rob Starley to have any chance of getting in the A final. And with 1 minute left, we're going to be going on to the last lap, Reeve.
Gets a good run, does Jake Saunders, out of turn 15, heads down the inside through the museum, gets the kart out in front as we approach this last lap. Now looks over the shoulder to confirm the kart is truly behind him. This battle won't be over yet. We know for a fact that Starley is going to try and fight back for it. As you say, Jacob, they don't know that all of the goings on at the front end of the pack, which means that this is effectively the fight for the A final. But Saunders has certainly done what he needs to do so far.
Yeah, Rob Starley has to make something happen on the next couple of corners if he wants to be in that A final. I'll tell you what though, Jack Sharp out in front set the fastest lap 12.2 in this one. That's A final pace. He absolutely deserves to be there. And as he comes around the final few corners, and just see him out the window there approaching Seagraves, he's going to thoroughly deserve this B final victory. Hasn't looked back once since he took the lead a few laps ago. We're still following Saunders and Starling. Looks like Saunders has just about wrapped this one up and will make his way into the A final at the expense of Doug Smith with a penalty. There's Jack Sharp though. Great B final victory for him. Doug Smith comes home in second. Unfortunately with a penalty that'll keep him out of contention. Josh Moore repechages up as well, as does Daniel Bolton Ramos. Jake Saunders then takes the fourth and final repechage position. Nice little skid on entry to turn 1 as well to celebrate. And Rob Starley has to settle for 6th. Archie Pierce is 7th. Lewis Canlett is 8th. Abdul Kareem Williams 9th. Michael Jones 10th. Tommy Britton 11th. Jason Munson 12th. Anastasia Terenchenko is 13th. Rafi Anwar 14th. Russell Cooper 15th. And Jake Wilkins will come home in 16th. That is your B final. We'll see 4 of those drivers again later. But next up, it'll be the heavyweight B final.
Here we go, heavyweight B final up next. This will be the first final for some of our heavyweight drivers. Let's take a look at what the grid is shaping up to be then for this. First row of the grid will be Tom Walwood, followed by Gabriel Norse. Then we have Henry Lopez Gracie and Tom Edwards completing row 2. Andy Hicklin and Matthew Cockerham complete row 3, followed by Graham Fernandez and Richard Newton on row 4. It'll be Christopher Foxon and Jake Hicklin on row 5, with Damien Smith and Phil Jackson completing row 6. Moving on to the 7th row then, it will be Luke Burrow, Stephen Westwood, and completing the order will be Jonathan McLeod and Chris O'Connell. Your 16 kart grid for our heavyweight B final. Sunlight definitely disappearing away from the track now, Jacob. I wonder if that's a mix of grey clouds, and also, obviously, we're still only just creeping into March and it is 5 PM. So track lights not far away from being needed as we look not far away from racing.
Yeah, lap time's still quite fast in that last race, so no dip in pace so far. Let's see if Tom Walwyn can convert his earlier pace into a B final victory here. He leads us down towards the start finish line here, accelerates now, heading into Wellington, and Walwyn takes a comfortable lead into turn 1. Henry Lopez Gracie dicing for 2nd place, but I think Gabriel Norse has come round the outside and held on to his front row spot. No, that's the number 10. Oh, sorry, it's the number 10 of Gabriel Norse. I was reading Gabriel Norse's 70 accidentally on my screen. I should put my glasses back on, really, shouldn't I? Away they come then, the front row of the grids, 1st and 2nd as they were. Henry Lopez Gracie 3rd as well. I think Tom Edwards has kept hold of 4th as well. That's the most uniform start we've seen, Reeve, over the course of the weekend, I want to say.
Yeah, nice race start from everyone there. As we see down the inside goes Henry Lopez Gracie into P2. Big overtaking opportunity obviously presents itself into the Priory. And there we have the number 29 of Graham Fernandez vying for a place there as down the inside. Who was that there?
I want to say, looking at the order, it's Jake Hicklin, but I could be wrong. But I want to say, yeah, it's the 25. Is he 25? No.
Either way, great move as we head down the start-finish straight once again. Walwyn versus Gracie starting the next lap of this race. Edwards up into 3rd. Fernandez having a good start there. Big mover in this one's Chris O'Connell, 16th. Starting lap 1, finishes lap 1 in 10th. So that's a great way to kick off the heavyweight B final here. Still 10 minutes worth of running in these slightly longer format races for the finals, of course, which means plenty of opportunities to make a way up through the order if there hasn't been one already. That was a definite rain spot that just presented itself on the camera. So here we go, folks. We could be in for some changeable conditions. We've seen the conditions go from wet to dry here at Silverstone. I don't really think we've seen all that much of it going from dry to wet. So this could be an interesting one, folks, as we head on through Priory. There is Fernandez with a move on the number 10 of Gabriel Norse. That is Fernandez up into 4th on the road.
Yeah, Fernandez had good pace in one of the heats earlier, so I did wonder if he would feature in this one. From grid 7, it's a difficult ask, but he's made his way up into the repechage positions and could well feature in the A final. So good drive from him. Henry Lopez Grace, you'll certainly want to see himself in the A final. He's pretty comfortable in 2nd at the moment. Reasonably well spaced out, this top 5 or 6 now, actually. As Graham Fernandez puts in a fastest lap.
Yeah, perhaps unsurprising that. We saw a fairly equitable start, didn't we? So obviously they're just in a bit of a rhythm now, occupying a nice safe bit out on track. No major challenges for Peninsula so far, but I'm sure that will change in the final 9 minutes of this race. We've got a bit of heavyweight action, super heavyweight action going on here. Sorry, between, it looks like Jake Hicklin and Andy Hicklin fighting it out as they run it down towards the bridge left-hander. But through goes Luke Burrow in the meantime. Sees a gap down the inside and heads down towards turn 9 in P8.
Yeah, 53 there of Chris O'Connell looking to make some moves. He's got Stephen Westwood just in behind him. Distinctive suit, Stephen Westwood. And potentially a distinctive overtake down into Seagraves. Makes it happen. Good move there from Westwood on O'Connell. Let's see if anyone's closer this time round. Gap for lead extends a little bit. 3rd still close to 4th, and 4th just as close to 3rd. So Graham Fernandez looking most likely to make something happen in those repechage positions.
Warwick.
There is Fernandez just ahead. Sorry, go on, Reeve.
No, I was just going to say Warwin's flying along at the moment, just in front of those two drivers. 1 minute 12.9, so still some time to be found here. 8 minutes left to go in this session.
Yeah, a 12.9 seems about right for a B final, given that the fastest lightweights were doing a 12.1, was it, earlier. There is a weight discrepancy. There's 8 kilos additional on these guys, last I can recall. Maybe even more than 8 kilos. So certainly expect them to be a few tenths down.
Yeah.
And that's the top of the lightweights to mid-pack of the heavyweights. So still decent pace. That rain hasn't had any impact so far. Then hopefully it's saving itself for the A-finals. I love an A-final in changeable conditions. Love watching an A-final in changeable conditions, I should say.
Yeah, nice warm comms box to stay in and watch it from here. We just saw Stephen Westwood making a nice move on that looks to be the number 19 there of Jake Hicklin. They've had a great little scrap on this lap so far. I don't think it's quite over yet. So we'll watch them as they head down towards the first corner on the next lap. Here they are. That is in a bit of a Hicklin sandwich at the moment is Stephen Westwood. Andy Hicklin at the front there. Jake Hicklin is the driver trying to find a way past as we run towards Brooklands as we get closer to half race time in this B final. See them actually breaking away from Andy Hicklin for the time being. Might be Chris O'Connell proving the biggest challenge to Andy Hicklin at this point in time. They exit bridge, and there we can see Westwood has a slightly better run than Andy Hicklin out in front. Has another look down the inside, but there's a 53. Chris O'Connell going down the inside, gets past by the looks of things, or at least attempts to get past Jake Hicklin. Not able to do so quite so far. At least we'll have to wait and see if they've been able to seal that move off as we run up towards the switchback corners at the end of the lap.
We're at the halfway point of this one, Reeve, and one thing to bear in mind is that all our super heavyweight drivers are in this session. So we do only have the 6 of them in this round. Gabriel Norse, though, looking likely to be top step on the super heavyweight podium. He has just lost out to Luke Burrow, But Andy Hicklin, his closest challenger, has lost out to Stephen Westwood as well. Indeed, his next closest challenger, Jake Hicklin, has lost out to Chris O'Connell. So Norse still looking good for the super heavyweight round win. We'll keep an eye on that as the race develops. Henry Lopez Gracie is quite close to the back of Tom Edwards now for second place.
He is indeed Walwyn walking away with it for the time being. All the fighting at the very top end, as you say. Jacob is all for P2. Lopez Gracie then bringing that fight. Obviously, Lopez Gracie didn't have an ideal run a few races ago, so certainly wanted to make amends for that here. And obviously can end up back in that A final. That's why this record charge position format is so good, because it can make up just in case you have a bit of misfortune. But as we can see, they're now side by side running out of turn 15. They're still side by side, and Lopez Gracie will eventually get the cars out in front with a dart to the inside of the museum left-hander through farm curve we go. Looks over the shoulder, does Henry, but that move is certainly sealed for the time being. But down the inside goes Tom Edwards into that first corner. We're still side by side, and the move is sealed already. Nice bit of pace advantage there for Tom Edwards. That's now up into P2 on the road.
Yeah, risky to be battling with 4 minutes left, I will say. Still over a third of this one to go. Perhaps Tom Edwards has decided that they're not going to catch Tom Walwyn, and I'd say it's fair enough to make that judgment at this stage of the race. And Tom Edwards might be like I was earlier and wondering, is it 2 or 4 people that go through? In which case he might be just making sure, but it is 4 people that go through. Both of these drivers, as it stands, will be going through into the A final. They've both got decent enough pace. Tom Edwards, his best lap is a 12.75, which is only 2.5 tenths off Walwyn's speed, as Lopez Gracie dives back to the inside at Seagraves there and takes second place. Perhaps now Edwards will think, I'll bide my time for another minute or so, another lap perhaps, given that they are around 72 seconds a circuit. But no, he's got big speed on the straights, doesn't he? I think that was the main reason. You can see there how he pulled up alongside Henry Lopez Gracie. If you're going to do that, you may as well take yourself to the inside and regain the position. He's not diving up the inside of Brooklands there, and unless he gets a massive overspeed through Maggots and Beckett's, I doubt he'll have a go into bridge. But let's see if that straight line speed can come into play here. No, not quite. There's another opportunity for it to show its face in the run down to Priory. I think there's a kart length advantage for Lopez Gracie to start off with, and Tom Edwards does indeed file in behind.
It's a great little battle going on between these two here, as we see Tom Edwards, as you say, jumping in behind. Meanwhile, Tom Walwyn checking out in front. Still have 2.5 minutes left. He's heading towards the end of the lap already, so things settling a little bit at the front end of the pack here, unless Tom Edwards can amount another charge, which I wouldn't be too surprised to see. We've seen more unexpected things, shall we say, towards the final few laps of the races so far here at Silverstone this weekend. So 2 minutes left on the clock as they navigate their way down towards Wellington once again. Tom Edwards is looking close, but not quite as close as we've seen him in the past. We've obviously seen him dive out in front, running through this corner complex. Has to wait for anything to present itself to him just yet. And we head through Brooklands, echoing each other's line, in fact, as they did so. And so with that, we've actually got an ABC takeout penalty coming in for Chris O'Connell, unfortunately. Otherwise, it's been a really good race for him, making up 9 positions in this one overall. Biggest mover out of the grid, other than Stephen Westwood, who's also pretty close, 14th up into 6th there.
Was that takeout on Gabriel Norse, who's dropped down off the podium altogether in super heavyweights. Jake Hicklin now in the lead of that one. I'm wondering if just now, as we're on the penultimate lap, could we potentially drop back and have a quick look at that battle, which looks to be absolutely raging for the super heavyweight. Chris O'Connell's involved. He's 7th overall. Stephen Westwood just ahead in 6th. But Jake Hicklin, Andy Hicklin and Damien Smith now are the super heavyweight podium as it stands. Henry Lopez Gracie's got a little bit of a gap, and there they are. Look, the green number plates to the left hand side of your shot. The repechage positions are pretty much sorted going into the final lap. I don't think there's going to be any significant change there. And oh, that's off for O'Connell. And Westwood, there's lots of waving of the arms from O'Connell. Hicklin, Smith and Norse, all four of them, as Damien Smith makes a move for second in super heavyweights. Stephen Westwood is almost backing them all up into each other now, as Hicklin, I think, Jake, yes, comes back at Damien Smith. So this battle behind Westwood is for podium honours. Smith does have that second place in class at the moment. Andy Hicklin is in front. I'm not sure what happened to Jake Hicklin at the start of this lap. And Jake Hicklin, I think, yes, is now in third. So it's not quite the order that you see on your timing screens. The number 10 is involved as well. Is that the number 10 or is that Richard Newton, the number 16? I think it's the number. Oh, it's Gabriel Norse who's got the blue plate on, but is super heavyweight. Tom Welwyn wins the B final convincingly as well. There's more trouble for the Hicklins further back. Henry Lopez Grace is going to claim second. Tom Edwards a close third, and Graham Fernandez will take the last of the repechage positions. No penalties to consider there. Super heavyweights is going to be settled by these guys here, though. Winning super heavyweights is going to be Andy Hicklin first over the line. Gabriel Norse recovers to second in class, and Damien Smith takes the final super heavyweight podium position. Jake Hicklin losing out there on the very last lap. Chris Foxon in the mix as well, finishing in 10th. Phil Jackson finishes 12th. Chris O'Connell 13th. Jonathan McLeod, the other super heavyweight, lost out on the last lap to Luke Burrow, and Richard Newton is 16th of 16 in kart number 16. We move on next to our lightweight A final, and latterly the heavyweight A final, where we'll see Tom Welwyn, Henry Lopez Gracie, Tom Edwards and Graham Fernandez once more.
Here we go then. The first of our A finals, the penultimate bit of racing that we're going to enjoy this afternoon. It's the sprint lightweight A final. Let's take a look at the grid for this one then. Front row of the grid, Jamie Tyler Gooden versus Jake Chapman, followed by Tommy Lee and Jaden Giles. Then it'll be Joseph Simcock and Toby Clark competing row 3, before we head on to Oliver Wilde and Glenn Williamson completing row 4. Max Chapman and Thomas Northcott on row 5, followed by Max Fitton and Tyler Gibson on row 6. 7th row of the grid then we'll go to Alex Forward and Keaton Ford, followed by Barry Lakes and John Poulter on row 8. Caden Ward and Alfie Slater complete row 9, followed by Christian Lehner and Callum Martin on row 10. Jack Sharp and Josh Moore from row 11 will repechage up on through, followed by Daniel Button Ramos and Jake Saunders completing our 12 row grid. 24 carts for our lightweight A final.
So Jamie Tyler Gooden at the front of this one, having won the Junior Lightweight North last year. Funnily enough, didn't win a race for the last 2 rounds. His last race win there was in round 3, although he won the first 3 races of the year. So he's looking to carry on that sort of form here and now. Jake Chapman's been looking pretty quick, and indeed has what I think is the fastest lap overall of the seniors' day at 12.0. Tommy Lee's been pretty quick as well. He starts this one in 3rd. That counts for 4 of the 6 heat wins so far. The others going to Toby Clark, who starts in 6th, and Alfie Slater, who had a bit of a misfortune in 1 or 2 of his heats and starts this one way down in 18th. Other drivers to keep an eye out for: Max Chapman in 9th. Was almost inseparable from his brother in the standings last season, right up to the final lap of the year. Be interesting to see if he can improve on 9th. Glenn Williamson has had good pace. He starts in 8th. So yeah, plenty to look forward to in this one. We'll get a couple of practice laps in, as is customary with an A final. Make sure kart parity is absolutely where it should be. Still no rain to speak of.
We're very lucky on that front. Certainly I think there's been a few drops, but it might have waited to pass the karting circuit, might have even started on the main track here at Silverstone. potentially, obviously, it's a very large venue. There's quite a lot of area to cover, so a big cloud might just skip us here at the karting track.
200 odd of you joining us on the live stream. Do let us know who you fancy for these A finals, whether it's the lightweight or heavyweight. Let us know who you're supporting. Let us know what you think of this new track, this new championship, or this racing that you've seen before your eyes. Hopefully you've enjoyed the last 2 days of broadcast from Club 100. We've certainly enjoyed describing it to you. And it looks to me like the most, if not all of the drivers have really enjoyed their time out on track as well. Some rave reviews for this circuit, some really happy faces in and around the paddock for these last 2 days here at Silverstone.
Yeah, definitely is 2 days.
Had to have a little think about it then. I was going to go for hours, but I thought, nah.
That's just how much time flies when you're having fun, Jacob.
Exactly. So these guys then at the front, Jamie Tyler-Gooden, Jake Chapman and Jaden Giles, I think that is, in the green helmet, seem relatively happy with their karts. Tommy Lee just filing in behind them as well, doesn't seem too dissatisfied himself. 13 of Joseph Simcock in behind them as well. And unless any of them dive into the pits at the end of this lap, we can assume that top 5 are ready and raring to go.
And indeed, not long to go of this practice running now before the pace car jumps out on track and gets us ready to get formed up for the final time. We're going to see our lightweights out on track today. Yeah, we got our first inkling of what the times are looking like. Obviously, we're not on the competition so far, but we're all in the 1:12s for this practice running. So I imagine by the time we're at full race,
There's a 1:11 there, Reeve.
Oh, it's a 1:11 is there?
Slater
Wow.
has some pace.
Yeah, so certainly still some pace in the track, even though the sun has disappeared. Does mean we're going to be in for a good fight for our front-running races, I think, here.
Keep an eye on that lap record with Alfie Slater dipping that low down. Could be under threat. But yeah, with the lack of sunshine and the dropping temperatures, you'd think it might just be out of the question, especially with the weight differential between these and the super lightweight guys from yesterday.
I wonder if, and this is me putting my probably completely incorrect technical hat on, if the air temperature's dropped a little bit and this is a high-speed track and might there be a little bit of extra grunt in our Rotax engines, maybe possibly.
Yeah, it's entirely plausible. We will keep an eye on it through the course of this 12-minute final. Checkered flag is now out. Practice is over. These guys will start forming up into the grids that we are used to. Benji Hamilton's waiting for them just between Tower and Island corners. And all being well, we will be underway in just a moment's time.
There is the pace cars picking up our front runners now. They have just a couple of corners to negotiate. Hopefully they'll be formed up during that time and we can go racing. 24 karts to form up, so about 8 more than what we've had in our heats as they all truncate up and all head up on through due to those repecharge positions. You see side by side already, you can see those two distinct trails of karts beginning to shape up to start this lightweight A final. Jaden Giles and Jake Chapman, Jamie Tyler-Gooden as well, some big names in this A final to give us a bit of a crescendo before we say goodbye to Kart Silverstone this weekend. What a treat it has been to be commentating here, especially alongside you, Jacob Harris.
Oh, thank you very much, Reeve Taylor. I've had very much my fair share of the pleasure. Coming on down to the start-finish line then, Jamie Tyler-Gooden controls the pace and accelerates towards the line. We are away and racing in the A final. Tyler-Gooden on the inside, Chapman on the outside. Both hold position coming through the first corner. Is getting feisty behind them between Tommy Lee and Jaden Giles. Thomas Northcott goes across the grass, tries to take a little shortcut there. Probably not of his own accord though, and joins the back of the pack. The front four are as they were on the grid, but bumper to bumper going through Maggots and Beckett's. Tyler-Gooden has a quick look over his shoulder and sees exactly what I just described. And that in 5th place, I think, might be Glenn Williamson at this early stage. Is that the 49?
It looks like it is, yeah. It's a great start for Williamson. We can see the number 19 of Tyler Gooden on the defence of the race lead here. Jake Chapman has some other ideas, though. Has a look down the inside through towards turn 12. We go, that's getting a little bit close for comfort, isn't it, folks? But Chapman ends up in the lead of this race. We nearly go 3 wide as Tommy Lee has a look down the inside as well. Still 11 minutes to go in this one. Apologies, folks. We are still continuing on. Do not worry. We are still very much live through the next couple of corners. That is Chapman now in the lead. Tommy Lee ends up taking that P2. Tyler Gooden hangs on to P3, but it's under pressure from Jaden Giles as well. As you say, Jacob, Glenn Williamson with a fantastic lap one there, as actually has had Max Chapman.
Yeah, up into 6th for Max Chapman, whilst his brother Jake leads. A reasonably robust move, shall we say, for the lead, but nothing coming through from the stewards so far. I think it's been judged to be fair. Tommy Lee following him through as well, showing every bit of the good pace that we had this morning. Up the inside of Bridge goes Jaden Giles on Jamie Tyler Gooden. Glenn Williamson follows him through as well. This final isn't going how Jamie Tyler Gooden thought it would, and now he's under pressure from the other Chapman brother. Max Chapman in 6th is going to be side by side going into Club, pulls back onto the racing line. Williamson is ahead of Giles as well. Giles has got a contact warning, but Williamson is up into 3rd. Giles is in 4th. 5th is Tyler Gooden. Then we've got Max Chapman, and I think that's Joe Simcock joining on to the back of this battle for the lead position. This is realistically a battle for 3rd, isn't it? Simcock up the inside of Max Chapman. Max Chapman tries to get the drive out of the corner, but I don't think there's going to be enough room to pull alongside Simcock down the start-finish straight.
Williamson did well to fend off the challenges on that lap. Seems to be back up to some true speed here as we head through Brooklands. Once again, the top 2 beginning to show signs of breaking away. All the battling, as you say, Jacob, is going to be for P3. Williamson ahead of Giles. Tyler Gooden in the mix, perhaps not where he would want to be. Williamson with still a fantastic start in this one and doing everything they need to do before we head down through for the final 9 minutes of lightweight action here at Silverstone.
12.0s are the best lap times so far in this race, so still a lot of pace out there. Contact warning comes in for Joe Simcock. Cone warning for Jake Chapman, our leader. He has to be very careful now not to knock another one, otherwise this A final will be beyond him. Giles lines up Williamson into Seagraves and doesn't quite make the move. He might get a contact warning for bumping into Glenn Williamson there, but it'll be a contact warning at most, if anything. Chapman up the inside. Is that Simcock there? Or is that wide goes Simcock. Simcock's out of contention there for the time being, really wide there on Farm Curve. We've seen a couple of drivers out there this afternoon. But yes, it was Tyler Gooden that Max Chapman made his way past there. Tyler Gooden now down into 6th. Max Chapman continues to make progress through the field. And I think that's Oliver Wilde in the mix there behind. It is indeed behind Jamie Tyler Gooden. There's a track limit warning for Joe Simcock there for that foray onto the grass. And through they come then, through Bridge. Lead 2 still fairly comfortable. Williamson looks over his shoulder at Giles, still bearing down on him. Max Chapman now on the rear bumper of Giles as well. Through Priory they come. Looking into Club. Defensive from Williamson. Maybe he feels like those lead 2 are gone and in the distance, and this is as good as he can hope for. Max Chapman looks to the inside of Seagraves, as does Giles. Let's see if there's anything going through Seaman. There isn't. Although jostling for position in behind, that's Jamie Tyler Gooden, our pole sitter. Chapman look up the inside of Museum. That was quite robust, and Jamie Tyler Gooden seizes the opportunity to take 2 places back. Very good move from him. There's a forcing a driver wide for Jack Sharp. He repechaged up from the B final, is currently down in 15th place, and that might be the driver he forced wide actually.
Could well be. What a great battle we've got shaping up here. This is brilliant news if you're Chapman or Tommy Lee, who are just being able to just romp away with things at the moment. Williamson still leads this charge. We have to look a little bit further back for all the action, which involves Max Chapman here. Jaden having a look around the outside potentially. There is Oliver Wilde in the mix as well as they run through bridge, all staying in single file on the exit. Very little attempts to be made apart from one slightly further back down the order. Number 49 of Williamson just gets a little bit of oversteer on the kart into entry, maybe just trying to help himself rotate into the corner, but maintains a decent lead over this huge pack of karts behind. For a moment earlier on in the race, it almost looked like it could be a cork in the bottle, but seems to be doing quite well here as we run through the final couple of corners.
Yeah, Jake Chapman's still lapping in the 12.0s at the front. Alex Forward has the fastest lap, an 11.8, which is a very impressive lap time at the moment. Alfie Slater, who is on that kind of pace, is still doing 12.0s as well in the middle of the pack. This battle for third, though, is heating up. Tyler Gooden started this one on pole, wants to recover as many positions as possible. He did 2 just a lap ago, and will fancy a run at Glenn Williamson the next couple of laps, as will Max Chapman down in 5th. And wide goes Williamson. That's not going to help his cause, and through go Tyler Gooden and Max Chapman into 3rd and 4th. And Chapman fancies 3rd for himself up the inside of Tyler Gooden into bridge. Good move, well executed, and away goes Chapman after Tommy Lee in 2nd place.
5 places made up then so far in this one for Max Chapman. Still very much on the cards for some fantastic points here, as everyone has made it to the up end of a final. 5 minutes to go then towards the end of lap. Once again, we see our front runners just every now and again creeping into shots, but otherwise they are making a good innings, breaking away from the rest of the pack. Fastest lap, by the way, goes to Jake Saunders, who's repechaged up on through, of course, as we see down the inside there goes Jaden Giles into the museum on Max Chapman there. They're still side by side. There was on Tyler Gooden, apologies there, but Tyler Gooden might have the upper measure there as we run into that first corner, gets the position back. This is a great little scrap building up between this duo.
Yeah, and confirmation, Glenn Williamson recovered into 13th, so he's out of podium contention for now as well. We've got the 2 Chapmans sandwiching Tommy Lee for the moment. Tyler Gooden and Jaden Giles are going at it behind them, and joining them now is Alex Ford and Joe Simcock. Those two have got some great pace. They're lapping in the 11s, an 11.3 for Joseph Simcock. We are very, very close to that lap record. I'm just going to get a reminder of it for us because...
So 11.4, I think we might possibly have broken it. Either way, we're incredibly close given the weight delta between the sets of drives we've had this weekend. Just having a look there, Jaden Giles on the defence on the run into turn 14, put that car exactly where he needs to, but down the inside goes Alex Forward there. What a move.
Yeah,
almost worked out, but the number 13 of Joseph Simcock now takes the lead of this trio, which is now a quartet with Oliver Wilde jumping in on the action, heading down to start the next lap.
Confirmation, Joe Simcock is the lap record holder around here now. That's the kart 13 you see being overtaken by the 54 of Alex Forward, but the best lap yesterday from super lightweights was 111.418. We've seen a 111.399 from Simcock in this one. Excellent stuff from our senior lightweights. The very top tier of Club 100. Round goes Giles in bridge, and I don't think there was any contact there. I think he's just outbraked himself.
Oh dear, what a shame for Giles. He's been putting on a great fight for so long in this race. Didn't quite work out the way we would have wanted, starting 4th on the grid, but unfortunately it's just a day of bad to worse. Some races are just races to forget. I think this might be one of them, but this fight still continues on without him as we head on towards the latter half of the lap. Oliver Wilde in the mix here has to go the long way around if he wants a bit of a switchback move here, potentially on the driver in front. This is now a 5-car battle basically shaping up for, actually, is that P5 on the cars, maybe P4
P5,
in fact.
yeah. Oh, and wide goes the 76, or sorry, it's the 66 of Alfie Slater, who crosses the line in 8th, but I think he might have lost out a position or 2 after that. Jake Chapman has 2 minutes left of this race. He's 1.6 seconds to the good of Tommy Lee. The two of them have been absolutely blistering out in front. Max Chapman's not been able to get any closer to them, as has Jamie Tyler Gooden. Those 4 now looking pretty comfortable in their top 4 positions. No other finals to repechage up into. That's for the podium of the round. Jake Chapman, Tommy Lee, Max Chapman and Jamie Tyler Gooden. We watch here. Alex Ford in the 54 is currently leading the race for 5th, but it's behind him that the battle rages on. Joe Simcock, the lap record holder, is in 6th at the moment. There's a curb warning coming in for Jamie Tyler Gooden. Still no penalties to consider. These seniors really have tidied up their act this afternoon. Some good, clean and fair racing from our sprinters that we've seen so far. Hopefully the heavyweights can carry that trend on. There you go, Simcock then being challenged by Alfie Slater now for 6th place. Slater trying to go around the outside of turn 1 and not quite able to make it. I think they're capable of going even faster, you know, it's just they're battling so much. Joe Simcock's the lap record holder, and Alfie Slater looks like he's got even more pace as he slots up the inside now of Brooklands. There's going to be no more laps after this one. This is the final lap. There's your race leader. Reasonably comfortable lead. If anything, Max Chapman is closing in on Tommy Lee more than Tommy Lee's closing in on Jake Chapman. But it's going to be too little too late, because Jake Chapman is way out in front by a gap of about 2 seconds now. He comes through Island and Tower for the very last time into Seagraves, the right-hander, round Siemens, the left. One more left-hander to navigate, and that's Museum. Jake Chapman has driven fantastically today. He's been excellent for the last year or so, I'd say, has Jake Chapman, and he started this one absolutely perfectly. Slaps the bumper, celebrates their well-deserved win for Jake Chapman. Tommy Lee's been great today as well. He finishes 2nd. Max Chapman fights his way up to 3rd in this A final. Jamie Tyler Gooden, not the start he wanted to his season, but still a solid result in 4th place. Alex Forward takes 5th. Healthy Slater has beaten the competition for 6th. John Boulter as well up into 7th. Joe Simcock is the lap record holder around Silverstone kart track right now. He's finished 8th in the A final. Oliver Wilde is 9th, and Glenn Williamson, after that little trip to the grass from 3rd place, has ended up 10th overall.
Fantastic way to round out the lightweight action then here this evening. Just want to give further applause to the likes of Alfie Slater, 12 positions up in this one. Likewise, Jack Sharp did get a penalty, unfortunately, but otherwise 9 positions up from the start of this one, of the Repocharge drivers, of course. But yeah, well done to the lightweights for this one. We've got a few moments, obviously, because we need to get the cart back in, and we will have some practice laps as well. Yeah, really thoroughly enjoyable race there. You can't deny the pace of the two Chapmans and Tommy Lee as well. Max Chapman did a great job of closing up from 9th on the grid to 3rd in the end. But that brings an end to our lightweight running for today. Don't go anywhere though, folks. We have one last race this evening. It is going to be our heavyweight A final. Here we go then. It is our Sprint Heavyweight North A final. Our last race of the evening. Let's take a look at what the grids are going to be shaping up to be then for one last time this evening. For row of the grid, James Moore followed by Kurt Holmes, and it's Hayden Harris and Adam Nather on row 2. Row 3 includes Joe Holmes and James Whittaker. Moving on to row 4 then, it will be Chris Dixon followed by Jonathan Riley, Adam Wright and Cameron Maxwell on row 5. Row 6 features Miguel Hall and Ross Samuel. Before we move on to row 7 with Giles Coe, Jonathan Wilson. Then we have Scott Parker and Steve Lindley on row 8, followed by Alex Pritchard and Adam Hatfield on row 9. 10th row of the grid then features Shane Cotter and Hassan Safar, followed by Tom Walwyn, Henry Lopez, Gracie, Tom Edwards and Graham Fernandez on row 11 and 12, repcharging up on through from the heavyweight B final earlier on.
Another interesting looking grid, Reeve. I'd say the one standout name for me is Alex Pritchard. Having run so well this morning in Sprint 40, I think he's going to be one of a couple, but certainly the one who thinks he should be further up the field, and quite rightfully so after the form he showed us this morning. And indeed, in the heats, I don't think luck was on his side, but I do think there's scope for improvement. Hassan Zafar as well, really impressed winning that heat, and be interesting to see how he gets on. Winning that heat's got him just to the back of the A final, so he's very much coming to his own in progressing through the heats. And obviously this is his first sprint round that we've seen him for at least over a year. I'm not sure if he's done anything previously, but it'd be nice to see if he's got himself into a nice groove and can make up significant positions.
It would indeed. I want to give a quick shout out to Ben Robinson watching along at the moment, who asks, 110s possible? Well, I don't quite think so this evening. We have some heavier drivers than what we enjoyed seeing take part in the action yesterday, but I think certainly with a perfect nice sunny day with, you know, a bit more rubber on the track, 110s here definitely will be around at some point.
Yeah, tune in to BUKC in April and I'm sure you'll see some of the sun is shining, slightly hotter day, a bit more grip on the track. I'd expect to see these cars lapping around about those times, and indeed in the World Finals as well, when we've got the very best drivers from all around the world competing. I'm sure we'll see those kinds of lap times. Yeah, Joe Simcock probably will be leaving here today as the lap record holder. As you said, Reeve, these drivers are heavier and therefore likely to be a little bit slower. But there's lots of talent in this grid. It's not outside the realms of possibility that they go even faster. Wouldn't put a bet on it myself with the dipping temperatures, but you never do know.
Certainly do not want to give one last quick mention. A big thank you to all of you for watching on the broadcast. We saw some really good numbers then, actually, over 250 of you briefly tuning in during the previous race. So a big thank you all for staying with us this weekend. It has been a joy to be watching the racing along with you. But our heavyweight drivers are now out on track with those practice laps that they're getting in for one last time this evening before we get forward up.
A couple more comments. Jan says Henry just slapping a result. I completely agree. Love it when someone slaps in a result. N11 Wed says Joe and Kurt first and second. It's not an unheard of prediction in Club 100 heavyweight A finals. This being the first northern one, and those two being very northern themselves. It's not a wild prediction, but I think James Small's going to have something to say about that. He's quite a clear pole position here with 69 points from his heats, as opposed to Kurt's 67. The next nearest challengers of Hayden Harris and Adam Nather only managed 63. Yeah, I think James Small is going to spoil the Holmes party here. Perhaps Harris and Nather can have some say in that as well. James Whittaker's shown good pace. I wouldn't write him off either. Adam Wright was running well this morning and isn't out the equation in 9th. Cameron Maxwell's had good pace. Miguel Hall has done well today as well. There's a lot of talent in this field, as always with our A finals at Club 100. And it's not a clear cut, as some might think, as Joe Holmes there makes a quick move on Hayden Harris. In practice, Harris, relative newbie to Club 100 sprints himself, may just be thinking he'll get the measure of the Holmes brothers from behind them for the remainder of the practice laps, rather than leading them round. The mechanical flag out for 47, so I think Steve Lindley will be heading into the pits before we get going. Not entirely sure what's going on there, as Steve Lindley does appear to be posting lap times. Or does he? Is that the issue, that there's no transponder on his car, or at least a broken transponder on his kart? Either way, Steve Lindley will be outfitted with another machine.
Rosa Racing's AJ, who says Safar top 10. Well, to be honest, I certainly wouldn't rule that out of the realms of possibility. Safar was impressing very much so in the B final earlier on, with some great moves, some really strong pace, and obviously ended up with a fantastic result. So certainly on the cards here for some really good points to round out this first round of our Seniors North Championship running.
Jamie Moore says Hassan top 3, so
wow.
I mean, on that form from that race he won earlier, you wouldn't put it past him. His first 2 heat results didn't necessarily help in that regard, but yeah, you're only as good as your last race, Reeve, which is what I always say, and Hassan's last race was absolutely top draw.
I'm trying to think about my last race now. Just out of the outlets.
That's all right. you can just take forgettable as
It's
the
a
message
few.
there.
It's a few years ago now. It's starting to dawn on me just how many years ago it was. I was an eligible BUKC driver, and it's slightly scary.
So Benji Hamilton's out on track. The checker flag is showing, so they'll be forming up into their grid positions. Once again, James Small, Kurt Holmes, Hayden Harris, Adam Mather, Joe Holmes, James Whittaker, your front three rows. Chris Dixon, Jonathan Riley, Adam Wright, Cameron Maxwell, Miguel Hall, and Ross Sandwell the next. Giles Coke, Jonathan Wilson, Scott Parker, Steve Lindley, Alex Pritchard, Adam Hadfield, Shane Cotter, Hassan Zafar, Tom Walwyn, Henry Lopez Gracie, Tom Edwards, and Graham Fernandez, all competing in this one.
Pace cart out then. Getting ready to form up behind our drivers. Looks like we've only picked up a couple so far, so I imagine we're a little bit of wait for the rest of the pack to work their way on through. There they are now, heading through turn 12. Looks like we'll be catching them once again through turn 14 and 15. There we are, just behind the pace cart. Now a few more drivers beginning to make an appearance through the final couple of corners. I think we still have just a couple more.
Steve Lindley making his way around
Yes.
to join the pack, and Steve Lindley is starting 16th, so he might have to roll again unless he's able to slot in nicely for this one.
Did have a mechanical, so I imagine an issue with.
Yeah, they're going round again.
Yeah.
Rather than try and rush Lindley into position and offset everyone. We've got time.
Yeah.
I think, as long as we finish by 6 o'clock, we should be fine here. This is a 12-minute final. So one more lap of the rolling up circuit won't do us any harm.
Apologies, by the way, Jacob. I think I might have just called you Andrew. One moment leading into that race.
That's all right. Andrew's my dad's name, so you can just pretend that you've mixed us up rather than the insult of calling me the other Andrew.
No insult at all. It's just a simple force of habit.
It's a compliment, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I hope Andrew is having a lovely time currently.
I would dream of being the commentator that Andrew Mather is.
I imagine he's having a lovely time with some of the finest products on offer to him from behind the bar on a lovely cruise ship at the moment. I hope he's resting up well and looking forward to the season ahead. But speaking of looking forward to the season ahead, I think these drivers will be after they get this race out of the way, and it should be a good race that we are going to enjoy now.
Yeah, James Small on pole position. He said he's come back to win it. 10 years since he could call himself a Club 100 Sprints champion. He's going for another title. Kurt Holmes might fancy his first title in Club 100 Sprints as well alongside him. Those two are going to lead us down into turn 1, very slow on the approach through the tram lines, round Farm Curve. They look up to the lights, which now go green, and James Small has got a fantastic start there. Interesting to see if that's called as a fair start or not, but he's leading into turn 1. Harris on the inside as well picks up 3rd position. Nather and Holmes battling over 4th and 5th. By the looks of things, Joe Holmes has got himself up into 4th at the expense of Adam Nather. The 51 there of Chris Dixon has made a fantastic start as well. James Small's advantage is still a kart length or two though, coming down into Bridge.
Fantastic start for everyone there. Everyone getting away nice and cleanly. We head through Bridge, and there's a bit of competition now beginning to brew in the midfield. But the top drivers at the start of this one absolutely romping away at the moment. Small leads ahead as that looks like Nather having a move.
It's Joe Holmes, on Hayden Harris.
Yeah. Running down through turn 10. There we go. The number 32 of Nather is the driver we're now looking at, but our top two already starting to break away while Holmes and Harris have their own fight, and we're nearly 3 wide running through turn 14.
Yeah, that front 4 might just break away if these guys keep battling. Adam Wright's doing okay for himself, and wide goes, is that Lindley in the lime green? It's the 44 of Ross Sandwell. Excuse me, I see lime green, I think Steve Lindley. James Small leads then. Kurt Holmes just 4 tenths behind. Joe Holmes another half second behind him. And Hayden Harris 5 tenths back as well as Miguel Hall battles away there into turn 1. Henry Lopez Gracie looks to have made up a couple of places on that lap. Indeed he has. He's made up 7. He's the biggest mover on lap number 1. So good progress from Lopez Gracie. This is Natha looking to defend 5th place from Chris Dixon, who's just pinched that off him going into Bridge. They've got, I think that's James Whittaker and Adam Wright in that little group as well. These three are still very, very tight at the front of the field. James Small taking that advantage. It's been deemed a fair start, by the way, Reeve, and yeah, as much an advantage as he gained, I don't think he's had a lasting one in this race. Will Joe Holmes stick behind his brother, or does he fancy a crack at James Small for himself? If he does think he's the better Holmes brother to take the challenge to James Small, he's going to have to make a move soon, and these two squabbling will only do James Small the favours. Joe Holmes' fastest lap last time around at 12.5.
Harris hangs back then from the podium sitters as they stand through Brooklands. Harris is actually in a really nice spot in this race. We've got a notable gap to those cars behind, and it's just about hanging on to these three front runners, which I'm sure are going to have a closer battle and might slow themselves down. They run through Bridge. The two Holmeses navigate their way out, all in rapid fire succession, all echoing each other's lines pretty much, all looked very calm and contained there on the exit of Bridge. And there, as I say, is Harris just in the background. Fastest lap goes to Joe Holmes, of course, as you mentioned, Jacob. Joe doing his utmost to close up on his rival and sibling, running through turn 14, and down the inside goes Joe Holmes. A fantastic opportunistic move, saw a gap, just went for it. Nice and easy, says thank you very much, and continues on now in P2 in this race. Holmes already looks over the shoulder, clearly not happy with that run, and thought he might be vulnerable to Hayden Harris there. Doesn't have to worry about that quite so far, might be more focused on trying to gain any slipstream he can to close up to Joe Holmes directly in front of him. James Small, meanwhile, only benefits from this, again, as you say, Jacob, because he's just able to build up an ever so slight advantage the more that the two behind continue to fight.
Joe is going to be a man on a mission here. There was not one round last year where he failed to win a heat, and he's failed to do so here on the very first day of the season. 9 rounds in total. He at least won a heat at every single one of them, and up the inside on Bridge. He's battling now, James Small. Kurt's coming alongside as well. They are 3 abreast as they head down to Priory. Kurt on the very inside, and James Small backs out of it, lets them go, and undercuts them on the way back out. He's now got the inside for Club and holds the lead. Joe is out on the outside. There's contact between them. Can James Small hang it on? Yes, he can. And Harris is now right involved, and Harris takes second place away from both the Holmes brothers. They thought they got ahead of James Small, and Joe Holmes is certainly going to fight Harris for this, and Kurt Holmes will probably try and come up the inside of Museum to follow his brother through. Harris thought he saw his opportunity. I thought he'd done very well, but Joe Holmes goes wide. Joe Holmes very wide there on the exit of Farm. It hasn't cost him too much though. It's just cost him second place to his brother, but the rest of the chasing pack, Reeve, are seeing this and licking their lips.
Yeah, absolutely. They're brought right back into contention now. For a second, I echoed your thoughts. I thought Harris absolutely had this nailed, but it was a slightly iffy run in the end. P4, it returns to being Small again. Must be pretty pleased with how this is beginning to shape up. Kurt Holmes is now the leading Holmes on the offensive to try and close up that gap and fight for the race lead. All of a sudden, though, Hayden Harris might be beginning to look over the shoulder while the upper midfield begin to close up on our front runners. We still have just over half race distance to go in this one, which means still plenty to play for. I'm sure the order is not going to be settled quite just yet. The two Holmeses in P2 and P3. Harris looks somewhat vulnerable to James Whittaker here as we run through turn 12 in just a moment. Plenty of changes going in that midfield, but here's our front runners navigating at the left-hander of turn 14 and turn 15 once again.
Penalty for Chris Dixon for hands off the steering wheel. That's the only penalty so far. Joe Holmes has got both a contact warning and a track limits warning. In fact, he's got 2 contact warnings, so the next one will be a penalty for Joe Holmes. There's the second one confirmed at the top of your screen. Any more skirmishes like that though, and yeah, we're looking at James Whittaker, Chris Dixon, and the chasing pack, including Adam Wright, getting involved. Shane Cotter gets a cone warning at the top. Joe is now very close to Kurt and might be getting a little bit worried about the gap James Small has pulled out, and indeed Joe pulls to the inside, slots at the inside of Bridge, and I think Kurt will just push him down the next straight now, because they both know they've got to catch up with James Small. Half the race is gone. They cannot afford him to be a second ahead if those two want to be on the top 2 steps of the podium.
Exactly, and that gap does continue to expand at the front row. On the front end of things here. 9/10 of a second is the margin over the last time with the transponders. I'll be very curious to see what it looks like as they cross once more. But Joe back leading the fighting duo here, might be closing up. Kurt Holmes is doing well to stay attached, and if anything, actually, I'd say over the second half of this lap, Joe might be doing everything he needs to just slowly but surely reel James in. You can get the sense that he's not quite happy with his run onto the start-finish straight. Now stands at 1 second, that margin overall, so a very slight expansion in that. Holmes does post a 1 minute 12.1 though, so flying along. That is the fastest of this division so far today, doing everything that he can do. It's just James Small is also flying along and is also in the 1 minute 12.1s.
Yeah, James Small knows exactly what kind of a challenge he's facing here and is managing it very, very well. I'll tell you who's running well is Hayden Harris. This has been a really impressive showing from him to be running in this close contention with some of the top drivers in Club 100 heavyweights over the past decade almost. And I'll say decade to just include James Small in that one. He's had the one-off round here and there and still proved to be at the top. And he's certainly showing that now as well. With a third of this race to go, he leads Joe Holmes, the 8-time champion in Club 100, around Silverstone, the first event we've ever run here at Silverstone, and what an event it has been. Could be set for a grandstand finale right at the end of the Sunday. James Small gets his head down. Like I said, he understands the challenge. Joe Holmes closes in slightly on that last lap. Another 10th. He's going to need to find more than a 10th in the next 2 laps, I feel, Reeve, in order to make a challenge for the lead.
He will indeed. Small has just looked so cool, calm and collected at the front end of the pack here, as we see a change of positions running into Brooklands there. That looked to involve
Chris Dixon
having looked down the inside there. Does have a penalty, does Dixon, so will need to bear that in mind. But yeah, Small has really impressed at the front end of this one. He's not got slow drivers behind him by any stretch of the imagination.
I think he'll be encouraged by the last few looks over his shoulder he's had. He had that one, there was the one lap, wasn't there, where his lead was threatened. 1 lap later, I was thinking he must be breathing a sigh of relief in there that he's still in the position he's in. And ever since then, he's looked over his shoulder and seen about a second's worth of a gap as Kurt Holmes thinks that he's the right brother to be leading the charge at this point in time. Dives up the inside of Seagraves and leads into Siemens. Joe tries to get the switch back coming into Museum and is going to keep it. These two might have decided that the fight is between the two of them. They can't catch up to James Small. Hayden Harris sees this happening and thinks, I'll have a piece of that if I can get close. Joe's looking over his shoulder. He's probably considering trying a hand signal to his brother. But at this point, I think I'd agree with Kurt. James Small might be too far off in the distance. The battle is for second place.
It is indeed. It looks better and better still for Small. Maxwell, as we say, flying along into the 1 minute 11 times. Still times to be found out there on track, clearly. And I'm sure Joe and Kurt hoping that they could find a little bit of that time, even more so than they already have, because, well, the win is started to escape from them, but perhaps more importantly for their points tallies in the championship as it sets off from this round. Hayden Harris and Chris Dixon are still very much a threat.
Yeah, really good driving from those two. The 42 in behind them as well. James Whittaker has had a great day. Adam Wright would want to be a few positions up, I feel. Cameron Maxwell's running well in the fastest lap. He's the first one to dip into the 11s of this group, is Cameron Maxwell. Adam Nather has perhaps lost a few more places than he would have wanted to at the start of the day. Giles Coke is doing well to have made his way into the top 10 from 13th on the grid, though. Last lap board is out. James Small's gap is 1.6 seconds, and I think that's going to be enough. He just has to bring this home. Joe Holmes is probably more thinking about who's behind him than who's in front of him at this point. Indeed, a little look over the shoulder there from Joe just to see where brother Kurt is. Hayden Harris is poised to strike should they start fighting. James Small through Maggots and Beckett's for last time. Kurt is very close to Joe. Is he going to have a look at the inside of Bridge? No, he isn't. He's going to try and get a run down to Priory, though, with that line, it would suggest, and get a good run out of that corner. Joe's going defensive here into Priory. Kurt pulls up alongside him.
round the outside of Priory isn't necessarily going to work though. Can he get a switch back for Club? Harris is right there behind them. Joe goes defensive again. I feel it's going to be into Seagraves if it's going to happen. I've got a feeling Joe's going to stick to the right hand side of that track. Harris looks to the outside. Can he get a switch back on one or both of the Holmes brothers? Not quite. They both stay to the left hand side of the track for Siemens as well. Is there going to be some trepidation into Museum? No. Cameron Maxwell dives up the inside of Chris Dixon, but James Small comes home to win again in Club 100. Seals the victory that he said he came here for today. Joe Holmes a second. He's failed to win any of the 4 races for the first time in what must be forever. Kurt Holmes comes home in third. Hayden Harris and a really impressive fourth. James Whittaker's done really well to finish fifth. Cameron Maxwell with a fast lap steals sixth on the very last corner. Adam Wright then seventh. Chris Dixon's lost out to him as well and finishes eighth. Adam Nather is ninth and Giles Coke is 10th. Great A finals, Reeve.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Well done, all drivers involved. There's some fantastic battles. James Small really impressing in that one. Joe Holmes and Kurt Holmes really putting on a show for us as well. Big movers in that one were all the likes, the Repechage drivers actually. Henry Lopez, Gracie, Tom Edwards, Tom Walwyn, all making up 9 positions in this one, which is really impressive stuff. Just goes to show how the Repechage system means that you're certainly not out of the count. And I think that is a fantastic race to round out what has been a brilliant weekend's worth of racing here at Silverstone, Jacob.
Yeah, fantastic opening event for this venue. Fantastic opening event for Club 100 North this year. Really excited to come back here in a few weeks' time, just next month, for BUKC final round and Drivers' Championships. Super excited for the World Finals the month after in May. So really, really impressive venue, and I'm sure we're going to have many, many years of great racing here to come in future.
I'm absolutely sure we will. I echo those thoughts, Jacob. We've had a thoroughly enjoyable time here at Silverstone this race weekend. I hope you all have had such an enjoyable time watching as well. We've had some really good numbers, as we mentioned a few times. A big thank you to all of you for tuning in. Big thank you to the crew from Alpha Live for all their work in the background, the camera ops, the guys in the rather cool remote van, which is currently setting up our comms for us at the track. A big thank you to all the Club 100 staff, the admin team, the officials, the marshals on track here as well. All putting in a huge amount of effort. Big thank you to Kart Silverstone as well for putting on such a good venue for us to go racing at. This does bring an end to the racing action for this weekend. I don't think there's much less else to say other than a big thank you all for watching. I've been Reeve Taylor.
And I've been Jacob Harris. Good night.
Thank you very much and a good night.